Chapter 2665, Subduing Big Shot. Chapter 2665, Subduing Big Shot. Isn't that so? The exalted head hall master, being a peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist, actually can't even perfect a grade 1 heavenly pill. If it were before, no one would question anything. After all, No body could do it as well. But now, Yi Yuan has truly achieved it. This is simply a huge irony to the two hall masters. Kui Tong similarly shook his head and said with a sigh. Without comparison, there would be no harm Zhao Zun and Wu Jian came for the true grade. In the end, they did not get to see the true grade and were unable to even perfect grade 1 heavenly pills. This was too ironic. I wonder what the two hall masters think. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Zhao Zun looked at Yi Yuan with some disappointment and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like fellow Daoist Yi isn't planning on letting us see true grade." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Nay." Two hall masters misunderstood. It's not that this Yi is intentionally making things difficult, but that to reach the realm of true grade, one must first reach 9th grade perfection. If one can't even accomplish this step, even if I demonstrate it to you 100 times, 1,000 times, you can't possibly comprehend it too. The words made everyone's hearts turn cold. It turned out that if you wanted to reach the realm of true grade, 9th grade perfection was the threshold. Zhao Zun had a look of surprise on his face and said with a bitter smile, "If it were before, this hall master would definitely think that fellow Daoist Yi is joking. But, only after putting it into practice myself, does this hall master know that wanting to reach 9th grade perfection is truly not easy." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If true grade was so easy to achieve, it also wouldn't have gone extinct in the land of Heavenly South. In reality, even if you reach 9th grade perfection, there's still 108,000 miles away from the realm of true grade. This step is probably not much easier than breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven." The expressions of Zhao Zun and the rest changed, all revealing a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan was talking about Saint Sovereign Heaven and not Jade Sovereign Heaven. In reality, entering Sovereign Realm from Sublime Realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven in the first place. Otherwise, how could a genius like Jiang Li be pacing back and forth in front of the threshold for a long time? As for Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was even hair-raisingly difficult. Disregarding the land of Heavenly South, even on the entire rain-clear continent, how many Saint Sovereign Heavens were there? This kind of difficulty simply made people despair. However, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving looks. If it was so difficult, how did you break through? Yi Yuan naturally saw through their skepticism. It was just that he was indifferent. After they broke through to 9th grade perfection, they would naturally know how terrifying true grade was. If Yi Yuan did not encounter an opponent like Kang Yongning, he would really need God knows how many years to take this step. Even so, Yi Yuan only finally reached true grade after fighting fiercely for several months. With Yi Yuan's talent, this was simply unimaginable. Fellow Daoist Yi, this hall master wants to invite you to assume the post of Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd hall master. In Heavenly South Pill Hall, your status will be the same as this hall master and Jen's. Wonder how you feel about it?" Zhao Zun suddenly said. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. This was a great courtesy to Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan was an extremely monstrous person, he was just a greater sublime heavenly stratum after all. Summing the post of 3rd hall master all of a sudden, it could be said to be suddenly becoming an existence that was not inferior to Heavenly South City Lord. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since head hall master has such sincerity, this Yi will naturally comply with your wishes." The moment Zhao Zun heard, he could not help being overjoyed. The news of Heavenly South Pill Hall welcoming a new hall master spread in Heavenly South City very quickly. And in order to welcome Yi Yuan, Zhao Zhao planned to hold a grand welcoming ceremony for him and announce it to the entire Heavenly South. Similar treatment was only given last time when Wu Jian ascended to peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist back then. For some time, Heavenly South City was in a stir. However, after Yi Yuan arrived in Heavenly South City, he was very low-key. It was not that he was intentionally keeping a low profile, but that Zhao Zun and Wu Jian, two people, came to him every day to seek advice. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low, His horizons were much further than the two. Coupled with the contrast when he was battling in alchemy with Kang Yongning, the pros of cons during the process of a heavenly alchemist's pill refinement could be seen even more clearly. In reality, when testing the two in calm South City back then, Yi Yuan had long already taken it into his eyes. Yi Yuan did not road anything and imparted the basic cultivation method to the two people, and dissected their questions about the process of pill refinement little by little. In merely half a month's time, these two people became enlightened at once. It was also even more because of so, that they finally understood that wanting to reach 9th grade perfection was a colossal project and could not be achieved in a short time. Firstly, they had to rebuild their foundations. Secondly, they had to make good omissions and deficiencies. Only then were they capable of reaching 9th grade perfection. Zhao Zun and Wu Jian's alchemy path foundation could be rated as solid. It was absolutely no coincidence to be able to reach this step. But, compared to the likes of Yi Yuan and Kang Yongning, the disparity was too great. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, these two people could practically perceive their improvement every day. I didn't expect that the millimeter of difference between upper 9th grade and 9th grade perfection is akin to heaven and earth. This Hall Master's ripe old age has really been an utter waste of living, Zhao Zun suddenly said to Yi Yuan with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The path of alchemy is heterogeneous and vast, like a skysc. If the foundation isn't solid, it will be akin to an ivory tower. The taller the tower, the more dangerous it is." Zhao Zun nodded and said, "What fellow Daoisti said is extremely right. These few days, although this Hall Master has been studying grade 1 and 2 basic heavenly pills, I feel that the strength of grade 4 heavenly pills has been improving too. Only then did I understand that it turns out when I was cultivating back then, there were still so many areas that I missed out. Fellow Daoisti, if not for your cultivation realm being too low, this Hall Master will probably cause a shock in Heavenly South. This Heavenly South Pill Hall's head Hall Master should be summed by you." Actually, Zhao Zun had long already treated Yi Yuan as half a teacher in his heart. It was just that due to cultivation realm and status, he could not say it explicitly. But he was very humble in front of Yi Yuan. Heavenly alchemists were a bunch of fanatics who were the most convinced by the strong who were capable. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer these two great Hall Masters. But currently, there were indeed undercurrents surging in Heavenly South City. Heavenly South City was the capital city of the land of Heavenly South. It occupied a vast area and there were many experts in the city. The factions were also complicated and confusing. Currently, inside a secret residence somewhere in Heavenly South, a group of heavyweights was currently gathering. Family Head Minute, this position of Third Hall Master should have originally been yours. In the end, now, a puny little grade 2 heavenly alchemist climbed on top of your Minute family's head, Deputy City Lord Ironcore said. Minute Nanshan, from one of Heavenly South City's 3 great alchemy families, was the Minute family's family head. Heavenly South City had 3 great alchemy families whose strength was incomparably powerful. The appearance of Heavenly South Pill Hall's Third Hall Master meant that Heavenly South City's situation henceforth would change. It was not up to these family heads to not pay attention to it. Minute Nanshan looked at Ironcore and said with a cold smile, "Deputy City Lord Ironcore, you gathering the few of us families here is no more than to make use of us to avenge your enmity. Could it be that the few of us are decrepit and muddle-headed until we can't even see this?" But Ironcore did not care and said with a smile, "But didn't you guys come too? Now, our interests are the same. That is that we can't let this boy become the Third Hall Master." Chapter 2666, Joining Forces to Boycott. Chapter 2666, Joining Forces to Boycott who, Deputy City Lord Ironcore must be joking. That's true grade heavenly pill. I heard that Jiang Li only consumed a grade 2 true grade heavenly pill, and as a result, he stepped into the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven in one stroke. This news shouldn't be fake, right? Minute Nanshan said with a deep meaning. Ironcore nodded and said, "It's true. It's just that do you guys get a share of the true grade heavenly pill?" The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 3 great family heads changed. These three families possessed a pivotal position in Heavenly South City at present. The three great family heads were all grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. They were just slightly inferior compared to the two great hall masters. Even Zhao Zun relied greatly on the three great families too. And what Ironcore said was also precisely what they were most worried about. After Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master came back, you guys have seen it too, they have remained in closed seclusion all along. With their strength, breaking through to the realm of true grade isn't hard. When the time comes, by relying on true grade, the two Hall Masters' statuses will be transcendent. At that time, what will it still have to do with your three great families? Ironcore said with a sneer. True grade, it was absolutely a major killing tool. Jiang Li's breakthrough shocked everyone. The crux was that what let him break through was a grade 2 heavenly pill. This was impressive. Ironcore's words made the faces of the three great family heads change abruptly. Not that they could not figure out this layer, it was just that they were not quite willing to believe. After all, in Heavenly South Pill Hall, the status of the three great families was very important. But just as Ironcore said, if the two Hall Masters grasped the true grade secret art and used it to command Heavenly South henceforth, who could dare to not follow? Minute Nanshan drew a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, Deputy City Lord Ironcore, what should we do? Ironcore's face revealed a knowing smile. On this day, Heavenly South Pill Hall was unprecedentedly grand. The various major cities under the jurisdiction of Heavenly South City all sent prominent powerhouses over. In the land of Heavenly South, the status of Heavenly South Pill Hall had always been transcendent. The deterrent power of heavenly alchemists was this strong. Of course, there were many people who came for this mystical true grade. Haha, congratulations to Master Yi for becoming Heavenly South Pill Hall's third Hall Master. My Water Billow City feels honored. When Sun Yunjing saw Yi Yuan, he immediately cupped his fists and said. By the side, Su Yi's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, what does Master Yi being promoted to third Hall Master have to do with your Water Billow City? He came from our calm South City. Even if it's feeling honored, it's our calm South City too. Sun Yunjing did not care either and laughed loudly as he said, heh, this city lord and Master Yi, that's making friends after a fight. Su Yi's face turned black and he was just about to refute, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, all right, two city lords, this Yi has received your kind intentions. Yi Yuan already spoke up. It was naturally not convenient for Su Yi to flare up. By the side, Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun also came up to offer greetings. There were too many people at this time. Yi Yuan did not have time to talk more and just had them go in and sit down. Minute Family's family head, Minute Nanshan has arrived. Song Family's family head, Song Tianyang has arrived. Yun Family's family head, Yun Baiyu has arrived. After these few shouts, everyone's faces changed. Even Zhao Zun and Wu Jian frowned too. Very clearly, they smelled a different smell. Normally, these three great families don't care about each other. Why did they suddenly come together today? Minute Family Head has worked hard for many years in order to fight for this title of third Hall Master. But now, there's completely no hope anymore. The arrivals are not friendly. There's probably a show to watch. All those present were Heavenly South's heavyweight class SS figures. Just the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were a whole bunch. Each and every one of these people was crafty and shrewd. How could they not know Heavenly South Pill Hall's underhanded activities? With Yi Yuan dropping out of thin air, the biggest impact was the three major families. If they did not take some measures, that would be weird. Minute Nanshan offers greetings to Head Hall Master, Second Hall Master. Song Tianyang offers greetings to the two Hall Masters. Yun Baiyu offers greetings to the two Hall Masters. The three people came to the front, cupped their fists, and bowed to the two Hall Masters, directly regarding Yi Yuan who was by the side as heir. Zhao Zun's brows furrowed slightly, but he could not blow his top. He was just about to introduce Yi Yuan but saw the three people walk straight into the venue. Everyone exchanged glances. What an opening gambit. This grand gathering today was hosted for third Hall Master, Yi Yuan. In the end, they did not even pay attention to third Hall Master. Zhao Zun was a little awkward and said to Yi Yuan, I'll definitely teach these three fellows a lesson later. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a small matter. Head Hall Master doesn't need to take it to heart. Zhao Zun was a little surprised in his heart. He discovered that Yi Yuan was actually placid without any waves. This atmosphere was absolutely not feigned. Yi Yuan had such terrifying talent at a young age. To actually be able to have this temperament, it was truly terrifying. For any genius, which one was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, unable to stomach anything that was offensive to the eye. Yet, Yi Yuan was not. After some small talk, the banquet officially began. Zhao Zun raised his wine cup and said loudly, today, this Zhao introduces to everyone a young genius. Although he has just arrived, he has already made monumental contributions to Heavenly South. Only after seeing him does this Zhao know that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. You all don't need to suspect anything. It isn't this Zhao self-effacing either. If he's a grade 4 heavenly alchemist right now, this Hall Master's position of head Hall Master will immediately be given up with both hands. It was gracious of fellow Daoist Yi to not reject and willingly join my Heavenly South Pill Hall. From today onwards, he's my Heavenly South Pill Hall's head Hall Master. Right at this time, Minute Nanshan suddenly stood up, interrupting Zhao Zun's words. Immediately, everyone's gaze was attracted by him. Zhao Zun's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, Minute Nanshan, what are you trying to do? Minute Nanshan said coolly, this Minute feels that the two Hall Masters' decision is too hasty. Impudent. When is it your turn to come and butt into what this Hall Master does? Zhao Zun shouted coldly. But Minute Nanshan was not afraid in the slightest and said coolly, this boy is just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. What right does he have to sit on the throne of Third Hall Master? If he becomes Third Hall Master, then where will we, these grade 4 heavenly alchemists, go? Zhao Zun smiled coldly and said, based on that he can refine true grade heavenly pills. Minute Nanshan smiled and said, Head Hall Master, none of us has seen before the true grade heavenly pill. You said that he made monumental contributions to the land of Heavenly South. I have no objections. But Heavenly South is Heavenly South. Heavenly South Pill Hall is Heavenly South Pill Hall. He has yet to make the smallest contribution but became Third Hall Master. On what basis? That's right. Head Hall Master, our Song family feels that it's not appropriate as well. At this time, Song Tianyang also came forward and supported Minute Nanshan ardently. Yun Baiyu also said, Head Hall Master, how much contribution has the three of us major families made for the Heavenly South Pill Hall? Now, a measly little grade 2 heavenly alchemist wants to ride on top of our heads. Zhao Zun's expression was ugly to the extreme. He completely did not expect that the three great families' reaction was actually so fierce. Furthermore, with the three great families taking the lead, many families also expressed objection. This somewhat made it even harder for them to dismount the tiger's back after getting on it. In the crowd, Ironcore looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile, full of mockery. Heh, brat, you're still a little inexperienced to fight with this city lord. This is just the beginning. After chasing you out of Heavenly South City, this city lord will send you on your way. Ironcore sneered coldly in his heart. Chapter 2667, Cutting the Ground on Which One Stood On. Chapter 2667, Cutting the Ground on Which One Stood On. A grade 2 heavenly alchemist becoming Third Hall Master. Our Zhao family won't accept it. Yeah, what right does a junior have to ride on top of our heads? So what if true grade heavenly pill? Something that we can't see or touch. Who are you bluffing? Families that depended on the three great families also expressed objections one after another. The scene appeared very chaotic. Heavenly South Pill Hall's situation was somewhat different from City Lord Manor there. City Lord Meng Frostwind's strength already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, overpowering all heroes. No one dared to resist. Although Meng Frostwind relied rather heavily on Zhao Zun and Wu Jian, the experts within Heavenly South Pill Hall were plentiful as clouds. Alchemy was not like martial arts, either you die or I perish. The two Hall Masters' strength was indeed stronger than everyone. But the three great family heads' strengths were similarly extremely strong. Hence, They held quite heavy authority. The three great families practically possessed 40% of Heavenly South Pill Hall's strength. Although this ratio was not high, it was sufficient to show one's attitude. Zhao Zun and Wu Jian really had a feeling like they had incredibly bad luck. They did not expect that they were actually forced to abdicate. Minute Nanshan, are you rebelling? Zhao Zun said furiously. Minute Nanshan still said coolly, Head Hall Master, our three great families are subordinates of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Examining our consciousness, we respect the two Hall Masters very much as well. Our action is just for the sake of maintaining Heavenly South stability. No matter from which area you look at, this boy doesn't have the qualifications to be third Hall Master either. Song Tianyang also said, this boy has unknown origins. Who knows whether or not he's harboring ill intent or not? Zhao Zun's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, if this Hall Master insists that he must be third Hall Master. Minute Nanshan's expression did not change, and he said coolly, then our three great families will withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall and make a fresh start elsewhere. I reckon that with our three families' strength, City Lord His Excellency won't say anything either. Murmur. The audience was in an uproar. This move was really cutting the ground on which one stood on. The moment the three great families withdrew, it would be tantamount to bringing away half of Heavenly South Pill Hall's power. This power was sufficient to stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal already. This move was a major killing tool. Zhao Zun also did not expect that Minute Nanshan would be so decisive. Normally, these three great families schemed against each other. He, this head hall master, was seated firmly on the fees. HI+ing platform, intervening in the situation. There were not too many disagreements. But now, Yi Yuan's appearance made these three families fasten up together all at once. This was rather difficult to deal with. Zhao Zun could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, his expression seemingly full of apologies. He also did not expect that things would play out like this. Rather, it was the latter who had a calm look, as if all these had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Ironcore opened his mouth and said, two hall masters and family heads, everyone is a part of Heavenly South Pill Hall. Why is there a need to fall out so badly? This Ironcore is incapable, but I have a solution. Wonder if everyone is interested in hearing it. Seeing Ironcore open his mouth, Zhao Zun felt abhorred without rhyme or reason. He originally did not have any conflicts with Ironcore, but the thing that Ironcore had done in Calm South City had indeed disgusted him. It was just that at this time, he was currently in a difficult position. When Ironcore suddenly said this, he still wanted to hear it. Say it, Zhao Zun said in a solemn voice. Ironcore smiled and said, actually, the three great families have indeed made great contributions to Heavenly South these few years. Especially family head Minute, he has tremendous strength and is steady and composed. If let him be this third hall master, I believe that none of the people present will say anything. As for this boy, he's not a part of Heavenly South to begin with. It's best to have him get lost. Zhao Zun's gaze turned dark, thinking to himself that he must have been blinded by obsession. How could an ivory tusk come out of a dog's mouth? Making Minute Nanshan be third hall master and chasing Yi Yuan away, to think that this guy could say that. Zhao Zun sneered and said, this is the method that you're talking about. What qualifications does Minute Nanshan have to assume the position of third hall master? After his strength reaches peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, we can come and talk again. A faint smile still hung on Ironcore's face. When Zhao Zun saw this scene, he could not help feeling alarmed. Head hall master, this Minute is untalented, but I gained some enlightenment a while back and already broke through to peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist not long ago. This mystic moon iceheart pill was just refined before this Minute came. As he said, Minute Nanshan took a heavenly pill out. When Zhao Zun saw this heavenly pill, his expression could not help changing wildly. This heavenly pill's residual heat had yet to dissipate. Clearly, it was just refined successfully not long ago. The heavyweights present were all incredibly shocked. Mystic Moon Iceheart Pill, that's a grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pill. Family Head Minute really broke through. Impressive. Didn't expect that Family Head Minute actually broke through the bottleneck without a sound. With this, probably even Head Hall Master is powerless to turn the tables already. Once the three great families break away, they will likely be able to immediately stand up to Heavenly South Pill Hall as an equal. Minute Nanshan showing this hand was truly a major killing tool, stunning everyone. The hallmark of a peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist was being able to refine heavenly imperial pills. In this land of Heavenly South, apart from Zhao Zun and Wu Jian, no one could do it. Hence, that was how they could become hall masters. But now, Minute Nanshan had likewise done it. With this, it really became difficult to deal with. Zhao Zun understood now that these guys were simply long prepared to launch an attack during this banquet. He also did not expect that making Yi Yuan be third hall master would actually cause such a mighty uproar. Minute Nanshan said coolly, 2 hall masters, this minute wonders if I have the qualifications to be third hall master or not. The 3 great families affiliated families, especially the Minute family's subsidiaries, were all extremely excited. Family head Minute breaking through was really a piece of Ma's sieve good news to him. Supporting family head Minute to assume the position of third hall master. 2 hall masters, you mustn't make everyone's heart turn cold. What capability does this boy have to dare serve as third hall master? To the vast majority of the people, a true grade heavenly pill was too far beyond reach. They knew that although true grade heavenly pills were good, these pills had nothing to do with them. Firstly, true grade heavenly pills would definitely be strictly controlled by the 2 hall masters. Secondly, even if true grade heavenly pills could be released, the price would also not be what they could bear. They all heard that Jiang Li spent 68 million heavenly crystals in order to obtain that true grade heavenly pill. To ordinary martial artists, this was simply not what they could afford to spend. Ironcore had a pleased look and looked toward Yi Yuan as he said, "Boy, you still have the cheek to stand there. This place is Heavenly South people's Heavenly South. Scram back to wherever you came from." The general trend had already formed, even the 2 hall masters were powerless to turn the tables too. In his view, Yi Yuan getting kicked out was already a certainty. Yi Yuan looked at Ironcore and said with a smile, "After a long time, you finally jumped out. This move of yours is indeed played beautifully. It's just that it's too dumb." Ironcore smiled coldly and said, "Brat, you're still boasting shamelessly at this point. You harbor ill intent and sowed discord in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Come, men, take this boy down. Who dares?" Zhao Zun shouted coldly. The expressions of those guards changed and sure enough, they did not dare to move anymore. After all, it was Head Hall Master. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and walked down the platform with a smile. Chapter 2668, No amount of money can buy my joy. Chapter 2668, No amount of money can buy my joy. Master Yi. Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun were somewhat stupefied, not knowing why Yi Yuan was walking toward them at this time. In this place, they were just a pair of unbelievably insignificant minor characters. But Yi Yuan had indeed walked in front of them. "I heard that the 2 of you got engaged. This is a gift that I prepared for the 2 of you. Peiyun, this girl is pretty good. You mustn't let her down in the future." Yi Yuan handed over 2 wooden boxes with a smile. Thank you, Master Yi." Huang Haoyan received the wooden box with a blank face, uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan smiled. Pointing at the wooden box, he said smilingly, "The 2 of you, use this gift right now. After leaving this place, you guys probably won't have a chance to use it anymore." Huang Haoyan still had a blank look, but Su Peiyun was already trembling from excitement. Clearly, she already guessed what was in this wooden box. She smacked the back of Huang Haoyan's head and had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations, and said, "You're stupid as HL. This is a Ma's sieve lucky chance. Hurry up and open it. It's a true grade heavenly pill stored inside here." Huang Haoyan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. A true grade heavenly pill was something that he did not even dare to think about. Now, Yi Yuan actually gave it to him for free. Opening the wooden box to take a look, it was indeed 2 crystal clear heavenly pills. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Zun or Minute Nanshan, the pupils of the alchemy powerhouses currently present constricted. This is the greater sublime creation pill. True grade, heavenly imperial pill. Minute Nanshan's words were full of astonishment. Although he had not seen a true grade heavenly pill before, the great Tao account emulations seeping out of it was clear at a glance to him. What was even scarier was that this was actually a heavenly imperial pill. Jiang Li relied on a true grade foundation establishment heavenly pill and broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven. Then, how strong was the medicinal effect of a true grade heavenly imperial pill? In virtually an instant, many people in the banquet had both eyes turn blood red. Their eyes were full of greed. Swoos. H. Plus swoos. H. Plus finally, someone could not resist making a move. However, a streak of white light flashed past. The few people who made a move were directly blasted into residue. Zhao Zun arrived in front of Huang Haoyan two people with a leap and said in a solemn voice, "This Hall Master wants to see who dares to act rashly. The two of you refine the heavenly pills. This Hall Master will stand guard over you guys." At this time, Head Hall Master Zhao Zun's deterrent power was finally exhibited. Minute Nanshan and the rest of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were itching for a try at this time too. But, seeing Zhao Zun demonstrate his power, they still did not take action sensibly. Zhao Zun's prestige in Heavenly South Pill Hall was not for show. Which of the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present did not receive his favor before? If the three great families wanted to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall, it was naturally inconvenient for the others to make a move. But, if it really came down to open hostilities, the three great families did not have confidence in winning at all. Actually, Zhao Zun's heart was currently surging with choppy waves too. Yi Yuan actually brought out true grade heavenly imperial pills the moment he made his move. He thought that if Yi Yuan could refine an ordinary grade 2 heavenly pill, it would already be very impressive. Wanting to refine heavenly imperial pills to true grade, what kind of concept was that? This was also to say that Yi Yuan had walked much further than they imagined along the path of true grade. Of course, Zhao Shu was also clear that Yi Yuan had prepared for a long time and was finally making a big move. At this time, it concerned the future of Heavenly South Pill Hall. He had to anchor the scene. "Didn't you say that you had never seen before true grade heavenly pills? Fine, today, I'll let all of you witness what's called a true grade heavenly pill." How could Huang Haoyan two people have experienced such a spectacle before? They were already frightened silly. In this banquet, the two of them were just small fries, the weakest kind. If not because their relations, HI plus P with Yi Yuan was pretty good, they would not even have the qualifications to enter this place. But now, they were refining heavenly pills under the eyelids of a bunch of Jade Sovereign Heaven and Limitless Sublime Heaven powerhouses. The pressure was tremendous. Master Yi, this gift is too precious. It's too much for us. Why don't you take it back? Huang Haoyan said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No amount of money can buy my joy. I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to friends. If I say that you're worthy of it, you're worthy of it." Su Yi let loose a torrent of abuse by the side, saying, "You stupid pig, this is a Ma's Civ lucky chance. You're actually pus. HI plussing it away. Your father doesn't have a son-in-law like you. Unworthy thing, angering your father to death." Huang Haoyan turned to look at Su Peiyun and discovered that his fiancée had a look of antic. 1p Asian 2. This was really a Ma's Civ lucky chance. After Pares sing by this village, there would not be this shop anymore. Okay. Then we'll refine it. Huang Haoyan gritted his teeth and directly swallowed the greater sublime creation pill. When the heavenly pill entered his abdomen, an overwhelming force surged crazily towards his small world. His inner world seemed to have been filled to the brim all at once, the frenzied divine essence flooding in. The medicinal effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills did not lose to grade 3 heavenly pills in the first place. And how many times stronger was the power of true grade heavenly imperial pills compared to ordinary heavenly imperial pills? What was even more terrifying was that even with such crazed divine essence was pouring in, his entire being actually did not face the slightest rejection. Huang Haoyan was peak upper greater sublime heavenly stratum in the first place. In virtually an instant, He crossed this threshold and successfully broke through the realm. Grand completion, greater sublime heaven. Seeing such a terrifying medicinal effect, the expressions of the heavyweights present all changed wildly. This is also too fast, right? Breaking through the realm was done in a flash. H. Plus, is this true grade? Utterly terrifying. Even if it's an upper 9th grade heavenly imperial pill, it's not worth mentioning at all in front of this medicinal effect too. Amidst the shocked voices, Huang Haoyan's cultivation realm was still increasing rapidly. The great Tao accumulations contained in the greater sublime creation pill let Huang Haoyan give rise to a trace of comprehension. Limitless sublime heavenly stratum was right before his eyes. The scariest thing about true-grade heavenly pills was not that terrifying medicinal effect, but that trace of great Tao accumulation that was integrated inside. This trace of great Tao accumulation could inspire the martial artist's comprehension of heaven and earth. Jiang Li broke through to Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratum precisely because of this trace of enlightenment. Huang Haoyan's understanding of limitless sublime heavenly stratum became clearer and clearer. That barrier confining him became more and more fragile. Finally, with a bang, it broke. The current Huang Haoyan felt as if he was soaring above the 9th heaven, overlooking the world. That sort of feeling was wonderful to the extreme. Is this limitless sublime heavenly stratum? Huang Haoyan slowly opened both eyes, recollecting the aftertaste endlessly. His gaze swept over everyone's faces and discovered that everyone in the main hall was looking at him with blank faces. It was as if they had seen something beyond comprehension. But by his side, Su Peiyun broke through one step earlier than him. 2 true-grade heavenly imperial pills, 2 limitless sublime heavenly stratums. Gulp. Many people involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, showing their shock currently. True-grade heavenly pill, it truly shocked them. Zhao Zun looked at the two with a look of surprise and said, Is this the power of a true-grade heavenly imperial pill? From upper greater sublime heaven to lower limitless sublime heaven, it's merely a snap of a finger. True-grade heavenly imperial pill, it's indeed utterly terrifying. Chapter 2669, Executing Things in a Sweeping Manner. Chapter 2669, Executing Things in a Sweeping Manner. Many thanks, Master Yi. Huang Haoyan. 2 people gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan respectfully. Yi Yuan had indeed given them a huge lucky chance, making them benefit endlessly. They both could feel that the effects of this greater sublime creation pill still had some remnants in their bodies. In the future, it will be excavated little by little. The two could not help somewhat feeling vicissitudes of emotion. Becoming acquainted with Yi Yuan was a Ma's sieve good fortune in itself. Otherwise, they would probably already be dead currently, let alone talk about breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I, Yi Yuan, am never stingy to my own people. But this ye will also never show leniency to enemies. The words made everyone's expression change. This was clearly not only said for the two of them but said for everyone present to hear. As long as you followed me, Yi Yuan, there would be plenty of benefits in the future. But if you wanted to oppose me, sorry, your outcome might be very miserable. Brat, do you want to use true-grade heavenly pills to beguile people's hearts? What a joke. To others, this true-grade heavenly pill is merely a castle in the sky, that's all. You want to use this to whet everyone's appetite. Want test and support you to become 3rd Hall Master with this? Who, may I ask you what benefits we can get after you become 3rd Hall Master? Ironcore said with a cold smile. Witnessing the power of a true-grade heavenly pill, Ironcore was extremely shocked too. But the more it was so, the more it could prove the expression of his views. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him, but swept his gaze over everyone's faces and said coolly, Don't say that this he doesn't give you the chance. Right now, who else wants to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall? Step forward. This is making people pick sides. If one withdrew from Heavenly South Pill Hall, they will definitely be unfated with true-grade heavenly pills in the future. Who, are you thinking too much? You think that by not withdrawing, you'll be fated with true-grade heavenly pills? Many people's faces revealed a look of hesitation. Even the three great families' subordinate factions were also hesitating at this time. After all, true grade heavenly pill was too effective. Looks like two hall masters are hell-bent on breaking away from our three great families. Fine, my Minute family will be the first to withdraw from Heavenly South Pill Hall, Minute Nanshan said with a cold smile. I'll withdraw. I'm withdrawing too. The moment Minute Nanshan came forward, immediately there were families who were subordinate to the Minute family that stepped forward. However, the numbers suddenly dropped by more than half compared to before. Clearly, some families were still hesitating. Minute Nanshan's heart thumped and he could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. The impact of this big move that Yi Yuan just released was seriously too strong. Some families' willpower was already disintegrating. Humph. Do you guys think that by staying in Heavenly South Pill Hall, you can obtain true grade heavenly pills? Too naive. Minute Nanshan said with a cold snort. He wanted to spur these people on, but the effect was negligible. Those hesitating clearly already had an idea in mind. How could it be changed easily? However, what made Minute Nanshan feel uneasy was Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu. He had already expressed his attitude clearly. Yet, these two people actually did not concur immediately. Minute Nanshan's eyes looked over and discovered that these two people were clearly both hesitating. Seeing that the family heads did not move, these two families vs Sal families naturally did not dare to easily express their stand too. Song Tianyang, Yun Baiyu, what are you guys still waiting for? Minute Nanshan said in a solemn voice. Right at this time, Yun Baiyu let out a deep sigh, like he had made up his mind about something. The moment Minute Nanshan saw this, he could not help being overjoyed. Yun Baiyu suddenly gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, this Yun was blinded by greed previously, resulting in affronting Third Hall Master. My Yun family is willing to receive punishment. Yun Baiyu, you. Minute Nanshan's expression changed wildly. That look wished to swallow Yun Baiyu whole. But Zhao Zun and Wu Jian exchanged a glance, a hint of pleasant surprise flash. Plussing across in their eyes. Yi Yuan's big move had indeed proved effective. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was a true grade heavenly imperial pill. The impact on the two great family heads was too strong. As long as the three great families fell apart, even if the Minute family really became independent, it would be nothing too. Excellent play. These two people's eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became different. Suddenly, Song Tianyang bowed to Yi Yuan too as he said, Song Tianyang pays respect to Third Hall Master. My Song family is also willing to receive punishment. All the heavyweights present were incredibly shocked. Originally, the two great hall masters were already pressed into a corner. Who would have thought that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, the situation would undergo an astonishing plussing reversal, two great family heads turned traitor at the same time, while Minute Nanshan and Ironcore two people stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The three families had talked it over, to advance and withdraw together. Who knew that at this juncture, the Song and Yun two families actually turned traitors at the same time? Now, the one who found it difficult to back down became Minute Nanshan instead. Ironcore was just an outsider. Heavenly South Pill Hall's change did not have much bearing on him. But the Minute family was different. If only his family withdrew, that would make it difficult to do much single-handedly. Without the support of the other two great families, even if he reached peak grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, how could he be Heavenly South Pill Hall's match? A hint of an imperceptible sneer flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Actually, it was not that Ironcore's trick was not perfect. It was just that he severely underestimated his strength. True grade Heavenly Imperial Pill, how many people could resist this kind of temptation? Moreover, he still had an ace in the hole. Song and Yun two families provoked Heavenly South Pill Hall's authority, conspiring to rebel. Now, this Hall Master will strip away the two of your elder positions. Are you guys convinced? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. These two families had just pledged allegiance, directly stripping the family heads of their elder position. Wasn't this pus? Plussing them out? An elder position represented too many things. This punishment could be rated as heavy. The moment Minute Nanshan heard, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, Song Tianyang, Yun Baiyu, you guys are really laughable." He doesn't buy it at all. Song and Yun, two people's expressions also changed abruptly. However, they gritted their teeth and said, "Song Tianyang, Yun Baiyu, is wholeheartedly convinced." Everyone was shocked again. No one expected that they admitted defeat so obediently. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a solemn voice, "For the land of heavenly south, there's the myriad demons mountain to the north, and Thistle South Sea Race to the south. It can be said that the people are surviving between the crevices. Therefore, everyone uniting as one is the most important thing. Harming heavenly south's interests for one's own personal gain, they should be kicked out. Today, this Hall Master will announce that the Minute family will be expelled forever under the authority of Third Hall Master." Everyone's heart could not help sinking. This measure was truly swift and fierce. Except, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan continued, "But then again, since it's uniting as one, this Hall Master naturally won't HOA road either. In half a month, the Alchemy Path families present each pick out 5 elite disciples and send them to Heavenly South Pill Hall. This Hall Master will teach them personally. In addition, this Hall Master will also discuss with Head Hall Master and Second Hall Master to set a rule. Those who can meet this standard will all have a chance to obtain a true grade Heavenly Pill. Of course, this Hall Master also hopes that in the future, there will be someone among you all who can refine true grade Heavenly Pills too." Chapter 2670, Heavenly South's Number 2 Genius. Chapter 2670, Heavenly South's Number 2 Genius. A small family's patriarch said with a face full of excitement, "Third Hall Master, you mean, all the families present?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "That's right. It's all of the families. If the various major cities have suitable candidates, they can send them over too. But I'll say the unpleasant things first. This Hall Master has my own standards in selecting people. If they can't meet the standards, they will be sent back without exception. But, as long as I take them in, presumably it won't be a problem for them to step into grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in the future." The whole audience was in an uproar. These words were really too domineering. It was just that, many people expressed skepticism about this. "Who, ignorant fools? Do you think that grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists are all cabbages? A puny little grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist is spouting a stream of empty rhetoric here. What a joke," Minute Nanshan said with a cold laugh. Although these words were somewhat unpleasant when coming out of his mouth, they represented what everyone was thinking in their hearts. Those able to reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists were already feudal kings of a region in this Heavenly South City. Not anybody could reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Whether or not it's cabbages, has nothing to do with you anymore. Family Head Minute, you've already withdrawn from Heavenly South Pill Hall. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to be telling people what to do here?" Minute Nanshan's face flushed red, immediately feeling somewhat ashamed to show his face. He was actually being isolated now. Zhao Zun also spoke up at this time, saying, "Minute Nanshan, the real idiot is you. Even this Hall Master also needs to ask for advice with an open mind in front of Yi Yuan. Whoever can obtain his guidance, becoming a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in the future is probably the most basic threshold." "What? How is this possible? Head Hall Master means that Third Hall Master is giving pointers to him? Could it be that in the future, grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists will really become cabbages?" Zhao Zun personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. This made the big shots from everywhere incredibly shocked. It was true that Yi Yuan could refine true grade Heavenly Pills. But that was just grade 2 Heavenly Pills. A grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist giving pointers to a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, it sounded somewhat fantastical no matter. Even Minute Nanshan's expression changed abruptly too. "Humph. Then, let's wait and see." Minute Nanshan's face fell, and he flicked his sleeves and left. Zhao Zun's gaze looked toward Iron Core, and he said in a cold voice, "Iron Core, from today onwards, my Heavenly South Pill Hall absolutely won't refine a single Heavenly Pill for your lineage. Take your leave." Iron Core's expression changed wildly, feeling like he shot himself in the foot. Why was Heavenly South Pill Hall so impressive? It was because they monopolized all the supply of Heavenly South's heavenly pills. However, before this, factions stood in great numbers in Heavenly South Pill Hall, each with their own interests. Even Zhao Zun two people were no exception either. Therefore, wanting to boycott a certain faction was actually very difficult. But now, Yi Yuan shocked all of the alchemy path families with lightning means. Then, who still dared to show face to him? Iron Core? Iron Core gritted his teeth and also left in resentment. Zhao Zun said in a solemn voice, "From tomorrow on, this Hall Master and Second Hall Master will go into closed seclusion. All of Heavenly South Pill Hall's matters will be taken charge of by Third Hall Master. In addition, if anyone dares to sell Iron Core's lineage heavenly pills, they will be immediately expelled from Heavenly South Pill Hall." Everyone was inexplicably shocked. No one thought that the two Hall Masters were actually going into closed seclusion. Then in the closed seclusion period, the real Hall Master would actually become Yi Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan's pointers in the past few days gave these two people a feeling of grand awakening. It even overthrew their inherent understanding of alchemy Dao over the years. Therefore, they needed to go into closed seclusion to reorganize the accumulation of so many years. If not for this feast today, they would have long gone into closed seclusion. In less than 3 days, the disciples carefully selected by the various major families have already been sent to Heavenly South Pill Hall. Obtaining the legacy of true grade, how could they let such an opportunity slip by? Carrot and stick, this was a management method that proved effective every time. Wanting to make these families submit wholeheartedly, deterrence was a must. There naturally could not dispense with benefits too. Yi Yuan's personal guidance was the greatest benefit. Especially that even Zhao Zun personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan become even more mysterious in front of the factions from all over. This estranged feeling would make people give rise to a sense of awe. Over 200 disciples were brought into a very big pill refining room. After entering, the guards went out. There were only these disciples left in the pill refining room. In Heavenly South City, these major families' disciples mostly knew each other and naturally started to engage in small talk. One of them was immediately being lauded like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. "Congratulations, Brother Wenhao. You're Heavenly South's number 2 genius to begin with. This time, being personally guided by Master Yi, you'll definitely be able to achieve true grade heavenly pill. When the time comes, the Song family will be Heavenly South's number 1 family clan. Still Heavenly South's number 2 genius. Master Jiang Li has already advanced to grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. He's already considered a senior. How can he be called a genius? Brother Wenhao is the well-deserving Heavenly South's number 1 genius now. Right. Number 1 genius. Number 1 genius. Song Wenhao was the Song family's number 1 genius. At the same time, he was also reputed as Heavenly South's number 2 genius after Jiang Li. But he had made quite a bit of accomplishment in alchemy at a young age. His strength overpowered those in the same rank in Heavenly South. This time, the Song family reined in at the brink of the precipice and similarly obtained the right to roll in elite disciples. Song Wenhao naturally occupied a foremost position. Although Song Tianyang's strength was not as good as Minute Nanshan's, the Song family saw hope in Song Wenhao, and they naturally focused on grooming him. Being praised by everyone, Song Wenhao smiled calmly and said, "True grade heavenly pills have been spread until they seem miraculous. In my view, it's merely nothing more than this. The land of Heavenly South just doesn't know the right method. That's why true grade will seem precious. As long as this young master learns the method of refinement, wouldn't true grade heavenly pills still be easily accomplished?" He never felt that he was worse than Jiang Li in any way. He had actually always been unconvinced by the title of number 2 genius. As for true grade, although he knew that it was impressive, he did not care. It was nothing more than the method of inheritance. He, Song Wenhao, had always been incredibly fast in cultivating heavenly medicine refining arts. As long as he grasped the method of inheritance, he felt that he would definitely be able to refine true grade heavenly pills. Time slowly trickled by. no body came to this pill refining room. They were forgotten for the greater part of the day. Many people started to get irritated. Some paced back and forth, some were restless, and others were full of complaints. Humph! What's the deal with hanging us out to dry here? These 3 hall masters are also taking Heavenly South's noble families too lightly. Song Wenhao was the most impatient and could not refrain from grumbling. Isn't that so? Looks like he didn't call us over to teach us at all. It's purely to give a blow to Heavenly South's noble families. Someone immediately echoed. 3rd Hall Master is dissatisfied with our family's previous actions. This is deliberately giving us a blow to take revenge. Along with the Par's Sage of Time, similar complaints grew more and more. These genius disciples also became even more impatient and restless. However, there were exceptions too. One of the young men came before the furnace fire and practiced fire controlling techniques. Who, Song Minja, with your poultry skills, don't make a spectacle of yourself. Making a frantic last-minute effort, do you think that 3rd Hall Master will pick you? Song Wenhao looked at him and said with a sneer. Chapter 2671, Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 2671, Survival of the Fittest. Who, similarly you are a Song family's descendant, but Song Minja, you're simply a piece of trash. Plus just this bit of skill, you also dare to show off your incompetence in front of Brother Wenhao? What a joke. The Song family actually let you come and make up the numbers. When Song Wenhao opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred, helping to reprove Song Minja together. Song Wenhao was popular and would definitely be an important person in the future. Getting on his good terms at this time would be equivalent to climbing up a large tree. Song Minja was Song Wenhao's cousin. In this generation, he had a mediocre apartment and barely managed to be sent over. However, in the eyes of the Song family, he was merely playing the character of accompanying the crown prince to study. It was impossible to be selected. Normally, Song Wenhao looked down on this cousin and had no lack of disparaging him in the family. Big brother, I don't have the intention of displaying my slight skill before an expert. I just felt bored from waiting. So why not practice fire controlling technique to Par's the time, Song Minja said. Pa. Song Wenhao gave him a backhanded slap and shouted coldly, learn to talk back her. Those who can come here, which one isn't stronger than you? With your poultry skills, go back home if you want to be a disgrace. You coming here is losing face for the Song family. Song Minja covered his face, but his eyes were very stubborn. He did not feel that he did anything wrong. Practicing fire controlling technique to Par's the time was wrong too? When Song Wenhao saw that Song Minja was not convinced, he was even more furious. Bang! He kicked Song Minja's chest again, directly sending him flying with a kick. Presumptuous thing, you dare to look at me using this sort of eyes? This young master will beat you, this disobedient thing, to death. Creak. Right at this time, the pill refining room's door was suddenly opened. Yi Yuan brought Kui Tong and the rest and walked in slowly. 3rd Hall Master is here. The group of geniuses were surprised and hurriedly stood in line. Even Song Wenhao also reined in his arrogance and stood there respectfully. Song Minja struggled to his feet and did not say anything. He just stood at one side quietly. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces. All the geniuses felt short on breath, nervous to the extreme. They did not know why. This person in front of them clearly had a similar cultivation realm as them. But when they faced Yi Yuan, they had a feeling of being seen through. For you guys to be able to come here, it means that you guys are all elite disciples in your families. However, being selected by your families doesn't mean being selected by me too. This Hall Master has my own standards for choosing people. Now, you all practice by yourselves. Let this Hall Master take a look at your strength first. Yi Yuan said coolly. Many people were immediately raring to go as soon as they heard it. Just as Yi Yuan said, those who could come here were all elites. They naturally wanted to display their strength in front of Yi Yuan, in hopes of being able to become Yi Yuan's disciple. That was true grade inheritance. Who's first? Yi Yuan said. I'll go first. Song Wenhao came forward on his own accord and was the first one to step out of the ranks. Many people wanted to compete to be the first too, but seeing that Song Wenhao had made a move, they consciously backed out. The first one to take the stage naturally had an advantage. First impressions were the most lasting. The earlier someone displayed their skills, the earlier it could capture people's eyes. Especially someone like Song Wenhao, the moment he made his move, it would seem dull and disinteresting afterward. The chances of being selected would clearly be much lower too. Of course, this was also established on the foundation of strength. If one did not have strength but took the stage first, there could only be the result of being beaten. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Okay, you'll refine a grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill." Song Wenhao smiled proudly and said, "Third Hall Master, the foundation establishment heavenly pill is too simple, it can't demonstrate my strength at all." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said with displeasure, "Are you testing this Hall Master? Or is it this Hall Master who's testing you?" When Song Wenhao saw that Yi Yuan got angry, he could not help being alarmed inwardly, and hurriedly said with embarrassment, "IIT's naturally Third Hall Master who's testing this disciple. Okay, the foundation establishment heavenly pill it is." When Song Wenhao made his move, he was indeed strong, immediately attracting a furor of exclamations. To him, grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill was simply child's play. It was too easy. Very soon, the heavenly pill came out of the furnace. Without the slightest surprise, middle 9th grade. To a grade 2 heavenly alchemist, being able to refine the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill to middle 9th grade was a very impressive thing in itself. After coming down, Song Wenhao had a proud look on his face. He believed that this heavenly pill could absolutely move Yi Yuan, unless he was blind. Of course, Yi Yuan appeared very calm. Song Wenhao was not very surprised. To really talk about geniuses, Yi Yuan was the most freakish one. Being able to refine true grade heavenly pills at this age, this was a monster. However, Song Wenhao would not be unduly humble either. In his view, Yi Yuan just had a better background than him. Following this, the various major families' genius disciples displayed their strength one after another. Yi Yuan did not make them refine other heavenly pills either, it was all grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Only after spending a full 3 days' time did Yi Yuan finish watching all of these people. However, when Song Minja was refining, Yi Yuan paid special attention and secretly nodded his head in his heart. Actually, the things that happened here, Yi Yuan had long perceived it at a glance. In reality, making them wait here was a part of the assessment in itself. Yi Yuan had an impression of every person present. After everyone finished refining, all the geniuses looked at Yi Yuan with looks of antic 1-ation. While Song Wenhao was brother IMMING with confidence. "Now, whoever I point to, stand over there." Yi Yuan slowly extended his hand and pointed at Song Wenhao first. Song Wenhao revealed a smile like it was as expected, and stepped out of the ranks to stand at one side. The others cast envious looks towards him one after another. You too." Yi Yuan pointed one by one. Many of those he pointed at were the top geniuses of the various major families. Even if some people were not as good as Song Wenhao, they were about the same too. Yi Yuan pointed at more than 150 people in one go before stopping. Those who were pointed at were all beside themselves with joy, while those who were not pointed at had dejected faces because they lost a golden opportunity. "You all can go back already," Yi Yuan said to the 150 over people indifferently. Song Wenhao was taken aback and said, What did you say?" Yi Yuan raised his volume a little as he said coolly, "I said, you all can go back already. The rest will become my disciples." As he said, Yi Yuan pointed in Song Minja that direction. He was kept. Song Wenhao opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief as he said, "Third Hall Master, are you mistaken? This bunch of trash is going to become your disciples?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "What did you say?" Song Wenhao suddenly raised his voice and said furiously, "Third Hall Master, you hold great power and authority, but us noble family disciples aren't easy to bully either. Were you messing with us noble family descendants by having our families send us over?" I really don't know what kind of benchmark you're using to assess, eliminating us geniuses and leaving behind these tras. H. Plus who, I, Song Wenhao, am not convinced. I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced. Chapter 2672, Giving Pointers. Chapter 2672, Giving Pointers. This group of geniuses was all stubborn and unruly people. If there was really a justifiable reason to eliminate them, then forget it. Yet, Yi Yuan picked a bunch of fellows who were not outstanding, and he eliminated all of these outstanding ones instead. How could they be willing to agree? Even Song Minjia themselves also had blank faces, making neither head nor tail of it. In reality, they also agreed with Song Wenhao's point of view in their hearts, thinking that Yi Yuan was intentionally making fun of these noble families. Otherwise, how could they, these characters who were accompanying the crown prince to study, possibly be chosen? Yi Yuan had clearly long antic. 1P aided these people's reactions and said indifferently, "This hall master naturally knows that you guys are not convinced. However, this hall master will make you all convince. Starting from today onward, all of you can come here every day too, and receive my guidance and cultivate according to my requirements. 3 months later, you guys will undergo a showdown. If you all can win and slap this hall master's face, this hall master naturally welcomes you to stay." Song Wenhao's gaze turned sharp, and he said with a sneer, "Third hall master, this is what you said. I, Song Wenhao, am definitely slapping this face. Third hall master, I hope that you don't go back on your word. Dueling with this bunch of trash, this young master can win them lying down. What could change in 3 months? Moreover, they were even able to receive the same guidance. With their talent, they would only pull further and further away from those trash. How could they possibly be Serpa?" said. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "You all rest assured. This hall master is naturally a man of his word. When the time comes, not only will you guys stay, this hall master will even apologize to you guys." Song Wenhao smiled coldly and said, "Then what are we still waiting for? Let's start." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "The first lesson that I'm teaching you all is cultivating grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of upper 9th grade. Now, let's start." "What? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill? Third hall master, you aren't joking, right? Grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, what's there to cultivate?" Song Wenhao was taken aback and immediately questioned. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just need to do it. Why are there so many questions? If you don't want to, you can leave right now." Song Wenhao's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph. Isn't it just upper 9th grade? This young master has already reached middle 9th grade. Isn't it half a step away from upper 9th grade?" Hence, the group of geniuses started practicing by themselves. They did not feel that grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill had any use, but they could only follow accordingly. In Song Wenhao's view, with his talent and strength, reaching upper 9th grade would just be easily achieved. But he was wrong. Before upper 9th grade, it could be achieved by relying on talent. However, upper 9th grade required hard work plus talent. He tried 10 times and failed. 100 times and still failed. Hence, he started getting irritated and impatient. But, the more so, the more he could not refine an upper 9th grade. In fact, the quality even showed regression. What the BLOODYHELL? Your father has refined for half a month. What's the use of spending time on this kind of meaningless thing every day? Song Wenhao knocked all the things on the table off with a smack as he said impatiently. In reality, it was not just him who felt annoyed and impatient. Those few people that Yi Yuan pointed out would more or less appear somewhat agitated and restless. In their view, being able to reach 9th grade was already enough. Wasting time on this kind of meaningless thing was not worth it at all. Their refinement was also intermittent and half-hearted. Low-level basic heavenly pills were worthless in their eyes. However, most of Yi Yuan's attention was on Song Minjia. This boy's temperament was level-headed. He treated each pill refinement very seriously and never rested too. A person should not underestimate this point. To a heavenly alchemist, It was a tremendous consumption of energy and willpower. Without the support of strong willpower, it was simply impossible to do it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan perceived from him practicing the fire controlling technique previously that his foundation was very solid. The disparity between Song Minjie and Song Wenhao was actually just affinity. In terms of affinity, Song Wenhao shook Song Minjie off by several streets. But in terms of perseverance, in terms of foundation, in terms of temperament, Song Minjie shook Song Wenhao off by more than a dozen street. However, in Yi Yuan's view, the latter was the prerequisite to becoming a powerful heavenly alchemist. Therefore, he was very optimistic about Song Minjie. Song Minjie had clearly realized it too. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Therefore, he was plussing himself frantically. Song Minjie's talent was poor, which was also just relative to Song Wenhao. Actually, Song Minjie's foundation was very solid. His grade 1 foundation establishment Heavenly Pill already reached peak 8th grade 2. There was only a step away from 9th grade as well. And a short half a month later, he finally crossed 9th grade, this threshold, as well. In reality, in this half a month, Yi Yuan had been continuously giving guidance to the geniuses present too, including the Song Wenhao that he looked down upon the most. But, with regards to the refining technique of the grade 1 foundation establishment Heavenly Pill, these so-called geniuses would not take it in at all. Instead, it was this bunch of so-called trash who accepted it unconditionally. In this half a month, each of them made tremendous improvements. Of course, this bit of improvement was utterly not worth mentioning in the view of Song Wenhao and the rest. Seeing Song Wenhao flew off the handle, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Pick it up." Song Wenhao said with a cold snort, "Based on what? Third Hall Master, you're clearly targeting us. What's there to refine about the lousy foundation establishment Heavenly Pill?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said in a cold voice, "This Hall Master will say it again, pick it up for me." A powerful aura pressured Song Wenhao until his expression changed abruptly. Similarly, being a greater sublime heavenly stratum, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was actually like that of a ferocious beast. Too terrifying. I'll pick it up." After Song Wenhao picked it up, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Get lost." Song Wenhao's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "What? What did you say?" Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "You don't deserve to be here. Right now, immediately, at once, get lost." In Yi Yuan's view, with this kind of temperament, it was simply impossible to have any accomplishments in alchemy. What could high affinity show? Moreover, affinity in itself could be change. Song Wenhao's gaze turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Third Hall Master, I think that you're forcing our Song family to break away from Heavenly South Pill Hall." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Just the likes of you can decide the direction of the Song family too? If you're still not scramming, this Hall Master will send you out personally." Song Wenhao's eyes were spewing fire and he shouted coldly, "I'll go then. Either way, it's useless to stay here too. 2.5 months later, I, Song Wenhao, will definitely make you apologize to my face. You think that by relying on this bunch of trash, you can win against me?" Finished talking, Song Wenhao turned right around and left. In the pill refining room, it was silent. There was only the sound of flames bursting forth. Song Minjie and the rest were still immersed in pill refining at this time and were completely oblivious to what was happening here. To Yi Yuan, this was merely a small interlude. Song Wenhao was nothing more than a clown jumping around, falling short of Yi Yuan's standard. Time flew by quickly. 3 months' period ended very soon. On this day, the various Noble families' patriarchs arrived one after another. After Song Wenhao went out, Yi Yuan's criteria for selecting people also immediately shocked all of the Noble families. Today, they naturally had to come and take a look as well. Chapter 2673, Stubborn and Reluctant to Admit Mistakes? Chapter 2673, Stubborn and Reluctant to Admit Mistakes? This is simply nonsense. This Third Hall Master drove all of our Noble family's most elite disciples back. Those who remained are all some guys that aren't of any use. What the hell is this? In my view, he did it on purpose. He has never thought of leaving behind the true grade heavenly pill inheritance at all. He's deceiving the two hall masters and also wants to fool us, these noble families. In the main hall, there was a noisy clamor. Many family heads expressed strong displeasure with Yi Yuan's actions. Even Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu, two people, their expressions were very ugly too. They both had a feeling of being fooled. But luckily, the Song family and Yun family both left 3 people behind. However, the Song family's and Yun family's strongest juniors, Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan, were both rejected by Yi Yuan. Without this duel, they would naturally make noise. But Yi Yuan gave Song Wenhao and Yun Yuan a chance. They naturally had to wait for a while. They also wanted to see what kind of miraculous means this third hall master had, to be able to make those trash serpa the top disciples. The door to the pill refining room opened. Kui Tong walked out and said, "Gentlemen, please come in." The big shots entered in a single file, somewhat impatient to slap Yi Yuan's face. They did not believe that the geniuses they exhausted resources to groom actually could not compare to Yi Yuan's 3 months of teaching. Moreover, they even enjoyed the same treatment. Song Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly expression, "Third hall master, you wanted to strip my Song family of the elder position, we've accepted it. But now, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Yun Baiyu also said, "We know that the true grade heavenly pill is extremely precious. But, if third hall master wants to use this kind of method to hammer us now, the Yun family won't sit passively and await destruction either." With these 2 great families' patriarchs taking the lead, the other family heads expressed indignation one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, calm down. You'll know after seeing it. Since you all came, let's get started then. Song Wenhao, you go first." Song Wenhao had a stomach full of anger and was just about to give vent to it. Seeing Yi Yuan mention him, he smiled coldly and said, "As it should be. Wonder if I can choose my opponent myself or not." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, "The people that I've selected, you can choose at will." Song Wenhao waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "No need. I'll pick my brilliant cousin, Song Minja. I know that you think the most highly of him in this group of people. Today, I'm going to trample him underfoot in front of everyone. I'll let third hall master see how blind you were." Yi Yuan did not care either and smiled broadly as he said, "Song Minja, come." "Yes." Song Minja gave a bow and stepped forward. Song Wenhao looked at Song Minja and said disdainfully, "Song Minja, do you really think that you can turn into a phoenix from a hen, and transform from a swallow into a phoenix? Today, this young master will make you see that you're still a hen on the ground." Song Minja's face showed some fear. He knew how big his improvement in these 3 months was. But what Yi Yuan made them practice was all grade 1 basic heavenly pills. Other heavenly pills, they totally never touched them. As a Song family's descendant, Song Minja naturally knew Song Wenhao's strength. Really making him face off against Song Wenhao, he was still lacking confidence in his heart. What kind of eyesight did Song Tianyang and the rest of the family heads have? Seeing Song Minja's expression, they already determined the victor of this match in their hearts. Originally, alchemy was not something that could be learned quickly within a short period of time too. Wanting to make Song Minja beat the proud son of heaven, Song Wenhao, in a short 3 months' time, how was that possible? Each and every one of these family heads, they were sneering to no end in their hearts. They were waiting for the moment Yi Yuan gets his face slap. What was even more damnable was that Yi Yuan even gave the choosing rights of the heavenly pill to the other party. Song Wenhao laughed loudly and said, "My good younger brother, you wouldn't be naive enough to think that I'll pick the grade 1 foundation establishment heavenly pill, right? Relax, I won't be so stupid. Want to compete? We naturally have to fight with real swords and spears, competing in grade 2 heavenly pills. No matter how good you refine grade 1 heavenly pills, what's the bloody use? I choose the greater sublime creation pill." Hearing this, the corners of Song Tianyang's mouth curled slightly. This greater sublime creation pill was precisely what Yi Yuan brought out to everyone back then, the heavenly imperial pill that made Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun directly break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Why was Song Wenhao called a genius? Precisely because he could already refine heavenly imperial pills at a young age. Peak Grade 2 Heavenly Alchemist. Although the grade of the heavenly imperial pills that he refined still had much room for improvement, being able to refine it was already worthy of flaunting in itself. Heavenly imperial pills were not what everyone could refine. Many family heads were secretly sneering. No wonder Song Wenhao, this boy, was able to be regarded highly by Song Tianyang. This heavenly pill is chosen brilliantly. You look at Song Minja's expression, and you'll know that he definitely can't do it. Who, making Song Minja refine a heavenly imperial pill within 3 months? How is this possible? With this, I want to see how Yi Yuan gets through this. These family heads had already prepared a belly full of taunting and jeering, preparing to gift it to Yi Yuan. Even the factions that followed Zhao Zun and Wu Jian were quite unhappy with Yi Yuan now too. This method of squelching families was very low level. Song Minja's expression was very ugly. He could not resist looking at Yi Yuan and said fluidly, "Master Yi." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to have any pressure. You just refine as per normal." Song Minja was at the very most a middle-level grade 2 heavenly alchemist. He did not even reach high level. Therefore, refining a heavenly imperial pill was something rubbish talk. He also did not think that by refining grade 1 basic heavenly pills, he would be able to refine heavenly imperial pills. Song Minja knew that Yi Yuan had very high hopes for him, so the pressure of him was even greater. If he lost, Master Yi's face would really be utterly lost. He was often compared to Song Wenhao by others in the Song family and treated as a negative example. Now, he finally managed to win recognition from Yi Yuan. So he did not want to lose face for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan's comforting still calmed him down slightly. He always felt that Yi Yuan had a deep meaning in making him refine grade 1 basic heavenly pills. When the refinement started, Song Minja tossed these things to the back of his head very quickly. His seriousness toward pill refinement was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan picked him. Compared to Song Wenhao, Song Minja's disposition was far better. Although he was shouldering tremendous pressure, he could enter the zone very quickly and would not be crushed by the pressure. In fact, he would even turn pressure into drive. Seeing Song Minja's somewhat bustling appearance, Song Tianyang suddenly said, "Third Hall Master, is this the explanation that you're giving us?" "It's really nothing much." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Continue watching." Without reaching the last second, who can know the result? With regards to Yi Yuan's words, everyone still responded with cold smiles. Stubborn and reluctant to admit mistakes was talking about the current Yi Yuan, right? With Song Minja's fluid US third appearance, could he refine a heavenly imperial pill? What a joke. Right now, they felt that with the 2 Hall Masters making Yi Yuan into 3rd Hall Master, it was a complete mistake. Chapter 2674, Take Them Back. Chapter 2674, Take Them Back. Song Wenhao, Greater Sublime Creation Pill, lower 2nd grade. Along with Kui Tong's announcement, everyone marveled in admiration. Compared to Yi Yuan's true grade, this was naturally nothing. But this result was sufficient to overpower his peers. Song Wenhao, this boy, grew stronger again, really well deserving of being Heavenly South's number 2 genius. His potential isn't the slightest bit worse than Jiang Li. That Song Minja probably already refined it into a ruined pill, right? Who, 3rd Hall Master, is really going to get his face slapped with this? After the heavyweights marveled with admiration, there were mocking voices about Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan get deflated was what they wanted to do most right now. Even Song Minja himself also turned ashen pale after he saw this result. He felt that he was probably unable to surpass it. After all, he had never refined heavenly imperial pills prior to this. Being able to persevere on this time was a miracle in itself. While Song Wenhao had a proud look and said with a cold smile, "Reckless and blind thing, just the likes of you dare to contend for glory with this young master too? You'll be going to get it after returning to the family clan this time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hasn't Song Minja not opened the furnace yet? What are each and every one of you getting excited for?" Song Tianyang could not help laughing as he said, "Is there still a need to open the furnace?" With how Minja looked, Being able to persevere is already a miracle. There's a 90% chance that the heavenly pill in this furnace has become a ruined pill already. Yi Yuan smiled and said, isn't there still that 10% possibility? Song Minja, open the furnace. Song Minja opened the furnace with a fluid US turd mood. Boom. The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a heavenly pill appeared before everyone very quickly. The countenances of the big shots instantly changed. Song Wenhao's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, how is this possible? It actually formed into a pill. Song Tianyang had a blank look too as he said, Minja's refinement clearly had no methodology to speak of, and yet his refinement can form a pill like this too? Song Wenhao gave a cold snort and said, it's useless even if it forms into a pill too. With just the likes of this trash, he can only refine a lower grade one too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Kui Tong, examine the pill. Kui Tong complied and put the Greater Sublime Creation pill on the Cloud Mount Motherstone and said, Song Minja, Greater Sublime Creation pill, middle third grade. This sentence was seemingly like a sledgehammer abruptly smars. HI plussing onto everyone's hearts. All of the family heads were collectively turned to stone at this instant. Not only did the Song Minja who had never refined a heavenly imperial pill before refine it, it even directly reached middle third grade. This was just a short 3 months. How could such a miraculous thing occur? Could it be that this third hall master cast magic on him? This is impossible. How can this trash possibly refine an upper third grade heavenly imperial pill? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Song Wenhao felt that he was being deceived. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? 3 months ago, Song Minja was clearly a trash that he looked down upon. 3 months later, Yi Yuan actually turned stone to gold, trampling him, this heavenly South's #1 genius, ruthlessly underfoot. He could not help looking towards Song Minja and discovered that the latter had a blank face too, with pleasant surprise mixed in it. Clearly, even he himself did not quite dare to believe it. Song Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a dull look and said, Third Hall Master, this. Why in the world is it like this? Yi Yuan had a look of it being natural and right on his face as he said coolly, no rush, continue watching. Who's next? I'll go. Yun Yuan came forward of his own accord and stepped forward. His gaze swept over that group of people, finally landing on a youth in a yellow SHI plus RT. I chose him. Yun Yuan pointed to the youth in the yellow SHI plus RT and said, this. Yun Yuan actually picked the worst one in the Lin family, Lin Zhaoyuan, his lowering his status by doing so. Third Hall Master didn't say that they can't choose like this either. Since it's within the permissible scope of the rules, what's wrong with it? I don't believe that this bunch of brats can overturn the heavens. The group of family heads clearly could not accept this reality. Because the thing that happened before their eyes was too subverting. A fellow with mediocre talent became a top genius in a blink of an eye. And all these just happened in a short 3 months' time. Then, what was with all the hard work that they put in previously? Wouldn't it become a joke? Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, Can, Lin Zhaoyuan, you come? Yes. Lin Zhaoyuan complied and stepped out of the ranks. Very soon, the two people entered a pill refining state. Yun Yuan was unable to refine heavenly imperial pills, but his strength already infinitely approached the standard of a heavenly imperial pill. Therefore, the difficulty of the grade 2 heavenly pill that he chose was also extremely high. This Lin Zhaoyuan's talent was even worse than Song Minja according to these family heads' understanding. Among these 200 over people, he could basically rank in the top 10 from the bottom. No matter how impressive such a fellow was, it was also impossible to win, right? But Yi Yuan knew that Yun Yuan had kicked an iron plate. If Song Minja's strength was ranked first place among the people that he chose, then this Lin Zhaoyuan was the one who made the greatest improvement. Although this boy's talent was not as good as Song Minja's, his disposition was even more tenacious than Song Minja's. In these 3 months, Lin Zhaoyuan virtually practiced like he went mad. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, Lin Zhaoyuan's improvement was extremely terrifying. One should say that among the people he selected, Lin Zhaoyuan's current strength could absolutely rank in the top 3. Therefore, the result went without saying. Yun Yuan's final result was middle 6th grade, while Lin Zhaoyuan reached a terrifying upper 8th grade. It was only a step away from 9th grade, which was also to say that he was actually not far from heavenly imperial pills too. In fact, if he was lucky, he would be able to refine heavenly imperial pills too. This result blew the minds of all the family heads once again. Top 10 from the bottom defeated the second place from the top. 3 months. Only 3 months. Next, those so-called geniuses that were rejected by Yi Yuan engaged in battle one after another. It was just that, no matter who the opponent they picked, the final result was each so-called genius being defeated. These over 50 people that Yi Yuan selected, their strengths were equally terrifying. The more the family heads watched, the more they felt a chill in their hearts. The more they watched, the more they quaked in their boots. These 3 months of transformation could simply be said to be turning the whole world upside down. Those disciples who were not being valued in their families collectively performed an astonis. HI+ing great reversal 3 months later, trampling each and every one of those so-called genius disciples underfoot. Toward the end, they even somewhat could not bear to continue watching anymore. Too tragic to behold. This was also to say that the geniuses that they spent so many years and expended countless effort and resources to nurture were all tras. Plus the blow was tremendous. Or should they say, Yi Yuan's means were too miraculous and could turn a bunch of trash into geniuses. They had no choice but to be convinced. Third Hall Master, since they all could make such a big improvement within 3 months, then the others' improvement should be even greater. Can't you take them in? Song Tianyang said, lacking in confidence. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, it's no use. During these 3 months, this Hall Master didn't discriminate against one and show partiality to the other. What I taught them was completely the same, but you all saw it too. The result is like this. Of course, I won't rule out that among them, someone can strive harder after knowing humiliation and can meet my requirements. But right now, you all take them back. Chapter 2675, Conspiracy. Chapter 2675, Conspiracy Buzz. Song Wenhao only felt like he was struck by lightning, his head going blank at once. Take them back. What he, a proud son of heaven, obtained in the end was this. Sweeping a glance over, those so-called proud sons of heaven were all extremely ashamed. Clearly, what Yi Yuan said was right. In these 3 months, what Yi Yuan taught them was the same. But the result was different. The people that Yi Yuan pointed to all soared to the heavens in one bound. The people that he did not point to were all knocked down to the mortal world. It was this miraculous. Without this battle, no one would believe this at all. But now, no one doubted Yi Yuan's eyesight anymore. Third, Song Wenhao directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan and said in grief and indignation, Third Hall Master, Wenhao earnestly begs you to take me in. From today onward, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and listen to Lord Hall Master's teachings respectfully. No one felt surprised by Song Wenhao's behavior. Yi Yuan already used his strength to prove to everyone that he was right. Song Tianyang secretly commended this. Song Wenhao putting down his pride might not be a bad thing. However, Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head as he said, rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. I'm not saying that nature can't be changed, but it's just that how can it be so easy? Go back. What you have to do is not to put down your pride, but it is to temper your disposition. Otherwise, it will be hard to make great accomplishment. Yi Yuan had seen far too much walking from an ant until today. Some people would gain enlightenment overnight after experiencing a setback. But this sort of person was like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a chileen, being very rare. The tempering of disposition was a drawn-out process. In fact, it was even more arduous and drawn-out than cultivation. He saw bitter remorse in Song Wenhao's eyes. But bitter remorse could not make him grow. It could only be said to be a start. What Song Wenhao had to do was not to cultivate here, but it was for him to go out to the secular world and have a trial. With his character, even if Yi Yuan let him stay here, he would still become restless after a year or two. There was no way for such a person to become a truly powerful heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the family heads' faces and said indifferently, "You all feel that I picked these people to deliberately sing a different tune to you, to suppress you all? You all are thinking too much. On the path of alchemy, while talent is important, the talent that I understand is different from the talent that you all understand. Only a firm heart can reach the great beyond. On the path of alchemy, there are no shortcuts, only bitter cultivation. Each alchemy path Titan is an ascetic. The first mover is not necessarily the first to reach. One step at a time is the right way." The words made everyone's countenances change visibly. Even a powerhouse like Song Tianyang revealed a pondering look too. The alchemy Dao understanding of peak powerhouses like them was clearly not what these juniors could compare to. Yi Yuan's words contained the maxim of great Dao and touched them deeply. And they also seemed to have understood why Yi Yuan chose Song Minjia they all, and not Song Wenhao and the other Sil. Suddenly, they also understood why the two hall masters counted on Yi Yuan so much. Zhao Zun previously said that he had to ask Yi Yuan for direction. Song Tianyang and the rest just treated it as a joke for them to push Yi Yuan into the spotlight. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was likely even above them, these grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Otherwise, how could he refine true grade heavenly pills? Song Tianyang cupped his fists and gave a bow to Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." Song Tianyang received the teachings. "Many thanks for Third Hall Master's advice." The family heads cupped his fists and bowed one after another. After this battle, Yi Yuan established absolute authority in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Even the Song and Yun two families submitted to Yi Yuan completely too. After Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu two people went back, they chose to enter close seclusion at the same time. Half a year later, the two people exited seclusion, and both broke through to peak grade 4 heavenly alchemists. After the two people exited seclusion, they came to Heavenly South Pill Hall straight away to pay respects to Yi Yuan. Originally, when they learned that Minute Nanshan broke through to become a peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist, they did not say it out loud, but they naturally felt sour in their hearts. The three great families had always been competing in secret, they were naturally unwilling to be beaten. Who knew that in merely a short half a year's time, they actually both broke through. And the cause of the breakthrough was naturally those words by Yi Yuan. The two of them were wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan. In this half a year's time, Yi Yuan and Kui Tong and the rest also established a complete reward and punishment system for Heavenly South Pill Hall. And the highest reward was true grade heavenly pills. The effects of grade 2 heavenly imperial pills were not worse than grade 3 heavenly pills to begin with. Even to limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses, it was extremely useful too, let alone talk about the true grade heavenly pills with horrifying medicinal effects. This reward and punishment system made Heavenly South Pill Hall's cohesiveness reach an unprecedented height. The allure of true grade heavenly pills was irresistible. As for Song Minjia, this batch of people, their strength advanced by leaps and bounds too. These few people's backgrounds were not bad. Their qualifications were extremely good in the first place. Coupled with Yi Yuan's teaching, wanting to not fly would be difficult too. In this more than half a year, Iron Core and the Minute family had been waiting to watch a good show the whole time. Who would have expected that they failed to see a good show? Instead, they became more and more marginalized. On Iron Core's side, he suffered overwhelming suppression from Heavenly South Pill Hall, virtually cutting off his supply of heavenly pills. The Minute family, although Minute Nanshan reached peak grade 4, there was simply no way for him to resist the entire Heavenly South Pill Hall by himself. The Minute family's influence was being weakened bit by bit. After all, the Heavenly South Pill Hall occupied more than 90% of the land of Heavenly South situation. No one dared to risk universal condemnation and offend the Heavenly South Pill Hall. Minute Nanshan could be said to have exhausted his mind and body in this nearly 1 year but was powerless to turn the tables. The Minute family's situation became even worse half a year ago, when Yi Yuan obtained acknowledgements from everyone. I didn't expect that this boy actually had such means, to run the Heavenly South Pill Hall as solid as a metal bucket from top to bottom. Iron Core gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "The current Heavenly South Pill Hall is even stronger than Zhao Zun's era." I really didn't expect that a measly little grade 2 heavenly alchemist can actually do this. Minute Nanshan's eyes held some regret. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have stood up back then to be the bird who took the lead. With regards to Ironcore, this fellow, he was full of unhappiness too. If not for this guy's instigation, he might not have done so back then either. If the Minute family stayed in Heavenly South Pill Hall too, with the Minute family's strength, they could definitely have scaled new height. Now, his Minute family was declining rapidly, while Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu caught up from behind, and broke through to become peak grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Except, there were no IFS in this world. At this point now, the two of them were Gra's shoppers on the same rope. They were in it together. A hint of cruelty flashed across Ironcore's eyes and he said, "All this is because of that punk. As long as he dies, everything will return to how it was in the past." Minute Nanshan snorted coldly and said, "That boy keeps hiding in Heavenly South Pill Hall. Experts are plentiful like clouds there. So how to do it?" A hint of cunningness was revealed in Ironcore's eyes, and he said with a smile, "He'll leave very soon. The 1-year period is almost up. I think that he should be departing for the Thistle South Sea region very soon. This is our only chance." Chapter 2676. Your men are actually my men. Chapter 2676. Your men are actually my men. Paying respects to Third Hall Master. At Calm South City, when Huang Haoyan and Su Peiyun saw Yi Yuan, they bowed respectfully. Yi Yuan handed the Heavenly South Pill Hall's affairs over to the Song and Yun, two families, as well as Kuitong to manage, while he set off for Thistle South Sea region. He entered the transmission array in Heavenly South City and arrived at Calm South City, and was setting out to sea from here. Presently, Yi Yuan's status was extraordinary. Calm South City naturally did not dare to be neglectful. It was just that, when they saw Yi Yuan alone coming out, they were still a little surprised. "Master Yi, you're actually setting out to sea alone this time?" Huang Haoyan said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The sea race views humans as the enemy. If I bring people over, wouldn't it be delivering lambs into the tiger's maws?" Huang Haoyan said, "But if you go over like this and the Black Flood Dragon King has the intention of harming you, what to do about it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can harming me be that easy?" Huang Haoyan's gaze flickered and he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Yi, although Haoyan's strength is lacking, I'm willing to accompany you. If anything really happens, even delaying for a short while is good too. If something really happens, how can you block for a short while? All right, I have a score in my heart. You guys don't need to send me off anymore." Yi Yuan waved his hand, and his figure leaped, already being half a mile away. Huang Haoyan's brows furrowed slightly and said, "Peiyun, do you feel that Master Yi is behaving a little strangely?" Su Peiyun nodded and said, "He's indeed a little strange. Let's follow and take a look," Huang Haoyan said. Leaving Calm South City, Yi Yuan headed south all the way, his speed extremely fast. Huang Haoyan, these two limitless sublime heavenly stratums, actually could not quite catch up. But as soon as they chased after, the two people found it even more odd. Yi Yuan did not walk on the main road but headed to a remote place. The more he walked, the fewer the people. Suddenly, the two of their expressions changed. In the mountain range's dense woods, 8 figures suddenly dashed out, blocking Yi Yuan's path. Huang Haoyan's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, "It's Deputy City Lord Ironcore and Minute Nanshan. What gall they have, to actually want to kill Master Yi. No way. I have to go save him." He was just about to act but was held back by Su Peiyun. Huang Haoyan said anxiously, "Peiyun, what are you doing? Those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Ironcore and Minute Nanshan are even peak Jade Sovereign Heaven mighty expert." Su Peiyun's face fell and she berated, "Shut up for me. You know that those are 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts too. What can you do to change the situation?" Huang Haoyan said with a cold snort, "This life of mine was saved by Master Yi. What's wrong with returning it to him?" Su Peiyun had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations and whispered, "Are you stupid? Why did Master Yi specifically go to a remote area along the way? Why didn't he stop in calm South City at all and directly set out to sea? Huang Haoyan was taken aback. Finally, he was no longer agitated and said in surprise, "You're saying that Master Yi did it on purpose? He knows that Iron Core and Minute Nanshan want to kill him, and he deliberately lured them. He has a contingency plan?" Su Peiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, "Who is Master Yi? He could repel the entire Thistle South Sea race by himself. So how could he stumble at this sort of thing? Let's watch first. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to take action then." Over there, Iron Core looked at Yi Yuan with a smug face as he smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, didn't expect that we'd meet here, right?" A faintly perceptible smile hung on Yi Yuan's face and he said, "If I say that I thought of it." Iron Core was taken aback and laughed loudly and said, "Boy, death is knocking at the door and you're still forcing yourself to be calm? It's no use, you must die today." Minute Nanshan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a dead person as he said coldly, "Yi Yuan, you caused my Minute family to live a life worse than death. Today, it's time for retribution." These two people had also heard about it. Yi Yuan was not easy to deal with. Therefore, they were very careful, directly bringing 6 Jade Sovereign Heaven experts. It was to make sure that there was no danger of anything going wrong. Mobilizing 8 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to deal with a greater sublime heavenly stratum, it was an act probably unprecedented in the land of Heavenly South. Furthermore, none of these 8 was a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven expert. These people were middle Jade Sovereign Heavens at the worst too. Iron Core and Minute Nanshan themselves were Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven super powerhouses. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he smiled and said, "Let me guess. From Heavenly South Pill Hall, only Kui Tong, Wu Dao, and Ji Chun, these 3 elders, know that I came out, as well as Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu. Song Tianyang and Yun Baiyu have long already broken away from you guys. Kui Tong enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, while Wu Dao is an alchemy fanatic and is disdainful to be associated with you guys. Which is also to say that, your source of information is Ji Chun." Yi Yuan took his time to analyze. Iron Core and Minute Nanshan, two people's expressions changed wildly. Could it be that this boy knew about it a long time ago? But, if he knew, why would he still walk right into the trap? Yi Yuan guessed it completely right. Ji Chun was originally the inside man that Iron Core planted in Heavenly South Pill Hall. It was just that this layer of relations, Hi+P, was very secretive. No one knew about it at all. There were some who knew that Yi Yuan would be going out to sea. But no one knew the specifics of when Yi Yuan would leave. This time, Yi Yuan came out very low-key. There were only those few people who knew. As long as he analyzed it a little, he would know. Iron Core smiled coldly and said, "So what if you know? Could it be that you, by yourself, can escape from our hands?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who told you that I came alone?" When Iron Core and the rest heard that, their expressions changed wildly. However, they sensed carefully, there was no aura of any powerhouses in the vicinity at all. Iron Core could not help turning angry from embarrassment and said, "Punk, you were messing with us?" But Minute Nanshan smiled coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, I'll give you the chance. Call your men out." Yi Yuan looked at the two and still smiled calmly as he said, "Do you all think that I only know that it's Ji Chun after I saw you guys? I think that you guys are mistaken. Iron Core, do you know why I specially chose to go to remote places after I went out of the city? Do you know why I left Heavenly South City by myself?" The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Iron Core two people became. Yeah, all these did not make sense. Yi Yuan smiled as he continued, "If I say that I deliberately leaked the news to make you all pursue me, will you all believe me or not? If I say that your men are actually my men, will you be very angry? Bulls. Hi+T. Ji Chun is this city lord's man. He absolutely won't betray me," Iron Core said angrily. Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "That's in the past. Now, he's my man already." In this 1 year, the transformation that Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall could be said to be turning it upside down. In the wake of Yi Yuan running the Heavenly South Pill Hall solid as a metal bucket, all kinds of problems also gradually surfaced. Ji Chun was one of them. Actually, how could Iron Core be the only one who planted chess pieces in Heavenly South Pill Hall? 3 great families as well as those major and minor noble families, even the various major city lords, which one did not want to get a share of the loot in Heavenly South Pill Hall? But what Yi Yuan brought to Heavenly South Pill Hall was what others could never give. Yi Yuan had long detected Ji Chun's abnormality, but he did not execute Ji Chun. Instead, he guided Ji Chun on cultivation. Because he discovered that Ji Chun was someone who yearned for Dao too. He had always been waiting for Ji Chun to come out himself. Sure enough, not long ago, Ji Chun confided to Yi Yuan. Chapter 2677, Water Source Canopy. Chapter 2677, Water Source Canopy. Iron Core, don't talk nonsense with him anymore. Do it. Minute Nanshan said in a solemn voice. No idea why, Yi Yuan was clearly all alone right now, but he was very uneasy in his heart. Iron Core had clearly sensed this uneasiness too. His expression turned dark as he said, "Humph. Even if Ji Chun betrayed me, you'll find it hard to escape death today too." Go to HELL. At virtually the same time, 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses attacked at the same time. The commotion was shocking to the extreme. However, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest fear under the besiegement of 8 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. He took out a small and exquisite conch and recited a spell. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A water curtain suddenly descended, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. More than a dozen figures actually appeared out of thin air. Each and every one of these people had odd forms. They were clearly sea creatures. True spirit sea race. These dozen over powerhouses were actually all Jade Sovereign Heavens too. Bang! 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 A series of intense tremors rippled in the void. The attacks of the 8 great Jade Sovereign Heavens were actually disrupted in an instant. Hihi, it's so fun. Big brother Yi Yuan, thank you for bringing me out to play. A crisp and tender voice sounded out. Who could it be if not little dragon girl Jingfei? The small conch in Yi Yuan's hands was given to him before little dragon girl left. This little conch was the derivative body of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch and was used to transmit information. Of course, it could be used to teleport in Yi Yuan's hands too. Just now, Yi Yuan activated the small conch and directly teleported the Emerald Sea Divine Conch over. While little dragon girl used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to bring these people and teleported over together. Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said unhappily, "Somebody wants to kill me right now." "But you actually think that it's fun?" Little dragon girl smiled and said, "Of course. You take a look at the expressions on their faces. It's really fun to the max." Shock and horror were written all over the faces of the 8 great Jade Sovereign Heavens. Jade Sovereign Heavens powerhouses were able to fly, but they could not shuttle through the void. This kind of instant teleportation means was simply unimaginable. But Yi Yuan actually summoned so many Jade Sovereign Heaven seafolk in an instant. So how could they not be surprised? Yi Yuan, you actually dare to collude with the sea race and have evil designs on our heavenly south. Iron Core's expression changed wildly and he asked. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool as he smiled and said, "Did you turn stupid from being the city lord? If I had evil designs on heavenly south, wouldn't I just not need to do anything when the sea race invaded back then? Did I have to make it so troublesome like now? Are you not aware of what I've done in this 1 year? Me increasing heavenly south alchemy path strength, what benefits are there to the sea race?" Iron Core gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Who knows what the hell you're thinking?" Yi Yuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Looks like there's nothing to discuss with a fool like you." Iron Core sneered and said, "Even if there's the sea race helping you, what can you do to me? This city lord is a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. They can't keep me behind. However, with this incident today, this city lord wants to see how you'll continue staying on in Heavenly South City. Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven, this was virtually Rainclear Continent's apex strength already. In ordinary battles, wanting to kill Grand completion Jade Sovereign Heavens was seriously too difficult. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Want to leave?" I'm afraid that it won't be easy. Did you forget? When Little Dragon Girl and I joined forces, our strength was even stronger than you, this grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven. Back then, when Yi Yuan joined forces with Little Dragon Girl, they beat Ironcore until he knelt down and begged for mercy by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. This scene left a huge shadow in Ironcore's heart. At present, Yi Yuan and Little Dragon Girl joining as one again. It would be equivalent to a powerhouse usurper. Said grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven appeared once more. How could he, Ironcore, not be alarmed? Retreat! Ironcore bellowed loudly, his figure turning into an afterimage and flew into the distance. Hehe, only thinking of running now. It's too late. Water source canopy. Just as Ironcore acted, Little Dragon Girl moved too. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch suddenly activated. An enormous cubic water curtain covered the entire sky. In an instant, everyone was enveloped inside. Ironcore's figure had just moved but felt like he had fallen into a quagmire, his speed unable to pick up at all. But, as soon as this water curtain descended, those sea race powerhouses seemed to have been injected with stimulants, becoming even more excited. Sure enough, they were much more comfortable in the water. Big brother, my power alone isn't enough to trap them. Come and help me, Little Dragon Girl shouted. Yi Yuan had long prepared, directly pressing a palm on the back of Little Dragon Girl. The berserk true dragon power rushed in. The range of the water source canopy directly doubled, but the resistance felt by Ironcore and his group increased several times. This water source canopy was equivalent to a giant cage. Furthermore, it enhanced the Seafolk's condition to 120% but weakened the conditions of Heavenly South powerhouses, increasing one's strength and reducing the opponent's strength. This was simply a huge trump card. Seeing this kind of power, even Yi Yuan could not resist marveling too. This Emerald Sea Divine Conch had endless wonders. While on the sea race powerhouses this side, they were incomparably shocked too. Among the sea race powerhouses, Yi Yuan was very familiar with one of them. It was precisely that moronic Black Shark General. The Black Shark exclaimed, "TSK TSK, I really didn't expect that you, a human, actually possess a true dragon power several times stronger than that of the princess, simply unimaginable." He did not exclaim with amazement because of this water source canopy but exclaimed for Yi Yuan's true dragon power. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was even lower than Little Dragon Girl's. In the end, the moment he inputted his true dragon power, the canopy suddenly doubled in size. They had never seen before such a vigorous true dragon power. You moron, stop talking rubbish already. Why haven't you quickly made a move? Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not have a good impression of this idiot. You. The Black Shark glared and was about to fly off the handle. My goodness, Uncle Black Shark, my strength is limited and can't hold on for too long. Why don't you hurry up? The moment Little Dragon Girl spoke up, the Black Shark immediately reined back his temper. The moment the Black Shark made his move, it was immediately earth-shattering. In this water curtain, with the augmentation of true dragon power, he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb. That sort of power was simply endless. Numbers, strength, both parties were not on the same level at all. The battle also progressed extremely smoothly. After several exchanges, Ironcore's side was beaten until they did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Yi Yuan, we're all humans. Do you really want to exterminate everyone? In the water curtain, came Minute Nanshan's desperate yell. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Know that we're of the same species now? If I didn't have a backup plan, would you guys show mercy to me today? What's the point of saying these on your deathbed? Moron, don't need to show mercy, kill. Heh, alright." The Black Shark Moron was excited from killing and did not haggle over Yi Yuan's term of address either. The sea race was warlike to begin with. The Shark clan was even warriors among warriors. Killing Heavenly South's Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was incomparably delightful to him. Under the joined forces of more than a dozen people, the Heavenly South side had little strength to fight back. In less than an hour, the Heavenly South side's powerhouses only had the Ironcore and Minute Nanshan who were lingering on with their last breath of life remaining. Chapter 2678, Drawing Aggro. Chapter 2678, Drawing Aggro. Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Spare me. I'll definitely slog like an animal for you in the future and repay your kindness for not killing me. In the water curtain came Ironcore's pleading voice. That voice was practically crying. From that time he knelt and begged for mercy. One could tell that Ironcore's desire to live was still very strong. Yi Yuan, as long as you let me off, my Minute family will follow your lead in the future. Minute Nanshan did not want to die too as he shouted. Right, right, right. Yi Yuan, my people are not the slightest bit weaker than the Minute family. As long as you spare my life, it's all yours. Ironcore hurriedly said. Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred and he said coolly, hand over your origin divinity brands and I can spare you guys from death. He needed a powerful force currently. 2 Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven's forces were definitely a big help. Although these 2 people had poor character, as long as he grasped the origin divinity brand, he could take their lives with one thought. The 2 of them would hesitate to take action out of fear of damages and naturally would not dare to rebel. When Ironcore and Minute Nanshan heard that, their expressions could not help changing. Handing over the origin divinity brand was equivalent to handing over life and death to Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan could kill them with just one thought. This was no different from being a slave. But if they did not hand it over, they were very clear that they would become corpses in a short while. You guys only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Seeing the 2 hesitate, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ironcore's expression changed wildly, and he said, I'll give. Minute Nanshan also said, I'll give too. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said coolly, Morin, stop. The black shark was excited from killing and said unhappily, your father is a Grand Completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, but you're actually ordering me about. Do you take yourself to be the dragon's son? But little dragon girl said, Big brother is in possession of purebred dragon blood. Those big brothers of mine are far worse than him. All right, Uncle Black Shark, stop. This Laness obeyed Yi Yuan's every word now. The black shark was helpless and could only stop. Ironcore's expression flickered indeterminately, and he finally still gritted his teeth and forced a wisp of Origin Divinity brand out. Yi Yuan kept the Origin Divinity brand and merged it into his own Chaos Origin Divinity, and immediately felt a feeling of controlling Ironcore's life and death. He only needed a thought to determine Ironcore's life and death now. Handing over the Origin Divinity brand, the 2 people's expressions were like their wives had died. No matter what, they were big shots of a region too. Now, they were actually relegated to being another person's slave. Yi Yuan said coolly, the 2 of you don't need to have this expression either. Becoming my servant might be a case of good fortune to you guys. As long as you guys perform well, helping you all step into Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future is nothing difficult. What high-sounding sentiments. Do you think that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses are all cabbages? Yi Yuan's voice had just faded when the black shark said mockingly. But Ironcore and Minute Nanshan, 2 people trembled all over, their eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. If someone else said this, they would naturally feel that it was bulls. Hi+T. But Yi Yuan was different. He was the man who could refine true-grade heavenly pills. That's right. His current realm was very low, but his future potential was immense. Once he became a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, helping them step into that dreamlike realm might not be impossible. What the hell do you know? How can Master's strength be what you can surmise? Master, rest assured. Ironcore will definitely perform well from now on and absolutely won't let you down. Ironcore shot the black shark a glare and said respectfully, Minute Nanshan is willing to pledge loyalty to Master. The black shark had a dumbfounded look, not knowing why these 2 people suddenly changed so much. Could it be that these 2 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were really silly enough to think that Saint Sovereign Heaven was so easy to reach? If that was the case, how could the Saint Sovereign Heavens on this rain-clear continent be so scarce? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, since that's the case, the 2 of you go back then. How you should act, I believe that you guys are very clear. Got it. The 2 people hurriedly said. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly looked in Huang Haoyan two people's direction and beckoned his hands at them. The two were taken aback, only then, knowing that their whereabouts had long already been seen through by Yi Yuan. Master Yi, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no need to explain. I know your intentions. The two of you follow them back to Heavenly South City. If they have any ill intent, use this to inform me. As he was talking, Yi Yuan handed a small conch to them. Seeing Yi Yuan's lineup, Huang Haoyan two people were long already dumbstruck with amazement. Only when they saw the sea folk did they know that their worries were simply unnecessary. A greater sublime heavenly stratum actually took two grand completion jade sovereign heaven powerhouses in as servants. This sort of thing was too fantastical. But Yi Yuan did it. However, Yi Yuan was clearly still worried about them. So he sent two supervisors over. With the two of them around, Iron Core and Minute Nanshan naturally could not stir any waves. As long as Huang Haoyan informed Yi Yuan through the small conch, Yi Yuan could disintegrate the two of their souls from thousands of miles away. In the deep sea, a huge palace was suspended in the center. All around them were unfathomable grand arrays surrounding. Thistle South Dragon Palace. When Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Palace, he discovered that something was not quite right. The palace was full of songs and dance, with a bevy of young girls. It was very lively. Yi Yuan did not feel that he had this charm to make Black Flood Dragon King come up with such a grand array to entertain him. Jingfei, could it be that there's some distinguished guest in the Dragon Palace? Yi Yuan asked. Jingfei smiled mysteriously and said, hey, you come with me and you'll know in a bit. Yi Yuan was speechless. Judging from this girl's sly expression, he knew that she was probably holding in some bad idea. Following Little Dragon Girl, Yi Yuan walked all the way to a great hall. Upon entering the hall, a banquet was already being held inside. As soon as Yi Yuan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the center of the great hall, on the throne, a powerhouse with a dragon head and human body was sitting upright. His face was completely black. Presumably, this was the legendary Black Flood Dragon King. This Black Flood Dragon King gave Yi Yuan a vague and illusory feeling, similar to the black-robed old man back then. It was just that Black Flood Dragon King's illusory feeling was not as strong as the old man's. Clearly, he had not truly stepped into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven yet. Royal Father, Royal Mother, I'm back. Little Dragon Girl left Yi Yuan and scurried into Black Flood Dragon King's arms in a step. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, You Lanessus, you abducted all of my generals. Where did you run to and cause trouble again? Little Dragon Girl was indifferent and said smilingly, Hee, there were bad guys who wanted to kill Big Brother, so I went to help Big Brother. Oh, right. He's the Big Brother that I told you about. He's amazing. Probably none of these big brothers present are more impressive than him. Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, countless gazes shooting towards him. In this great hall, there were many young men. One look and it was clear that they had noble statuses. They were most likely sea race powerhouses. This girl's one sentence drew huge aggro to him. Yi Yuan looked at Little Dragon Girl, only to see her wink at him. It was as if she was saying, that's right. I did it on purpose. Chapter 2679, What She Said is Correct. Chapter 2679, What She Said is Correct. At the left-hand side position, a youth said with a disdainful look, a mere greater sublime heavenly stratum, and is even a human. This young master can crush him to death with just one hand. Younger sister Jingfei, stop joking. However, his words to Little Dragon Girl were rather polite. Big brother Ruichen, Jingfei isn't joking. Big brother Yi Yuan is really very, very amazing. You're not his match, Jingfei said with a sincere look. That innocent face shattered Ruichen's self-esteem at once. Who was he, Ruichen? He was from the Sai Ningxi region's royal clan. His main body was an octopus and his status was noble. His strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the dragon race. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. He suddenly stood up, walked in front of Yi Yuan, and said with a sneer, Lowly human, do you dare to accept this young master's challenge? If you don't dare, immediately scram back onto land. Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said coolly, "Can I refuse?" He was naturally not afraid. It was just that he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. This young man was clearly that sort of guy who had his eyes growing on top of his head. There was no need to try and gain backface with him. But Ruichen clearly had no intention of letting Yi Yuan off and said with a cold smile, "Of course, you can refuse. But you'll need to crawl under my crotch." "Ha ha ha, yeah, just go under Ruichen's crotch and that's it. Relax, this dragon's son will be your guarantor. If he dares to make things difficult for you, this dragon's son will be the first to not let him off. Come, crawl." Ruichen's words immediately aroused echoing of the others at the banquet. Clearly, they all thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Little dragon girl's words could not be believed at all. That made sense. This girl rarely spoke any truths. It was also not impossible to randomly find a human to adjust the atmosphere. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was scared of trouble. "Why? Looking at your appearance, it seems like you're very unconvinced. Do you really think that just because younger sister Jingfei is calling you as her big brother, you really have the qualifications to be on equal footing with this young master? You're merely a lowly human," Ruichen said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan grinned and all of a sudden, sword light flashed. Woos. Plus Ruichen's expression changed wildly, only to feel an extremely dangerous sensation well up in his heart. Swooze. Plus in virtually an instant, Ruichen returned to his original form and spat out a cloud of black ink. The entire space suddenly became black. Then, 8 tentacles suddenly emerged from the darkness, wanting to deal with Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all, directly deploying the all-encomper. Sing Sacred Tree's 2 streaks of sword light. "Break for me," Yi Yuan shouted coldly. That black space actually directly had a large hole opened up. Ruichen spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood with a cough, directly being smashed flying out. His 8 tentacles were directly all cut off. The whole place was deathly silent. From Yi Yuan attacking to Ruichen spitting black ink, then to Yi Yuan shattering the space, the whole process was merely one breath of time. This was also to say that Ruichen did not even last a single breath of time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan only used one hand from beginning to end. Yi Yuan looked at the Ruichen lying on the ground and said coolly, "Didn't you say that you could crush me to death with just one hand? Now, you used 8 hands, but I only used one hand." Ruichen lied on the ground, quivering non-stop. Very soon, the tentacles that were chopped off actually grew back again, and he recovered to his human form. However, he looked at Yi Yuan with a fearful look and said, "P-punk, you sneak attacked me just now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, it was a sneak attack. Alright, let's have an upright and above-board battle then. The loser will crawl under the other party's crotch, how about it?" Ruichen's expression changed wildly and he actually did not dare to play along. He was only being stubborn just now. Just based on that sword earlier, Yi Yuan's strength was God knows how many times stronger than him. His darkness ink was his ultimate trump card, but it was broken by Yi Yuan in a single breath. How large the gap between the two could be seen. This human punk is actually a transformation powerhouse. Ruichen actually couldn't last a single move under his hands. With this, Ruichen's face is utterly lost. He actually lost to a human. It was only at this time did those young powerhouses come back to their senses. Each and every one of them was extremely amazed. They discovered that this human boy was really very strong. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Black Flood Dragon King's eyes too. How could he not know what little dragon girl was thinking? But he did not stop it. He really wanted to see just how strong this human who stopped the sea war was. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not disappoint him. Yi Yuan's strength far surpassed, said those in the same rank. Furthermore, he clearly saw it just now. There were 8 leaves on Yi Yuan's Great Dao transformation sapling. But Yi Yuan only used 2. This showed that Yi Yuan still had a lot of strength to spare. This boy was remarkable. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone's faces and he said coolly, "Refusing earlier wasn't because I was scared, but that I couldn't be bothered to stoop to his level. Just now, Jingfei said that I'm stronger than you all, but you guys didn't seem to be convinced. Since I've already taken action, he doesn't mind telling you all this. What she said is completely right. With all due respect, everyone here is all Traz. Plus the moment these words came out, the faces of the young powerhouses present were full of indignation. This boy actually dared to slight all of them. What high-sounding sentiment. Do you think that having defeating Ruachin, you have the qualifications to be COC Kai here? Boy, don't be arrogant. Big brother Muchin, this punk has scolded even you. Could it be that you can tolerate it? Yi Yuan making a move earlier already shocked the vast majority of the people. They naturally did not dare to challenge Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that everyone was scared of Yi Yuan. Among these people, there were some whose strength already reached middle limitless sublime heaven. Furthermore, there were a few among them whose bloodline power was extremely strong and did not fear Yi Yuan at all. At this time, that person called Muchin finally stepped forward. Boy, do you think that only you alone comprehended Great Tao transformation? My sea race territory isn't the place where it is your turn, a human's turn, to come and act wildly yet. This dragon's son will challenge you right now, Muchin said with a cold smile. Muchin possessed the dragon race bloodline too, but he belonged to the Coiling Dragon clan. His strength was considered to be top-notch among this large group of people. To dare say this, Muchin was clearly a powerhouse who comprehended Great Tao transformation too. However, what did Yi Yuan have to fear? Whether it's my turn or not, it's not said using the mouth, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan pointed his fingers, 2 transformed swords turned into 2 rays of flowing light, stabbing straight for Muchin. Muchin snorted coldly, an additional chain appeared in his hands. This chain emitted an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. It was actually transformed out of lightning. Lightning chain. Muchin shook the lightning chain gently, directly shaking Yi Yuan's 2 flying swords away. His cultivation realm was far higher than Yi Yuan and he was a transformation powerhouse too. Wanting to block the 2 flying swords was naturally a cinch. Following that, he swept his chain, and it actually wrapped over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 2680, A Bunch of Pseudo-Dragons. Chapter 2680, A Bunch of Pseudo-Dragons. This punk really doesn't know how the word death is written, to actually dare fight with Muchin. Muchin is strong enough to rank in the top 20 in our 7 great royal clans junior generation. Ignorant human. Think that he's impressive for comprehending Great Tao transformation? Muchin's lightning chain is an extremely profound application of lightning rule. So how can it be what a mere human can compare to? Seeing Yi Yuan attack, the group of young powerhouses all had disdainful faces. Similarly a transformation powerhouse, but Yi Yuan was a major cultivation realm lower. This was tantamount to seeking death. However, these 2 people's commotion was huge. A single mishap and it would demolish the Great Hall. Black Flood Dragon King extended his hand and beckoned, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch came into his hand. Only to see him silently recite a spell, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch flew to the sky above the hall and emitted a light screen, covering Yi Yuan 2 people. A temporary ring was created just like that. However, before this light cover had formed, 8 flying swords arrived with a howl. The sword lights burst forth and actually directly severed the lightning chain. PFFFT. Muchin was directly blasted flying. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied again. They all did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually still hiding so much strength. With the 8 transformed flying swords attacking, that attack power was simply akin to the distance between heaven and earth when compared to 2. In a couple of exchanges, Muchin was taken down. The temporary ring that Black Flood Dragon King set up actually ended up useless. A greater sublime heavenly stratum instantly defeating a middle limitless sublime heaven, this sort of thing simply subverted their understanding. The people who were still mocking Yi Yuan earlier directly chose to shut up. Great Tao transformation is naturally not invincible, but your Great Tao transformation is a little too weak, Yi Yuan said coolly. Muchin's Great Tao transformation was just a one-law transformation. Furthermore, it even stopped at the 2nd form, it was not considered very impressible. This meant that his cultivation realm had gone up, but his power of rule still stayed at greater sublime heavenly stratum. Want to say that it was impressive, it was also considered impressive. But, compared to Yi Yuan, it was far too lacking. Hehe, I already said it. Big brother Yi Yuan is very amazing. Big brother Yuqing, do you want to fight with him? Seeing that Muqing was defeated, little dragon girl was watching the show and did not find that the problem caused was too big, and she said those words to another young man seated on the left-hand side. This young man had been drinking by himself all along and was not as agitated as the others. From beginning to end, it was as if everything here had nothing to do with him. Seeing little dragon girl ask, he smiled and said, just a bunch of ants, that's all, not worthy of me taking action. Younger sister Jingfei, don't make trouble. These words did not show any regard for Yi Yuan at all. But little dragon girl turned to Yi Yuan and said, Big brother Yi Yuan, Big brother Yuqing is the most impressive one here. If you want to convince all of them, you'll have to beat him down. Why don't the two of you compete? Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, You lanesses, that's about enough. It looks like you're asking for a beating again. Little dragon girl stuck her tongue out and said with a giggle, Royal father is here. I'm not scared of you. Yi Yuan frowned and said, If you continue messing around, I'll be leaving. Little dragon girl was finally defeated and hurriedly said, Big brother, don't go. I'll stop messing around, alright? I'm so bored in this dragon palace. This girl purely had the mentality of playing pranks. But, each and every one of these C-race young powerhouses, they were all arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. They clearly knew that Jingfei was sowing discord, but they just could not resist provoking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to this kind of provocation. Even if he was being looked down upon, he did not care either. With his current state of mind, why would he care about how others viewed him? It was just that, they could look down on him, but they could not humiliate him. These young powerhouses' words were very nasty earlier, that was why Yi Yuan would be so domineering. This Yuqing did not take part from beginning to end. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. As for looking down on people, that was your business, what had it got to do with me? Moreover, Yi Yuan had a million ways to kill a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Seeing little dragon girl's attitude, the rest were all dumbfounded. In fact, they were even more shocked than him defeating Muchen. Jingfei, this troublemaker, did not just cause trouble in the Thistle South Sea region. In these 7 great sea regions, which one had not been harmed by her before? This lane SS made light of even Black Flood Dragon King, and yet she was actually so obedient to a human youth. Goodness gracious, was this young master hallucinating just now? Jingfei, this girl actually also knows to be afraid of people. Strange. Peculiar. Could it be that the sun will rise from the west today? Yi Yuan ignored the other people's gazes and went straight up and said to Black Flood Dragon King coolly, Black Flood Dragon King, your welcoming ceremony is really grand enough. With regards to Black Flood Dragon King's attitude of staying out of it just now, Yi Yuan could understand, but he was not happy. Therefore, he naturally did not have any good attitude. It was just that when the others saw his attitude, each and every one of them, they flew into a great rage. Impudent. A mere human actually dares to be disrespectful to the Dragon King. Who the hell? Do you think you dare, to actually dare directly the Dragon Lord's name directly? When all of them on the right side and the left side heard this, they immediately scolded him. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, Dragon Lord? Who? A Black Flood Dragon attaining Dao also dares to call himself Dragon Lord? In this vast ocean, there's probably no true dragon, right? This results in you all, these pseudo-dragons, to call yourselves as Dragon Lords. Although Yi Yuan was an ascender, he was an orthodox true dragon descendant. Before ascending, his bloodline power was cultivated to the extreme too. After ascending, his fleshy body similarly ascended to heavenly stratum. Hence, although he was a human, he was indeed a dragon race true spirit too. It was also precisely because of this that his true dragon power would be so vigorous. As for those present, regardless of whether it was the Black Flood Dragon Clan or the Coiling Dragon Clan, They were all pseudo-dragons. Compared to the purity of Yi Yuan's bloodline, it was worlds apart. Speaking of bloodline power, the strongest among them was still little dragon girl Jingfei. It was just that Jingfei was likewise unbelievably weak in front of Yi Yuan. This was still under the circumstances that Yi Yuan was only greater sublime heavenly stratum. Once Yi Yuan broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, his true dragon power would be strengthened again. Black Flood Dragon King did not have much reaction to Yi Yuan's words, but Youqing's eyelids jumped. Clearly, these words had triggered him. Even though Yi Yuan's words were not directed at him. Who, such high-sounding sentiments. A mere human also dares to be presumptuous about my dragon race. Who the hell do you think you are? Youqing said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked right at Black Flood Dragon King. Youqing's eyelids throbbed, fury looming between his eyebrows. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. Previously, he did not care about Yi Yuan's words at all. That was because, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was just an ant and not worthy of him getting angry at all. But pseudo-dragon, this term deeply triggered him. This was not just something that was his biggest taboo, it was also the thing that was the greatest taboo in the 7 great sea regions. Among the 7 great royal clans, there were 4 great royal clans that belonged to pseudo-dragons. Evolving into a true dragon one day was their greatest wish. Except, this step was far too difficult. Even if they stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven, they would not be able to achieve this step either. Yi Yuan's words were only spoken to ridicule Black Flood Dragon King, but he did not know that he had already committed a taboo. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care either. Chapter 2681, Dragon Chi Stone. Chapter 2681, Dragon Chi Stone. Punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Youqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a sincere expression, sorry about it, looks like my words earlier hurt you. But what's wrong with what I said? You guys are just a bunch of pseudo-dragons. When Youqing heard the first half of the sentence, the words were still gentle. But, when it reached the second half of the sentence, Youqing immediately had a feeling of being played. He flew into a great rage and said in a solemn voice, boy, you're courting death here. How can my dragon clan's affairs be but into by an outsider? Dragon Lord, don't blame this little nephew for being unbridled today. Youqing was just about to fly off the handle when Black Flood Dragon King finally opened his mouth at this time. Honorable nephew Youqing, he isn't an outsider. There's dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body too. Furthermore, it's extremely powerful. Black Flood Dragon King said with a bitter smile. What? How can he, a human, has the dragon race bloodline? What a joke. How strong can extremely powerful be? It couldn't be to the extent of being even stronger than younger sister Jingfei, right? I understand, this boy must have fused dragon race bloodline. To talk about pseudo-dragons, he's the real pseudo-dragon, right? Black Flood Dragon King's words made the crowd burst into an uproar again. Only then did many young powerhouses realize that it was not that the Black Flood Dragon King did not get angry, but that he could not get angry. But how could Youqing be willing to believe it? He smiled coldly and said, extremely powerful? Who, how strong? I was wondering how much confidence you had. It turns out that what you're relying on is this. A human fusing with bloodline, it's merely blindly copying others and making yourself look foolies. Plus Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, how strong? At least stronger than you. Blindly copying others and making myself look foolish? Who, copying you? Yi Yuan knew that his bloodline power was far stronger than Jingfei's. He did not know how strong his bloodline was, but it was definitely at least much stronger than these pseudo-dragons. He still had this bit of confidence. But these words became a joke when they landed in Youqing's ears. A human was flaunting his bloodline power in front of him, this member of the dragon race. What was this if not a joke? Stronger than me? Boy, you're really not scared of spraining your tongue from talking big. Since you say that, I want to see just how strong your bloodline power is. Youqing gave a bow to Black Flood Dragon King and said, Dragon Lord, please bring up the Dragon Chi Stone. The moment little dragon girl heard, She immediately clapped her hands and said cheerfully, all right. I also want to see how strong big brother Yi Yuan's dragon chi is. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and asked little dragon girl, what is the dragon chi stone? He did not know much about the sea race and naturally did not know about the stuff here. Little dragon girl explained, dragon chi stone is a stone that tests bloodline power. Our 7 great sea regions dragon clans will all use it to test the dragon chi. A high dragon chi indicates that one has great potential and has the potential to become a true dragon. Of course, my dragon chi has already reached the 5th segment. It's about the same as father's. Among all the big brothers present, no one is stronger than me. Talking towards the end, little dragon girl unwittingly showed off a little. It was precisely because her dragon chi was extremely strong. Hence, her position in the 7 seas was very aloof. After all, this one had the potential to step into a true dragon. If the 7 great sea regions could produce a true dragon, that would absolutely be a great honor. Therefore, even if this girlie was a troublemaker, everyone dared to get angry but did not dare to speak up as well. In the sea race, these pseudo-dragons had an extreme, perverse pursuit for bloodline power. The goal that they strive lifelong toward was becoming a true dragon. It was just a pity that no one had ever succeeded. Seeing Yi Yuan's blank appearance, Yuqing smiled coldly and said, boy, scared? This dragon chi stone will reveal your true colors. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, how about this then? Let's compete in this dragon chi. Whoever loses, will kneel to the other person. How about it? The moment Yuqing heard those words, he sneered and said, compete then. Will I be scared of you? Speaking of which, this young master hasn't tested my dragon chi in a long time too. When he said this, Yuqing had a haughty look. Clearly, he was very confident in his dragon chi. Among the powerhouses present, apart from Black Flood Dragon King and Little Dragon Girl, there was probably no one stronger than him. Sure enough, when he said that, many people used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan. Who, this boy actually dares to compete in dragon chi with Yuqing? Does his brains have holes? Yuqing's dragon chi has already reached the 4th segment 100 years ago. Now, it has at least reached the middle stage 4th segment too. I admit that this boy is a genius in martial arts. But that's all. Can't even see through this point and yet he actually dares to provoke Yuqing. Before sister Jingfei was born, Yuqing was publicly recognized as the most promising genius to become a true dragon. In the eyes of these people, little dragon girl was already an extreme. Yuqing was just slightly inferior to her. Competing in dragon chi with Yuqing, this was no different from committing suicide. Very soon, a 2-person tall stone pillar was carried in by 2 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This stone pillar was made of jade. He did not know what material it was made of either. However, it made the bloodline within Yi Yuan's body have a feeling of boiling over. Dragon Chi stone had 9 sections, representing the 9 segments of Dragon Chi. That appearance was like a 9-section whip that was erected. Yuqing looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, boy, you first? Or am I going first? Yi Yuan smiled and said, you first then. If I go first, I reckon that you'll become embarrassed. Said to do it. Yuqing sneered and said, keep pretending. I'll see when you can pretend until. As he said, he walked straight in front of the dragon chi stone. Boom. A vigorous true dragon power erupted in an instant. The young powerhouses present let out a series of exclamations. Clearly, Yuqing's true dragon power gave them a huge impact. Yuqing's true dragon power was climbing crazily. His complexion was flushed almost totally red. Clearly, he had mustered up all of his strength and planned on squeezing out even the last trace of dragon power in his body. Bang! Yuqing struck a palm onto the dragon chi stone. The dragon chi stone suddenly lit up. The first section was instantly lit. Following that, was the second section, and then the third section. When it reached the 4th section, the dragon chi stone's speed of lightening up clearly slowed down. However, it was still climbing little by little. Initial stage 4th segment. Middle stage 4th segment. Late stage 4th segment. At this time, Yuqing's entire body was emitting waves of steaming heat. Ha! Yuqing roared, and the fourth section was finally completely lit. In the main hall came a series of exclamations. Peak fourth segment. Yuqing's growth during these 100 years is simply terrifying. My god. His dragon chi is actually only slightly worse than little dragon girl. Who, this human brat, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, he doesn't even know about the dragon chi stone. So he probably completely doesn't know what peak fourth segment means, right? Yuqing looked at the dragon chi stone that was being lit. A hint of a smile flashed across his face. Clearly, he was also very satisfied with this result. Someone like little dragon girl, that was completely abnormal. Who could reach the level of fifth segment at the age of 100? Even the 7 Great Sea Regions kings could not achieve it either. Yuqing looked at Yi Yuan and smiled coldly as he said, "Boy, it's your turn." Chapter 2682, Speechless. Chapter 2682, Speechless punk, it's your turn. Don't blame me for not telling you. But in the 7 Great Sea Regions and among peers, there's only younger sister Jingfei who beats me slightly. I think that you don't need to test anymore either. Just directly kneel down and admit your mistake. Yuqing's eyes were full of contempt. He was very confident in his own bloodline power. He would surely become a true dragon existence in the future. Even if he was not as good as Jingfei, so what? Boy, stop hanging on. Unless you fused true dragon's blood, otherwise, it's impossible to beat me, Yuqing. And the blood of true dragon doesn't exist in the 7 Great Sea Regions at all. Machen said with a look of excitement. Yuqing is also considered to have taken revenge for him in a disguised form like this. You've already lost. So why haven't you quickly knelt down? Kneel down. Kneel down. In their eyes, Yi Yuan already lost and needed to kneel down and admit his mistake. It was also not their fault for thinking this way, but no one among the young generation could achieve this step at all. True dragons, those were all extremely mysterious and powerful existences, rarely seen in this world. Therefore, the so-called dragon race in the 7 Great Sea Regions, they were all pseudo-dragons. Even if a human fused with pseudo-dragon blood, their bloodline power would not be much stronger either. Hey, you all are also too overbearing. Big brother Yi Yuan hasn't been tested yet, and you all already determined that he lost. Big brother Yi Yuan, hurry up and test. Little dragon girl said in defense against the injustice. Yi Yuan arrived in front of the dragon chi stone and slowly reached his hand out to press on top. Different from Yuqing, Yi Yuan did not burst forth a powerful dragon chi from his body. Everything was the same as usual. Haha, boy, the dragon chi stone isn't used like this. The way you are, the dragon chi stone won't react at all. Boy, you wouldn't not have bloodline power in your body at all, right? I even thought how formidable this kid was, after messing around for half a day. He's good at bragging. Stop disgracing yourself. Quickly kneel down and admit your fault. Yi Yuan had not even triggered the dragon chi stone, and it immediately attracted a wave of group ridiculing. To activate the dragon chi stone, one must urge one's own dragon chi to the extreme. Just like Yuqing, who mustered up all of his strength. But Yi Yuan actually did not use his energy at all. How could it possibly make the dragon chi stone have any reaction? But, in pace with Yi Yuan placing his hand on the dragon chi stone, an abnormality suddenly occurred. First section. Second section. All the way until the 9th section, they all lit up. The entire dragon chi stone erupted with a dazzling light. Compared to Yuqing's dim light earlier, Yi Yuan's light was purer and more dazzling. Everyone was stunned. Even little dragon girl's mouth opened into a circle. A hint of surprise flashed across Black Flood Dragon King's eyes. It was also not known what he was thinking about. Yuqing's eyes became wide saucers and disbelief was written all over his face. How is this possible? Hang on. The dragon chi stone must be broken, Yuqing muttered under his breath. He didn't even stimulate his bloodline power, so how did the dragon chi stone directly reach the 9th segment? Something must be wrong with the dragon chi stone. Dragon Lord, there's a problem with this dragon chi stone, Machen said. Black Flood Dragon King looked at him like looking at a fool and said coolly, if there's something wrong with the dragon chi stone, What about Yoqing's test earlier? You say that there's a problem, so maybe you can go up and try too. Muchen was taken aback and immediately lost his temper. But he was still unable to accept it. What right did a human have to make the dragon chi stone directly reach the 9th segment? What was even more damnable was that he actually did not stimulate his bloodline power. Could it be that the dragon chi stone directly detected it? Inconceivable. Yi Yuan looked at the dragon chi stone, a hint of a slight smile showing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Looks like my dragon race bloodline is still considered pretty good among heavenly stratum powerhousey." Yi Yuan had the confidence in Serpa's Xing Yuqing. But he did not expect that his bloodline power was actually so strong, directly reaching the 9th segment. Furthermore, looking at this light, it seemed to have not given full expression to its views. Most likely, this dragon chi stone could not truly gauge his true dragon bloodline. This was normal too. After all, it was just used for testing by a bunch of pseudo-dragons and not genuine true dragons. Presumably, even if it was true dragons, there would definitely be distinctions in strength when it came to bloodline power too. Of course, no matter how weak a true dragon's bloodline power was, it was also far stronger than these pseudo-dragons. Yi Yuan thought that for his true dragon bloodline to be so strong, it should be related to becoming dragon ancestor back then. Dragons were born from heaven and earth and were where the essence of heaven and earth lay. Yi Yuan could obtain the recognition of heavenly Tao in the heavenspan world, this small chiliocosm, becoming the dragon progenitor. This was likely a form of recognition of the 33 heavens' heavenly Tao in itself. Yi Yuan looked at Yuqing and said with a smile, "Sorry about it. Right now, apart from Jingfei, it seems like there's one more person whose bloodline is stronger than yours. Now, shouldn't it be time for you to kneel down?" Yoqing's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, "There's a problem with this dragon chi stone. The strongest that has appeared in the 7 Great Sea regions was also merely just the 8th segment dragon chi. How can you, a human, possibly reach the 9th segment? The peak 9th segment, that already infinitely approaches true dragon level. Don't tell me that what's flowing in your body is true dragon bloodline." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "If you say that there's a problem, you try it again." As he said, he took his palm away. Only then did the light on the dragon chi stone gradually dissipate. Yuqing gave a cold snort and arrived in front of the dragon chi stone again. The dragon chi on his body surged once again, pressing a palm on the dragon chi stone. This time, he still exerted all of his strength. But the result was the same. Peak 4th segment. Yoqing's expression changed, but he still refused to believe this fact. "Muchen, you come and try. There's absolutely a problem with this dragon chi stone," Yuqing said in disbelief still. Muchen nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try it out. How can he, a human, possibly reach the peak 9th segment?" Muchen arrived in front of the dragon chi stone and imitated Yuqing, and then he also started testing. In the end, his dragon chi stopped at peak 3rd segment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. If you don't believe it, you can still have the rest come and try." Yoqing's expression was grim as water and pointed at another one to come up. But, no matter who it was, no body Serpa. Said the 4th segment again. "Me too. Me too." When little dragon girl saw everyone testing, she could not resist it too and came forward on her own accord. She skipped in front of the dragon chi stone and pressed her palm on it. The stone pillar was lit up once again. Peak 5th segment. Jingfei's dragon chi was actually a full segment stronger than Yuqing. This naturally aroused another wave of exclamations. Little dragon girl looked at Yuqing and said with a smile, "Big brother Yuqing, this dragon chi stone is fine. I just tested my dragon chi a few years ago. It was the late stage 5th segment. Now, it has improved a little bit. Hehe, you must be willing to lose if you bet. Moreover, as a member of the dragon race, kneeling to a true dragon isn't considered an insult to you." Yoqing's expression alternated between green and white. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I still don't believe it. Test again. I don't believe that you can still reach the peak 9th segment." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll let you give up on this." Finished saying, He pressed his hand on the dragon chi stone again. The dragon chi stone was instantly fully lit. Peak 9th segment. With this, you have nothing to say, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone had tested once. Now, Yi Yuan tested a second time. This showed that the bloodline power in Yi Yuan's body had truly reached the peak 9th segment. This was too terrifying. Chapter 2683, Land of Dragon Slumber. Chapter 2683, Land of Dragon Slumber. I don't believe it. There must be something fishy going on. Yu Qing pointed at Yi Yuan and roared angrily. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Looks like you're planning on going back on your words." Yu Qing snorted coldly and said, "Going back on my words? You're clearly playing tricks. It's simply impossible for there to be true dragons existing in the 7 Great Sea regions. How can you, a mere human, possibly reach the peak 9th segment?" Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Well, since you're going to act shamelessly, then I can only compel you to kneel." When Yu Qing heard, he could not help smiling coldly as he said, "Boy, you don't seem to have figured out the situation yet, right? Do you really think that by defeating Muchen, you have the qualifications to challenge me? Testing dragon chi is one thing, real combat strength is another thing altogether. Killing you doesn't need the slightest effort at all." Yi Yuan's smile was bright, and he slowly arrived in front of Yu Qing. While Yu Qing looked at Yi Yuan, a cold sneer on his face. Suddenly, Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed on Yu Qing's head. Courting death. But right at this time, his body suddenly stiffened and he was actually unable to move a muscle. Then Yi Yuan suddenly pressed on his head. Under Yi Yuan's tremendous strength, Yu Qing could not help kneeling. Bang! Yi Yuan directly pressed his head on the ground. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not understanding why this scene would happen. Yu Qing's strength could be rated as invincible among peers. But why did he not make a move just now? Yi Yuan patted his hand and said with a smile, "Amen, it's still kowtowing like this, it's more satisfying." Yu Qing's head was touching the ground, and he had no way of lifting his head at all. He kept maintaining the posture of kowtowing. But his slightly trembling body currently showed the fury in his heart. "Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure. Even if you fly up to the heaven and tunnel into the earth, I'll tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces too," Yu Qing said with an angry roar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I were you, I'd keep a low profile at this time. If I'm not happy, I can kill you with one sword now." Don't tell me that you have a noble background. Yi Yuan, never ask about background when killing people. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Sure enough, one sentence and Yu Qing shut up. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one felt chills in their hearts. They all could tell that Yi Yuan had poisoned him. But no one could tell when Yi Yuan applied the poison, and how he applied the poison. No one expected that Yi Yuan actually still had such strange means. Jumping realms to battle, 9th segment Dragon Chi, a poison expert, Yi Yuan's Adent. One Tai became incomparably mysterious in their eyes. In fact, their faces even carried some awe and fear. "Alright, this kind of occasion is very boring, I won't be taking part. Farewell." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left. "Hold on." Black Flood Dragon King hurriedly shouted. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a cold smile, "Why? Are you planning on standing up for him?" Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, "This is about young people's dispute caused by personal feelings. So why would this king intervene? As long as there are no deaths caused, this king won't care. Making you stay, it's actually because I have something to ask." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "What is it?" Black Flood Dragon King said, "Actually, the 7 Great Sea region's young powerhouses are gathering here because a mystic realm in my Thistle South Sea region is about to open soon. When the time comes, Jingfei will enter it too. Young friend Yi's skill is extraordinary. I want to invite you to accompany her and enter the mystic realm together." Turns out that this mystic realm was called Land of Dragon Slumber. Legends had it that it was the place where a true dragon fell. The rise of the Black Flood Dragon King was inextricably linked to this place. He obtained the dragon race's secret art in the Land of Dragon Slumber, attaining Tao in the end, and had half a foot stepped into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven, dominating a region. However, each person could only enter this land of dragon slumber once. If they entered a second time, they would be killed by some kind of mysterious power. The Black Flood Dragon King was unable to enter personally, but he was also worried about Jingfei's safety. That was why he entrusted Yi Yuan to enter and act as a bodyguard character. Young friend Yi, don't blame me. This king had this idea, so I naturally had to understand your strength too. In these 7 Great Sea regions, everyone knows that Jingfei this Lane SS is my darling. If any accidents happen to her inside, I won't be able to forgive myself for life. Therefore, I hope that young friend Yi can lend a helping hand. Furthermore, since young friend Yi is in possession of a true dragon bloodline, perhaps you might obtain some Civ lucky chances in the land of dragon slumber. Black Flood Dragon King did not put on any airs and said sincerely. Although Jingfei this girl liked to play pranks, she was actually very pure. She did not have much idea of right or wrong in her heart, she just purely felt that it was fun. Ever since the last time, this girl became very dependent on him. In this 1 year, the two of them transmitted their voices over thousands of miles, and they were already very familiar with each other. Furthermore, subduing Ironcore and Minute Nanshan this time, Jingfei made tremendous contributions too. Since that was the case, there was nothing wrong with accompanying her on a trip. Furthermore, just as Black Flood Dragon King said, he might obtain some lucky chance inside, who knew? One had to know, Black Flood Dragon King did not enter deep back then. He probably walked less than halfway in and already had such accomplishment. This showed that the land of dragon slumber must be an extremely terrifying place. The more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there were as well. Black Flood Dragon King naturally knew that with Yi Yuan and Jingfei working together, it was virtually equivalent to a peak Jade Sovereign Heaven Mighty expert. After entering inside, protecting themselves should not be a problem. Big brother Yi Yuan, accompany me to go inside. It must be very fun in there. Jingfei lopped around Yi Yuan's neck and said coquettishly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, okay, I can accompany you to go inside. But, you have to listen to me, otherwise, I'll act alone. Jingfei planted a kiss on Yi Yuan's face and said joyfully, hehe, big brother Yi Yuan is the best. The banquet ended in unhappiness. Yuqing was carried back by someone. He was hit by Yi Yuan's petrification powder. Within 3 hours, he would not be able to move at all. After going back, he naturally flew into a thunderous rage. However, this expedition to the land of dragon slumber could not dispense with a bout of fierce fighting. After everyone left, in the bedroom palace, the mermaid queen said, King, is it really okay to hand Jingfei over to that Yi Yuan? Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, you probably don't know this. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch has to submit in front of him too. It can be imagined how powerful the true dragon bloodline in his body is. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch is the treasure that this king obtained in the land of dragon slumber. The Mermaid Queen said in surprise, how can he, a human, possibly has such a powerful true dragon bloodline? Black Flood Dragon King shook his head and said, he shouldn't be a pure human. Otherwise, his true dragon bloodline absolutely won't be so powerful. True dragons rarely appear in the 33 heavens. But this king feels that boy is likely a true dragon, because the aura on his body is very similar to the one I encountered in the land of dragon slumber back then. The Mermaid Queen was shocked to the extreme in her heart. A human was actually a true dragon. Most likely, no one would believe this sort of thing, but Black Flood Dragon King would not lie to her. This sort of thing was too inconceivable. But at this time, Black Flood Dragon King's gaze turned cold and he said with a cold smile, heh, after he comes out of the land of dragon slumber, most likely, breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum shouldn't be a problem. At that time, this king will extract his dragon marrow, and stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven will absolutely be a cinch. Chapter 2684, Mysterious Summoning. Chapter 2684, Mysterious Summoning. Land of Dragon Slumber. It was an enormous cast cave at the bottom of the sea. Standing in front of the cast cave, Yi Yuan felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Yi Yuan attempted to suppress it, but could not do it at all. Big brother Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Little dragon girl asked a little curiously. I feel that there seems to be something calling me in this land of dragon slumber. Yi Yuan said. Ha, do you really take yourself to be a true dragon? Land of dragon slumber has been sleeping here for at least 10,000 years. Why would it summon you? Idiot. Yuqing said with a cold smile on his face. Brother Yuqing, perhaps he really has a deep relations. Hi+P with this land of dragon slumber. Really enviable. Muchen similarly sneered as he said. Who, he's demonstrating how he's different from the rest. We all can't feel the land of dragon slumber's summoning, only he can feel it, how impressive. I've also never heard before that who in our 7 great sea regions have felt before the land of dragon slumber's calling. Impressive. Impressive. Yi Yuan's words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. In their view, the land of dragon slumber was a dead place. How could it possibly summon Yi Yuan? Especially Yuqing, he was directly pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan a few days ago. This was simply unprecedented humiliation to him. If he could, he would immediately kill Yi Yuan now. Actually, the ones who entered the land of dragon slumber this time were not just the 7 great royal clans. There were also many tribal powerhouses. It was just that they did not have the qualifications to enter the banquet, that was all. These tribal powerhouses, some of them were quite strong, even reaching the realm of Jade Sovereign Heaven already. Yuqing was afraid of Yi Yuan's poison, but he had some Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by his side too, which was sufficient to kill Yi Yuan. It was just that in front of Black Flood Dragon King, it was not convenient for him to take action. Yuqing already made up his mind. After entering the land of dragon slumber, the first thing he would do was to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan ignored everyone's ridicule. The blood in his body was already somewhat going out of control. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan involuntarily moved closer to the land of dragon slumber. One step, another step. It was not Yi Yuan taking the initiative, he could not help it. The calling from the depths of the land of dragon slumber was getting stronger and stronger. When Yuqing saw this scene, he sneered even more as he said, You guys, look, this guy is planning on entering first in order to prove the summoning of the land of dragon slumber. Ha ha ha, roar. Yuqing's voice had yet to fade when a blood-red dragon chi rose up from Yi Yuan's body. The blood-red dragon chi condensed into a giant red dragon in the deep sea. Ha! It was also at this moment that Yi Yuan roared, the aura on his body surging to the sky. Everyone's laughter abruptly ceased. Because Yi Yuan was about to break through. In reality, he already reached peak greater sublime heavenly stratum when he broke through the last time and could break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum at any time. However, Yi Yuan was afraid that his cultivation realm would be unstable, so he kept suppressing it and did not break through. Just now, all the blood in Yi Yuan's body seethed once again under that mysterious power's calling. His cultivation realm actually broke through involuntarily. This sort of feeling was almost the same as when he sensed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch back then. At that time, Yi Yuan was very confused too. He did not know why he had this kind of feeling with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But now, he understood. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch must have originated from the land of dragon slumber. Hey, little dragon girl let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter and said to Yuqing, Big brother Yuqing, didn't you say that it's impossible for the land of dragon slumber to summon big brother Yi Yuan? Now, he hasn't even entered the land of dragon slumber and he directly broke through. Yuqing's expression was livid, a look of disbelief on his face. How could this guy possibly break through directly? Furthermore, the blood dragon that was wandering continuously in the sky above the land of dragon slumber made it clear to all that Yi Yuan had indeed felt the calling of the land of dragon slumber. This dragon chi was really so strong. Could it be that he really felt the summoning of the land of dragon slumber? How is this possible? The land of dragon slumber would actually take the initiative to summon a human? What capability does this boy have to actually be able to get the land of dragon slumber's summoning? The powerhouses who were still ridiculing Yi Yuan just now could not laugh anymore at this time. Yi Yuan's breakthrough was like a resounding slap, slapping onto their faces. It turned out that Yi Yuan really felt the land of dragon slumber's summoning. And it was precisely because of this that the sea race powerhouses present were even more green with envy, especially the dragon race powerhouses. They were even more jealous. This land of dragon slumber was the place where a true dragon slumbered in the legends. The greatest wish of the 7 great sea regions dragon race was to be able to evolve into a true dragon one day. But they had never obtained the land of dragon slumber's show of favor before. Not only that, the powerhouses of the 7 great sea regions that died in the land of dragon slumber were beyond counting. But what right did a brat that came from the human race have to directly break through a major realm before even entering the land of dragon slumber? When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, beyond the shock he was feeling, he was even more ecstatic in his heart. The purer Yi Yuan's bloodline was, the greater his hopes of breaking through. Perhaps, after he absorbed Yi Yuan's dragon marrow, he would be able to become a true dragon in the future, who knows? Amen. The Black Flood Dragon King wants to harm me? Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Currently, the dragon chi in his body had fused into one with the mysterious power that came from the depths of the land of dragon slumber. Every detail here could not escape his perception. The Black Flood Dragon King was the most powerful existence among these people, and he was also the clearest existence in Yi Yuan's perception. Therefore, this tiny hint of killing intent that Black Flood Dragon King revealed was caught by him keenly. Ever since coming to Thistle South Dragon Palace, Black Flood Dragon King could be considered to have conducted himself rather kindly. But Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually concealed his intentions so deeply. If not for fusing with this mysterious power, he would not have been able to detect it. Humph. I hope that you don't make a move against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind tearing down your Thistle South Dragon Palace. Yi Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. Black Flood Dragon King was Thistle South's strongest powerhouse, a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan was naturally not his match. But, if Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, he might not be able to stop him either. At this time, earth-shaking changes were currently happening in Yi Yuan's small world. Sublime Realm 3 Heavens, Lesser Sublime Heavenly Stratum, Greater Sublime Heavenly Stratum, Limitless Sublime Heavenly Stratum. It was actually the expanding and perfecting of the small world. When he was in the Heavenspan world, the Chaos Heavenspan canon that Yi Yuan created was completely based on the Heavenspan world. But only after walking out of the Heavenspan world did Yi Yuan realize what was called as a real heaven. The rules of the 33 heavens were complicated and profound to the extreme. Reaching limitless sublime heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan felt that his small world no longer had a limit. Formless, limitless. The so-called limitless sublime heavenly stratum, heaven without limit, Tao without limit. Yi Yuan revolved according to the cultivation method of the wordless heavenly skill. The boundary of the chaos world became blurry. He could feel that his world was becoming more consolidated and stronger. The wordless heavenly skill and my chaos heavenspan canon are of the same lineage, well deserving of being the cultivation method that could let Yang Jade roam the rain-clear continent unhindered. Even if I don't use Great Tao transformation now, my strength is 2 to 3 times that of those in the same rank too. Yi Yuan said with joy. Chapter 2685, Dying Before Achieving Success. Chapter 2685, Dying Before Achieving Success. Roar. The blood dragon circled around for a while, then tunneled back into Yi Yuan's body again. Yi Yuan felt that his bloodline power was stronger than before. It looks like young friend Yi is really fated with this land of dragon slumber. Congratulations, young friend Yi, for advancing to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Black Flood Dragon King was all smiles, a sincere look on his face as he came up to congratulate. If it were before, Yi Yuan would definitely have a better impression. But now, he was full of disgust in his heart. But, at this time, it was clearly not the time to lose all decorum. Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "Many thanks, Black Flood Dragon King." Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, "This land of dragon slumber has been here for no idea how many years already. It's never been heard of that anyone could feel the summoning from inside. Young friend Yi really surprised this king. It's just, don't know what kind of summoning young friend Yi felt." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I just feel a mysterious power." Everyone naturally did not believe these words. In reality, it was indeed a lie too. It was indeed a mysterious power, but Yi Yuan felt that this mysterious power seemed to be calling him to go in. Seemingly, somewhat too impatient to wait. Of course, this was purely a feeling. Yi Yuan also did not know whether it was real or fake. In fact, this could be a kind of danger. Yi Yuan had entered God knows how many mystic realms before. He naturally could not be naive enough to think that this land of dragon slumber was opened by him and that he could come and go as he pleased. This sort of mystic realm was often accompanied by great danger. But right now, the expressions of Yuqing and the rest were surprisingly ugly. They could not quite maintain their face anymore. Rumble. Right at this time, there was a tremor. The seabed was shaking violently. The entire sea region seemed like mountains were crying out and the sea was howling. Right then, the restrictions in front of the cave collapsed with a loud bang. An aura of a dragon slowly flowed out of the cave. There's no rule for the opening of the land of dragon slumber. But, each time it opens, it will trigger a tsunami. Right now, a large area on land has already been submerged, Black Flood Dragon King explained. Hehe, the land of dragon slumber seems to be very fun. I'm going in first. Little dragon girl giggled and did not wait for everyone to react either, and she already turned into a wisp of green smoke, burrowing into the cave. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said angrily, "This Laness is really too worrisome. The land of dragon slumber is filled with dangers. Does she really think that it's her own backyard? Young friend Yi, hurry up and go in. I'll entrust this girl to you." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and also leaped and entered the land of dragon slumber. Yuqing and the rest were naturally not willing to fall behind others and followed after in succession. Yi Yuan only felt a blur in front of him, as if he had arrived in another world. There was no sea water in the land of dragon slumber. The surrounding cliffs showed a red-black color, giving people a strange feeling. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. There were actually no traces of little dragon girl anymore, and he could not help frowning slightly. This girl was too wild, wanting to control her would really expend some effort. However, after entering the land of dragon slumber, that mysterious summoning seemed to have gotten stronger. As if there was someone who kept calling softly in his ear. "Hurry up, I've been waiting a long time for you." This feeling was very magical. Yi Yuan forcibly suppressed the impulse to enter the depths and took out a small conch. It was precisely the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's clone body. Yi Yuan recited a spell, the small conch became bright and started flying. The urgent matter on hand was still finding little dragon girl first. As for this land of dragon slumber's secret, take it slowly, there was no rush. But right then, several figures suddenly dashed out, surrounding Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Yuqing and the others? There were even 3 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses following by his side. There was also Muchen and the rest nearby, and beside them, there were many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too. Facing a group of seafolk, the current Yi Yuan immediately became a public enemy. There were no fewer than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present. "Heh, boy, we meet again. Now that we've entered the land of dragon slumber, I want to see how you can still be COC Kai. That day, you made me lose all face. Today, I want you to pay back 100-fold. Yuqing said with a cold smile. Muchen also had a proud look as he said, "Punk, weren't you very arrogant? Now, are you still arrogant? Come over and kneel down for this young master. This young master can consider sparing you from death. Idiot." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said. The moment Muchen heard, he became furious and said in a cold voice, "Go, capture this punk for me. I want him alive. I want him to experience what's called a life worse than death." "Yes, Lord Dragon's son." The Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse that Muchen brought immediately responded, erupting with a powerful strength all over his body, and pouncing towards Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, facing so many Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time, it was clearly beyond his means. However, he did not pay too much attention. If he could not beat them, escaping was still not a problem. But, just as he was about to activate his movement technique, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A drop of scarlet liquid suddenly fell from the top of the cave, dripping onto that jade sovereign heaven accurately. That jade sovereign heaven let out a tragic scream, then, his body shriveled up rapidly. In virtually a blink of an eye, all the blood in his body seemed to have been drained, becoming a human jerky. This bizarre scene made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. That was a jade sovereign heaven. In a blink of an eye, he became a human jerky. What on earth was that strange liquid? Yi Yuan's brows also furrowed. This scene was too coincidental. That drop of liquid dripped precisely onto the jade sovereign heaven who attacked him without any deviation, as if this was all planned. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Could it be that that mysterious power was protecting him? What on earth was this guy summoning him for? Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he had fallen into a pit. He understood that wanting to get away now probably could not be accomplished anymore. Entering the land of dragon slumber, he would have to follow the path set by that mysterious power. However, while he was shocked, Yi Yuan naturally would not show it. He looked at Muchen and said with a grin, "You only brought this one jade sovereign heaven? TSK, this is called dying before achieving success, right? The journey has only just started. I find it very hard to imagine how you'll be walking the road at the back by yourself." The corners of Muchen's mouth twitched slightly, his expression being ugly to the extreme. He was not like Yuqing, able to bring 3 jade sovereign heavens by his side to protect him. He only brought one person, and the person died immediately. How aggravating. Just as Yi Yuan said, this land of dragon slumber was full of dangers. Relying on himself for the road at the back, it was a little too lacking in strength. At this time, Yi Yuan looked towards Yuqing and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why? Are you still planning on watching the show? Don't you want to kill me very much? Why aren't you attacking?" Yuqing's brows furrowed slightly. He also felt that it was a little too coincidental. Hence, he did not act hastily. But at this time, he was cornered by Yi Yuan. His expression suddenly turned dark and he said to the 3 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses beside him, "The 3 of you, attack together." "Yes." Those 3 people answered without knowing the inner reason and went up. But, just as they pounced toward Yi Yuan, 3 drops of liquid hit them accurately. Another 3 human jerkies. The expressions of everyone present changed wildly. Chapter 2686. Can't do it without me. Chapter 2686. Can't do it without me. Why? Why is it like this? Everyone's faces changed wildly, clearly frightened by this scene. What the freaking hell? Whoever attacked Yi Yuan would be directly finished off. What was there to play still? If the previous one was a coincidence, then what was the deal with these 3? Thinking back to that mysterious summoning that Yi Yuan talked about before entering, if they still did not understand what happened, then they would be a bunch of pig. What the hell is this? Why would the land of dragon slumber protect this guy? Yuqing was full of puzzlement. Based on what? What right does this guy have to be able to receive the land of dragon slumber's showing of favor? Muchen said with a reluctant look. These young powerhouses were all unreconciled to it, indignant, and had fear mixed in. They were originally planning on teaming up to deal with Yi Yuan, this outsider, after entering the land of dragon slumber. Who knew that he had arrived home? Based on what? Of course, it's based on the fact that my bloodline power is strong. I said it long ago, you all are pseudo-dragons. Now, are you guys still not convinced? Not convinced is all right, but it's useless, Yi Yuan smiled and said. One sentence choked the young powerhouses present until they were speechless. Yeah, the greatest probability was because Yi Yuan's bloodline power was strong. This place was the land of dragon slumber. Of course, it would regard people with strong bloodline power in a more favorable light. Help! There's a monster. Right at this time, a shrill scream suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Who could it be if not little dragon girl? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure suddenly turning into a streak of electricity, plussing towards the depths. While the others exchanged glances and also followed after respectively. After a short time, in a narrow pares sageway, little dragon girl was fighting as she retreated. More than 10 blood-colored after-images forced little dragon girl until she was teetering on her feet. One had to know, even without Yi Yuan's partic. 1p Asian, little dragon girl's strength was sufficient to reach middle jade sovereign heaven too. But currently, under the pincer attack of more than 10 blood shadows, little dragon girl clearly could not hold on anymore. Seemingly perceiving Yi Yuan's approach, little dragon girl yelled, "Big brother Yi Yuan, quickly come and help. I almost can't hold on anymore." Yi Yuan's face fell and joined the battle with a flash. And right at this time, those over a dozen blood shadows seemed to have seen something terrifying, all retreating in an instant. When little dragon girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes became wide saucers. When the others saw this scene, they became even more convinced of their previous judgment. "Whoa, big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible. They seem to be scared of you." Little dragon girl looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of worse, "Hi+P. But Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, "You lane SS, are your BUT tarks itching again?" Little dragon girl stuck her tongue out and said cheekily, "I was curious. Don't be angry, alright, big brother Yi Yuan." Got to admit, little dragon girl was very scared of Yi Yuan. While the others had long already had a taste of little dragon girl's fearlessness. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. This scourge yielded to Yi Yuan. What on earth is going on? Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Little dragon girl said, "Aya, I discovered a blood-red fruit in front. It looks very impressive. I was just about to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out, it scared me to death." "Blood-red fruit?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. The moment this was said, the eyes of the others lit up. Even a fool would also know that this blood-red fruit was not an ordinary item. Amen, that fruit seems to be condensed out of blood, seemingly very impressive. With one look, I felt that it was not ordinary and wanted to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out. But, I don't know why, the moment they saw you, it's like rats seeing a cat. All ran away, little dragon girl said curiously. Not far away, Yuqing and the rest were Nas. Hi+ing their teeth in hatred. What else could there be? Because this land of dragon slumber was protecting Yi Yuan, the dangers here did not seem to be dangers to Yi Yuan at all. "Come, bring me to take a look," Yi Yuan said. Hence, little dragon girl brought Yi Yuan and went to a remote cave. Sure enough, a blood-red fruit was growing in the center of the cave, looking breathtaking. One look and it was clear that it was not something simple. "That's vermilion spirit fruit," Yuqing said with a look of shock when he saw the fruit. "It's actually the vermilion spirit fruit, that's a sacred relic of the dragon clan. A vermilion spirit fruit can directly increase a segment of bloodline power. Such a treasure can simply only come by with luck, but not by searching for it." It was not up to these people to not exclaim in shock. Vermilion spirit fruit, it was equivalent to the promotion of bloodline. A vermilion spirit fruit could let a dragon increase a segment of bloodline power unconditionally. No body could resist this sort of temptation. Swooze. H+, swooze. H+, swooze. H+. Several figures rushed over at once when they saw the vermilion spirit fruit. There was even a jade sovereign heavenly stratum among them. Nothing could be done about it. Treasures always moved people. But right at this time, more than 10 blood shadows suddenly appeared. Each of these blood shadows was extremely powerful, instantly surrounding those few powerhouses. Bang! 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 An Astonis. Hi+ing great battle immediately erupted in the cave. The result was that after a moment, those few people were directly thrashed. "Big brother Yi Yuan, these blood shadows are so formidable, why don't we join forces to deal with them?" Little dragon girl said. The two of them joining hands was equivalent to a grand completion jade sovereign heaven powerhouse. They naturally would not fear these blood shadows. However, Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "No need, I'll go and pluck it." Little dragon girl said in surprise, "Big brother Yi Yuan, your strength is too weak. Don't joke around." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who's joking with you?" As he said, Yi Yuan's figure drifted, directly arriving in front of the vermilion spirit fruit. Those blood shadows directly dissipated without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. When little dragon girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes stared like wide saucers again as she cried out in surprise, "What did you do, big brother Yi Yuan?" Each and every one of those blood shadows have an extremely strong brutal air, they actually don't have any reaction to you at all. Yi Yuan threw the vermilion spirit fruit to Land of Dragon Slumber and said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. It's just that this Land of Dragon Slumber seems to have chosen me. Therefore, freely pick the treasures here. Here, the vermilion spirit fruit." Little dragon girl shook her head hard and said, "I can't take it. The vermilion spirit fruit is too precious. Furthermore, you obtained it, I can't hog it on my own." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You lame-ss, stop being courteous with me. Let me tell you, the treasures of this Land of Dragon Slumber, as long as you want them, there's none that I can't get. Therefore, just take it." Little dragon girl said in surprise, "Big brother Yi Yuan, you're bragging. Back then, my royal father narrowly escaped death here too, before he had today's position. What right do you have to dare say such a thing?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't believe me?" Little dragon girl shook her head and said, "Don't believe you." Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned as he said, "Come here." Those blood shadows were immediately like small fries, coming before Yi Yuan and kneeling down. When little dragon girl saw this scene, her two eyes immediately shone. Chapter 2687, Bring Me Home. Chapter 2687, Bring Me Home. Do you believe it now? I believe it. So, eat it. This thing doesn't have much effect on me. Okay. Little dragon girl nodded her head like a rattle drum, swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit in one bite. A good thing like the vermilion spirit fruit also had to depend on who used it. Yi Yuan's bloodline power was already the power of a true dragon to begin with. It naturally did not need the vermilion spirit fruit to grow stronger. Even if it could increase bloodline power after Yi Yuan ate it, it would be extremely limited too. But, to little dragon girl, or Yuqing and the rest, the significance of this thing would be different, unconditionally promoting a segment of dragon chi. To them, these pseudo-dragons, who did not want it. Seeing this scene, they were envious to the extreme. Swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit, the dragon chi on little dragon girl's body erupted at once. Originally, little dragon girl's dragon chi already reached peak 5th segment. Now, it directly rose to peak 6th segment. Although there was no dragon chi stone here, the increase in little dragon girl's dragon chi was visible to the naked eye. Yuqing and the rest were green with envy. If the vermilion spirit fruit was eaten by him, wouldn't he be able to rival little dragon girl? But there were no IFS in this world. Now, not only could he not rival little dragon girl, he became even further from her instead. Stop watching. Go and play by yourselves. If you follow us, you guys won't even have soup to drink, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Yuqing's face turned black, feeling as awful as having eaten a fly. He really could not refute these words. Consider yourself ruthless. Who will emerge victorious is not yet known. Don't be complacent too early. Yuqing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Who? There's really no need to be complacent with a pseudo-dragon like you. I think that you're probably mistaken." Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Yuqing gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "Go." The Land of Dragon Slumber extended in all directions. There was naturally more than one path. What lucky chances you could obtain, it completely depended on the individual's luck and strength. Primarily, what Yi Yuan said was right. They would really not even have soup to drink if they followed Yi Yuan. Freaking HEL. Yi Yuan was equivalent to being invincible here. Big brother Yuqing, are we dropping this matter just like this? I can't swallow this insult. Machen said. But Yuqing sneered and said, "Do you really think that that boy is invincible?" Machen said in surprise, "Isn't that so?" Yuqing smiled and said, "Of course not. As the saying goes, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, and vice versa. Being favored by the Land of Dragon Slumber, maybe the Land of Dragon Slumber needs his life as the price. No, it should be said that this possibility is very high. In a place like the Land of Dragon Slumber, the more smooth sailing it is, the more one needs to be vigilant. This boy thinks that he's formidable, but he doesn't know that the mysterious power of this land of dragon slumber has already had its eye on him. The moment Muchen and the rest heard, they immediately revealed looks of enlightenment. Brilliant. When you said this, it really is true. The more smooth sailing he is now, the more likely something will happen to him at the back. Maybe, his life has already been reserved by the land of dragon slumber. Even if he wants to run, he can't run too. Muchen smacked his thigh and said with a loud laugh. Yuqing nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, it's precisely so. Therefore, let's just wait and watch the joke." When everyone heard that, they all nodded their heads. As the 7 Great Sea Regions #1 genius, Yuqing was naturally not a stupid person. The problem that Yi Yuan was worried about, he could imagine it too. "All right, finally managed to come in, we can't waste the opportunity. Now, everyone acts on your own. Whoever has the last laugh is the real winner," Yuqing said coolly. He brought 3 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. The majority of the dangers here, he could handle it. Hence, he was a little more confident than the rest. Along the way, Yi Yuan brought Little Dragon Girl, walking and stopping, obtaining a lot of benefits. Of course, these benefits were really nothing to Yi Yuan. Very soon, Little Dragon Girl's bloodline power rose rapidly, almost reaching peak 7th segment. But the deeper in, the stronger the summoning of that mysterious power. Yi Yuan knew that he was not far from that mysterious power. Hihi, big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible. The strange things in here all behave like they saw a ghost when they see you. Little Dragon Girl giggled. Yi Yuan's face turned black. Did this girl know how to talk or not? But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Countless green lights suddenly appeared around them. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he yelled coldly, "Go away." But this time, it failed. Those green lights grew more and more, completely drowning the 2 people. By the time Yi Yuan came back to his senses, there was already no trace of Little Dragon Girl. To be precise, he had arrived at an unknown place. In this place, he could not see his fingers when he extended his hand. But the blood in his body completely started to feel aroused. "I finally waited until you came." In the darkness, a voice suddenly came over, carrying a tiny hint of excitement. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "It was you who summoned me here?" "That's right. Who on earth are you? What's your goal of summoning me here?" Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm looking for you. It's just to have you bring me home," that voice said. "Bring you home? Where is your home?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. "My home is in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. I'm too lonely here. I miss home." That voice seemed extremely lonely. Yi Yuan discerned his sentimentality for home from his voice. "Why me?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. He already determined that this mysterious existence did not seem to have malice towards him. This also made his suspending heart relax. Of course, the premise was that he did not reject the other party. Yi Yuan could feel that going home was the other party's obsession. He picked Yi Yuan. But if he could not fulfill his wish, Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee what would happen. "Maybe everyone who came here for the expedition would die," that voice said, "because you're a true dragon's descendant. I've waited for several tens of thousands of years here, but have never come across with a true dragon before. If it's not a true dragon, it will be impossible to pass through the barrier of heavens and return to Void Shrine illuminating heaven. That lane SS is pretty good, but clearly, you're more suitable." "Barrier of heavens?" Yi Yuan asked in puzzlement. In reality, Yi Yuan only knew that this world was called 33 Heavens, but he completely did not know what the 33 Heavens was. He had already arrived in this world for a number of years. But, the place that he learned about, it was also limited to the Rainclear continent only. And the Rainclear continent seemed to only be a corner of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven too. There was an even more vast world outside. Just like Shua Bufan, his cultivation realm was already high until the Rainclear continent could not keep him behind anymore. That place no longer had anywhere that was worth him being reluctant to leave. Therefore, it seemed inevitable that he went to an even more expansive region. It was just that wanting to walk out of the rain-clear continent was not an easy thing either. But now, this mysterious existence actually wanted him to pass through the barrier of heavens. This was much harder than going out of the rain-clear continent. It sounded like a huge challenge. Chapter 2688, Divine Emergence. Chapter 2688, Divine Emergence. The 33 heavens are the rulers of myriad world. It is heaven, not a world. Each heaven is an independent existence, each performing its own duties, dictating the rotation of myriad worlds. There's a clear distinction between heavens. The barrier of the heavens is a stretch of chaos, isolating all the heavens. True dragons are born of chaos and can travel through the heavens, soaring across myriad world. When your realm reaches it, you'll naturally be able to cut through space. But right now, you're far too weak. That mysterious voice spoke with fervor and assurance, talking tirelessly about the secrets of the heavens. Only then did Yi Yuan know that the rain-clear continent was merely a tiny corner of the 33 heavens, that was all. The current him was still too weak. So that's how it is. But why should I promise you? Yi Yuan asked. Traveling through the heavens, this did not sound like some easy thing one had to know. Going out of a measly little rain-clear continent was incomparably difficult, let alone talk about traversing the heavens. I can make you become stronger, the mysterious voice said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, do you have a mystic art to condense the divine soul? Divine soul? You're talking about people of the lower realms, right? People of the lower realms, as long as they don't enter reincarnation, condensing the divine soul isn't considered a very profound method. It's just that your current realm is a little too low. So you can't execute it at all. Yi Yuan's eyes instantly erupted with a shocking light like the sun in the dark night. He finally saw hope. However, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a solemn voice, words alone are no proof. That mysterious voice said, this is easy. This divinity will impart you a soul race mystic art right now. After you cultivate it to the realm of major accomplishment, forget about condensing the divine soul. What's difficult about condensing origin divinities? As he said, a set of mystic art actually appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. He could not help being greatly shocked. He actually did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of this existence. A set of mystic art, he actually instilled it directly into Yi Yuan's consciousness. It could be seen how terrifying the other party's strength was. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and started studying this mystic art. Upon cultivating it, he could not help being even more shocked inwardly. How profound, what a powerful origin divinity mystic art. This mystic art was called Divine Emergence. This was a powerful mystic art that cultivated the origin divinity. When cultivated to the extreme, one could rely on the power of the origin divinity and confront heavenly stratum powerhouses head-on. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity was undying and imperishable in the heavenspan world. But facing heavenly stratum powerhouses, his origin divinity was still too weak. The origin divinity was similarly a weak link to heavenly stratum powerhouses. But, if he successfully cultivated divine emergence, his origin divinity would become powerful to the extreme. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his origin divinity would still be able to exist independently and continue cultivating to become stronger. That mysterious voice said, speaking of which, chaos origin divinities are mostly naturally born. One such as yours, cultivating into chaos origin divinity postnatal, it's in the minority. Your chaos origin divinity is extremely suitable to cultivate this divine emergence mystic art. With your talent, if you actually don't cultivate soul techniques, it's rather a waste. Regardless of whether it was ascenders or native powerhouses, each person's origin divinity had its own attribute. This attribute was closely related to how one broke through to heavenly stratum. Some people's origin divinity was lightning attribute, some were fire attribute too, so on and so forth. Chaos origin divinity was an extremely seldom seen existence among heavenly stratum powerhouses too. Therefore, when Jun Tian saw Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity back then, that was why he would be so surprised. The chaos origin divinity had no attributes, or should one say, it had well-rounded attributes, having extremely strong malleability. For example, lightning attribute could only cultivate lightning soul techniques. When cultivating other methods, the effect would be greatly reduced. But the chaos origin divinity would not. Chaos could develop myriad things, regardless of which attribute soul technique, he could execute it. Hence, heavenly stratum powerhouses that possessed the chaos origin divinity were actually most suited to walk the origin divinity path. But origin divinity path cultivation methods and mystic arts were too rare in the rain-clear continent. Therefore, Yi Yuan had a treasure mountain, but he had no way of excavating it. Got to say, it was quite a regret. But, if Yi Yuan successfully cultivated this divine emergence mystic art, it would be another trump card of his. Obtaining the divine emergence mystic art, Yi Yuan behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure, and he started cultivating unconsciously. Cultivation was timeless. No idea how long had Pares said either, and then Yi Yuan finally awake from cultivation. He only felt that his origin divinity was almost emerging from his body. His chaos origin divinity was actually several times stronger than before. What a powerful origin divinity mystic art. I didn't expect that mastering the first level can make the origin divinity several times stronger. Now, I only need a single thought, and I'll probably be able to effortlessly kill powerhouses at limitless sublime heavenly stratum and below. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that that mysterious voice actually did not respond, and he could not help being very curious. Senior. Amen, I'm here. Only hearing this voice, did Yi Yuan set his mind at ease. That voice exclaimed in shock, "You, boy, are really a genius in cultivating soul techniques. You actually only used 1 month and mastered the first level. If not for seeing that you possess true dragon's blood, I'd even think that you were born in the soul race." Back then, the soul race's #1 genius, Hun Chen Sui, also used 3 full years before successfully cultivating the first level. In this 1 month, the mysterious voice had been in shock the whole time. The progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation was seriously too fast. Yi Yuan did not know the origin of this divine emergence, but he was perfectly clear. The soul race had 3 great soul cannons. This divine emergence was one of them. Back then, he killed a top powerhouse from the soul race before SNATC, hing away this secret cannon from the other party. It took him 100 years to cultivate the first level of this divine emergence. And back then, he was already an apex character who commanded the 33 heavens. But even so, it took him 100 years to just cultivate the first level. The profoundness of this soul cannon could be seen. But Yi Yuan only used a month and finished cultivating the first level. This speed was simply even more terrifying than the soul race. The soul race's secret cannon was cultivated by a half-human half-dragon fellow, and the speed was actually dozens of times faster than the soul race's #1 genius. Got to say, this was a kind of irony. He naturally did not know that cultivating until this day, Yi Yuan's understanding of the divine soul path was extremely profound in the first place. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan rely on his own strength and achieve the chaos origin divinity in a sealed heavenspan world? Many thanks to Senior for imparting the Tao. Regarding Senior's request, even if Yi Yuan's bones are ground to dust, I'll complete it too. Yi Yuan said sincerely. The divine emergence had a total of 7 levels. As long as he cultivated to the 3rd level, Yi Yuan would be able to perform a secret art in it, called Divinity Assembly. This technique was precisely the method to condense origin divinity. At that time, he should be able to truly revive Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan killed all the way to the 33 heavens from the heavenspan world. It was for the sake of today. So how could he not be agitated? This mysterious powerhouse imparted to him this cultivation method. With Yi Yuan's disposition, he would naturally fulfill his wishes even if his bones were ground to dust. The mysterious powerhouse said, "Amen, it's good that you have this heart. This divinity is really a little tired and wants to go back home. This divinity, Mi Tian, will follow you in the future." Chapter 2689, I'm very happy. Chapter 2689, I'm very happy. Thump, thump. The sound of heartbeats suddenly entered Yi Yuan's ears. The darkness faded, and a heart appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Suddenly, the heart started to shrink, then shrunk again. Finally, it turned into a small and exquisite red crystal and flew toward Yi Yuan. It's my dragon heart. It will be lodging in your body in the future. The dragon chi in the dragon heart will nourish your true dragon bloodline and be greatly beneficial to you. I hope that one day, you can bring me home. Mi Tian's voice transmitted out of the dragon heart. Finished saying, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to refuse either. The dragon heart flew straight between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and disappeared. Yi Yuan felt as if a round of spring rain was currently Nori's. Plusing all the blood in his body. This feeling made him extremely refreshed. Senior Mi Tian, rest assured. What Yi Yuan promised you, I'll definitely do it, Yi Yuan said firmly. Outside of the Cast Cave, the 7 Great Sea region's young powerhouses have already assembled. However, there were still many people who remained in the land of dragon slumber forever. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. Some people died, but there were naturally some who attained Dao. Congratulations, Brother Yuqing. You're probably the biggest winner among us apart from younger sister Jingfei, Muchen said to Yuqing with a smile. This is just something to be expected. The happiest thing is that that guy won't be coming out again. See? What did I say? Feeling the calling of the land of dragon slumber and getting the protection of the land of dragon slumber might not be a good thing. Now, it's indeed like this, right? Yuqing was very happy, really happy. Entering the land of dragon slumber this time, he obtained considerably lucky chances, his cultivation directly reaching the realm of grand completion, limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Not only that, he even obtained a dragon race mystic art that could let his bloodline power continuously improve. With this mystic art, he might become a true dragon in the future. Of course, what made him happiest was still that Yi Yuan did not come out. The land of dragon slumber's restrictions were already slowly recovering. It was about to recover like it was new soon. Those who had not come out yet were basically confirmed that they could not come out anymore. He was already very sure that that mysterious summoning was simply a huge trap. Yi Yuan must have already died inside after entering. This matter made him even happier than when he broke through his cultivation realm and obtained the dragon race mystic art. Ha ha ha, Brother Yuqing indeed foretold with divine accuracy. That COC Kai Guy has died inside. Muchen gave Yuqing a big thumbs up as he said with a loud laugh. He was very happy too. Yuqing said smugly, this guy thought that he was a genius, but he was an out-and-out moron. This was clearly a trap, he actually jumped in just like that. Humph. Big brother Yi Yuan won't die. He'll definitely come out. Little dragon girl pouted and said unhappily. To talk about this land of dragon slumber trip, the biggest winner was none other than little dragon girl. Her bloodline power already reached the terrifying peak 8th segment, being only half a step away from the 9th segment. Apart from this, she even obtained many good things with Yi Yuan's help. These things could all increase bloodline power. With these things, little dragon girl evolving to the realm of a true dragon was virtually a sure bet. Furthermore, little dragon girl's realm also directly jumped to grand completion, limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Her improvement was even greater than Yuqing. One had to know, she rose up from lower limitless sublime heaven. Those dragon race good stuff, Yi Yuan did not want a single one of them and gave it all to little dragon girl. Little dragon girl liked to play pranks, but it did not mean that she could not tell good from bad. She had a good impression of Yi Yuan to begin with. Now, she was even more grateful to Yi Yuan. So, when she saw Yuqing's gloating appearance, she felt very unhappy. Not far away, Black Flood Dragon King was also frowning slightly, his expression grim. He was very optimistic about Yi Yuan and felt that he definitely would not fall in the land of dragon slumber. Who knew that he really fell? If not for that he could not enter the land of dragon slumber, he even wished to rush inside right now. Yuqing's words made him inexplicably a little irritated. But right then, the restrictions of the land of dragon slumber were finally restored again. Yuqing laughed loudly and said, "Young sister Jingfei, even if your big brother Yi Yuan isn't dead, it's impossible to come out anymore too. This restriction, even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses can't break it too." Do you think that he can come out? Ha ha ha, in his excitement, Yuqing burst out laughing. Noisy. Yuqing was currently being pleased with himself when Black Flood Dragon King flung a slap over. Against a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Mighty expert, he did not even have time to react and was directly slapped flying. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that Black Flood Dragon King would actually get so angry. Yuqing clutched his face and said with a look of surprise, Black Flood Dragon King, you dared to hit me? Black Flood Dragon King had a dark look and said, still dare to be noisy, this king will kill you right now. Can Jiolan that guy do anything to this king? Yuqing's expression changed, only then, knowing that Black Flood Dragon King had genuinely become enraged. It was just that, he did not understand why Black Flood Dragon King would suddenly get angry. Could it be because of Yi Yuan, that punk? But Yi Yuan was not considered as being respectful to Black Flood Dragon King either. In fact, he was a little domineering. So Black Flood Dragon King should have no reason to like him. How baffling. However, Black Flood Dragon King flying into a rage, he naturally did not dare to speak up anymore and could only suffer a quiet loss. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Black Flood Dragon King right now. Even if his royal father came, he would at most be about on par with Black Flood Dragon King too. You guys, quickly look. Right then, someone suddenly started yelling. That voice was as if he had seen a ghost. Black Flood Dragon King and Yuqing both followed the voice and looked over, and could not help being dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually walked out of the land of dragon slumber with a swagger just like that. That restriction power seemed to be non-existent. How is this possible? How did he do it? Why didn't these restrictions kill him? He's actually not dead. Yuqing had a look of shock, asking several questions in one breath. Except, no one could answer him. Because even Black Flood Dragon King did not know what happened either. The scene before their eyes had never happened in the land of dragon slumber before. Too inconceivable. The restrictions were already restored, and yet he could actually still come out. Wasn't he dead? How did he revive again? Damn it, this boy's life is really tenacious. When these young powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, beyond the shock, each and every one was incomparably disappointed. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually come back to life. Black Flood Dragon King was in extreme shock too, but the fury on his face had long already vanished without a trace. What replaced it was joy. Yes, he was extremely happy. Yi Yuan being able to come out was the best thing for him. Furthermore, he could also excavate even more secrets from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Yuqing's face like his father had died, and said with a smile, looking at your expression, it seems like you are very disappointed that I could come out, but, seeing your expression like this, I'm very happy. Chapter 2690, Reaping What One Has Sown. Chapter 2690, Reaping What One Has Sown. Big brother Yi Yuan, they all said that you couldn't come out. But I knew that you'd definitely come out. Hehe, see, I guess correctly, right? Little dragon girl dashed into Yi Yuan's arms at once and raised her head as if showing off. Black Flood Dragon King also came up and said with a smile, just now, seeing that young friend Yi didn't come out, this king was very worried. Young friend Yi is indeed a lucky one. Although the father and daughter two people were pleasantly surprised, it was quite different on the inside. Little dragon girl was sincerely blessing him, but Black Flood Dragon King was hiding a dagger in his smile. Yi Yuan stroked little dragon girl's head and flashed her a slight smile. Yi Yuan looked towards Yuqing and said with a faint smile, since everyone came out, then we should also settle some scores. Yuqing was taken aback and said with a cold smile, settle scores? It's time to settle scores. In the land of dragon slumber, there was that mysterious power protecting you, letting you escape a calamity by a fluke. Now, I want to see who can still save you. Coming out of the land of dragon slumber, Yi Yuan's aura did not increase much, he was still a lower limitless sublime heaven. While his strength had skyrocketed. Let alone that those 3 jade sovereign heavenly stratums also had a sharp increase in strength. Wouldn't dealing with a mere Yi Yuan be easily accomplished? Before Yi Yuan said anything, little dragon girl immediately said, Big brother Yuqing, If you dare to make a move against Big Brother Yi Yuan, I'll help him beat you. Little dragon girl's words made Yoqing's expression change. This Lane SS was not to be trifled with. Especially the Emerald Sea Divine Conch in her hand, it was simply a dreadful thing. Even 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens attacking together was not a match as well. Yoqing's face fell and he looked towards Black Flood Dragon King and said, "Dragon Lord, is your Thistle South Sea region really going to intervene in our personal grudge?" Black Flood Dragon King just said coolly, "You and Yi Yuan are both my Thistle South's guests. As long as you're in my Thistle South Sea region, you naturally can't attack. If you insist on making a move against him, then this king can only take action." Yoqing's face turned black, immediately feeling that life was murky grey. He shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, consider yourself lucky, let's go." Now that he had already made great gains, Yoqing naturally did not have the need to continue staying here anymore. He brought his people and was just about to leave, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Did I say that I let you go?" Yoqing turned to look at Yi Yuan and could not help laughing as he said, "Why? What can you really do to me? Just based on your middling skills, do you really think that you're somebody of note?" Buzz. Yoqing's voice had just faded when he felt as if his origin divinity was struck by a bolt of lightning. His origin divinity actually started to disintegrate under this bolt of lightning. His eyes started to turn slack, his consciousness gradually blurring. Finally, he fell softly to the ground. Dragon's son. Those 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens turned pale with fright and hurriedly went up to check, but they discovered that Yoqing had already breathed his last. One exchange and Yoqing was dead. Yi Yuan was quite satisfied with the power of this heaven-illuminating divine lightning move. Many origin divinity mystic arts were recorded in the divine emergence, the power being extremely shocking. Yi Yuan was also just trying his hand against Yoqing. He did not expect that the power was pretty good. A grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually one-shotted in an instant. At this time, Yi Yuan also deeply felt the power of this soul race mystic art. Origin Divinity Attack. What a powerful Origin Divinity attack. Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Regarding this scene earlier, even he did not react in time. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually used an Origin Divinity attack to one-shot a grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum. This was not what ordinary Origin Divinity attacks could accomplish. Plus moreover, Yoqing was not an ordinary person. Although Yoqing was a pseudo-dragon, his Origin Divinity was still much stronger than the average human martial artist. But Yi Yuan still one-shotted him. One of the Jade Sovereign Heavens suddenly raised his head and said angrily, "You dared to kill Dragon's son. Today, you must die." In an instant, 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens arrived at the same time. Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid and roared loudly, "Heaven illuminating divine lightning." 3 Origin Divinity attacks were launched at the same time. The lower limitless sublime heaven Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to attack 3 great Jade Sovereign Heavens. Buzz. The 3 people only felt their heads become muddled. Their origin divinities were actually directly paralyzed. The origin divinity of a Jade Sovereign Heaven was incomparably powerful. But Yi Yuan's heaven illuminating divine lightning still dazed them for a short time. At the same time, Yi Yuan's heavenspan mountain suddenly burst forth, turning into a streak of black smoke, smars. Hi plusing towards one of the Jade Sovereign Heavens. PFFFT. That person spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. This scene struck deep terror in everyone. Yi Yuan's combat power refreshed their understanding over and over again. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually confronted 3 great Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time, and even seriously injured one. This guy is really too strong. Origin Divinity attack being coupled with a heavenly spirit treasure, there's simply no weakness to exploit. It's also that the 3 of them are all Jade Sovereign Heavens. Otherwise, that Origin Divinity attack would probably have been able to instantly kill 3 people. What kind of lucky chance did this guy obtain inside? No matter how weak a Jade Sovereign Heaven was, it was a Sovereign Realm powerhouse too. They were on completely different levels from Sublime Realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan broke this law and actually severely wounded the other party. However, after this bout of attack, Yi Yuan appeared very weak too, his complexion a little pale. After all, it was Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This bout of Origin Divinity attacks was still rather taxing for him. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Roar, roar, roar. More than 10 peak Jade Sovereign Heaven water dragons suddenly rampaged, attacking the weakened Yi Yuan. The power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch suddenly bloomed. Little dragon girl's expression changed wildly, and she exclaimed, "Royal Father, why did you attack Big Brother Yi Yuan?" This attack was launched precisely by Black Flood Dragon King deploying the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Black Flood Dragon King taking action. The power of the water dragon was not what little dragon girl could compare to. The strength of these water dragons was all peak Jade Sovereign Heaven. Against more than 10 peak Jade Sovereign Heaven water dragons, even if they encountered a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, it would be a cinch too. But now, it was actually used to deal with a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Of course, Black Flood Dragon King did not attack with his full strength. If he exerted his full strength, he would be able to launch several half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven super water dragons. That level of existence, even other royals would have to keep a wide berth too. It was also precisely by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch that Black Flood Dragon King showed completely no regard for the other royal clans in the 7 Great Sea regions. When those 3 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses saw this scene, they had wildly ecstatic expressions too. They did not expect that Black Flood Dragon King actually made a move to deal with Yi Yuan. This sudden turn of events was what everyone did not expect. Furthermore, it was even taking advantage of his predicament. It was just that at this time, no one detected that a hint of disdain showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. A dark red imprint suddenly lit up at his glabella. Those over a dozen water dragons already arrived in front of him, but suddenly turned around and pounced over toward the Black Flood Dragon King himself. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed too, suddenly bursting forth with a surge of dragon chi. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Black Flood Dragon King threw both fists out, a terrifying undulation smashed towards those water dragons. Rumble. Black Flood Dragon King fell back several thousand feet, his complexion becoming very pale. He looked toward Yi Yuan, eyes full of shock. Chapter 2691, It No Longer Belongs to You. Chapter 2691, It No Longer Belongs to You. What happened? Weren't these water dragons summoned by Black Flood Dragon King? Why did they attack him instead? He is a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert, but he was actually struck back several thousand feet by the water dragons that he summoned. This is simply something unheard of. I seem to have seen Yi Yuan use a spell just now. But isn't the Emerald Sea Divine Conch the Thistle South Royal Clan's lifeblood treasure? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Ever since the Black Flood Dragon King obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he could be said to have shocked the 7 Great Sea regions. This kind of grand mist treasure was extremely rare in the 7 Great Sea regions too. But now, this thing was actually not listening to orders anymore, and the one who was the most shocked was none other than Black Flood Dragon King. He had already obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for 10,000 years and had long already refined it into his own item. But just earlier, he actually lost control of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. He was unable to understand how Yi Yuan did it. Just now, Yi Yuan being weak made Black Flood Dragon King realize that it was the best opportunity to make a move and capture Yi Yuan. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan actually still had such a contingency move? The most important thing was that he examined his own heart and felt that he never showed any hostility all along. But that scene earlier, it was as if Yi Yuan had long expected it. Virtually right as he made a move, Yi Yuan took countermeasures. Why? Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Finally can't refrain from making a move? I even thought that you were planning on returning to the Dragon Palace before taking action." Only then did Black Flood Dragon King confirm that Yi Yuan really knew about it long ago, and took precautions in advance. His brows furrowed slightly and he said, "This king is certain that I've never shown hostility before. How did you know? Yi Yuan smiled and said, still remember my breakthrough before entering the land of dragon slumber. Very unfortunately, I entered a state of emptiness at that time and became perfectly aware of everything here. At that time, I detected it. Black Flood Dragon King's face fell, secretly regretting it. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have let Yi Yuan enter the land of dragon slumber. But back then, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. Even if he extracted the dragon marrow, he also did not dare guarantee that he would be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Who would have thought that this sudden turn of events would actually occur? Royal Father, Big Brother Yi Yuan is a good person. Why do you want to kill him? Little dragon girl mumbled, her expression unhappy. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, at this point, there's nothing to hide anymore as well. Although this kind obtained considerable lucky chances in the land of dragon slumber, I still haven't been able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The dragon marrow in this boy's body is a great tonic to this king. As long as this king fuses with his dragon marrow, I'll naturally be able to pierce through this last layer of window pane paper. Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. Yi Yuan was also taken aback. He even thought that him ruining the sea war made Black Flood Dragon King bear hatred in his heart. He did not expect that he was actually eyeing the bloodline power in his body. Boy, since you already know, you should have some awareness, right? Offer your dragon marrow, and this king can spare your life. In fact, I can even let you be an idle dragon king in the Thistle South Sea region and spend the second half of your life in comfort, Black Flood Dragon King said coolly. Although this scene earlier was very surprising, he was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven at any rate too. Even if he did not utilize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, just by relying on his own strength, he was terrifying to the extreme too. He naturally would not think that Yi Yuan could escape. Moreover, it was not just him alone who wanted to kill Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan's gaze also turned slightly chilly. The dragon marrow was essential to the dragon race. Bloodline power was born from the dragon marrow. Without the dragon marrow, it would be equivalent to the martial artist losing their small world. Still cultivate what SHI plus T. Although it was not fatal, it would be tantamount to ruining the future of a martial artist. Not killing someone, but even scarier than killing someone. Royal Father, how can you do this? Little dragon girl said angrily. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, Jingfei, after Royal Father fuses with the dragon marrow and breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll be this 7 Great Sea Region's true king. At that time, you'll be the 7 Seas Princess. I don't want to be whatever 7 Seas Princess. I only want Big Brother Yi Yuan. You can't kill him. Little dragon girl said stubbornly. Black Flood Dragon King frowned and said, that's not up to you. Black Shark, take her away. I'm not going. I'm not going. Little dragon girl had a stubborn look and was about to urge the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But she discovered that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was solid as a rock. She could not control it at all. She was still a little too weak in front of Black Flood Dragon King. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her being restrained by Black Shark was also within reason. Finished with these, Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Boy, looks like you really obtained quite a lot in the land of dragon slumber, to actually be able to reverse control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But, even if this king doesn't use the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, do you think that you can escape? Boom. The moment Black Flood Dragon King's aura released, that terrifying pressure made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. He was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert. An expert of such realm was absolutely apex existences in the 7 Great Sea Regions. They rarely made a move. Hence, these dragon sons could be considered to have broadened their horizons looking at one making a move. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a grin, if you're using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll use it then. Black Flood Dragon King was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, You want to use it? What do you base on to use it? I've refined the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for 12,000 years, it has long already fused into one with me, and just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already started forming seals. Black Flood Dragon King was currently talking by himself when suddenly, his expression changed. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually had an impulse to break free from his body. He suddenly discovered that he could not quite control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch anymore. In order to not get counter-controlled by Yi Yuan, he already hid the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside his body just now. Damn it. You. How did you do it? Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. He desperately appealed to the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, but his control over it was still being lost bit by bit. Swooze. Plus suddenly, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually flew out of the Black Flood Dragon King's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Black Flood Dragon King is actually unable to control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did that boy obtain in the land of dragon slumber? SNATC head away. IIT's really SNATC head away. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch turned into a streak of light and actually flew straight toward Yi Yuan, suspending in front of him. Black Flood Dragon King's face was gloomy to the extreme. Because he discovered that the connection between him and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was completely severed. In these 10,000 years, it was still the first time that such a thing happened. Once this level of treasures was finished refining, then it would fuse into one with him. Unless he was killed, otherwise, it would not be able to be stripped at all. But Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, "The Emerald Sea Divine Conch originated from the land of dragon slumber to begin with. Letting you use it for so many years, it's also considered a blessing to you. Today, I'll take it back. It no longer belongs to you." As he said, Yi Yuan formed seals again. The imprint that Black Flood Dragon King left behind in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was actually directly wiped away. PFFFT. Black Flood Dragon King seemed to have suffered a serious injury, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, his mind already suffered damage. He looked at Yi Yuan, with a pair of angry eyes almost, seemingly wanting to incinerate Yi Yuan. Chapter 2692, Emerald Sea Divine Conch's True Power. Chapter 2692, Emerald Sea Divine Conch's True Power. Yi Yuan, I want you dead. Black Flood Dragon King's roar practically made the seabed boil. The powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Of course, what surprised them even more was that Yi Yuan actually really stripped away the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. The current Yi Yuan was like a ruler. The things that he bestowed upon you were all taken back. Black Flood Dragon King completely rampaged, the aura of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven being released fully. It was only to see his dragon head open its gaping maws. A light ball spat out of his mouth. That's the Black Flood Dragon King's consummate skill that made him famous, Dragon Flame Bullet. It was said that back then, he used this move and defeated the Kangxian Sea region's Black Mountain Dragon King by a hair's breadth. Looks like Black Flood Dragon King is genuinely enraged. Even if Yi Yuan controls the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he can't escape death either. The strength of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven is too terrifying. Yi Yuan wouldn't think that by taking in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he'd be able to defeat a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, right? That's a powerful existence that has half a foot stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Seeing Black Flood Dragon King use his famed consummate skill, everyone immediately sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, although it was not a real Saint Sovereign Heaven, their strength was also far from what one could mention in the same breath as Jade Sovereign Heavens. And Yi Yuan was just a lower limitless sublime heaven. The two people's disparity was too great. The moment the Dragon Flame Bullet appeared, the entire seabed was turned upside down. That terrifying pressure made everyone keep a wide berth. Yi Yuan was situated in the midst of the storm, without the slightest fear as he said coolly, "Black Flood Dragon King, you've obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years and look to be infinitely glorious. But you're merely a pseudo-dragon and can't unleash the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch at all. Today, I'll let you witness the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's true power." All of a sudden, the true dragon power in Yi Yuan's body erupted. The entire seabed seemed to be transmitting out waves of dragon roars. The expressions of the dragon race members present suddenly changed in an instant. Under this pressure, they actually had an impulse to kneel down. In reality, Some dragon race members with impure bloodlines were already kneeling on the ground and could not even raise their heads. Among them even included a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, and after the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was flooded with this dragon might, it became incomparably dazzling. It seemed to have come to life. Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. He had never seen the Emerald Sea Divine Conch be so excited before despite being in his hands for so many years. Yes, excitement. Divine objects had spirits. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this level of heaven-defying treasure, was naturally spiritual. After all, having possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years, Black Flood Dragon King could faintly feel the happiness of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch currently. That feeling was like the regret of a bright pearl being cast into darkness for so many years in his hands. At this time, it finally bloomed to its true colors. Emerald Sea Tide, heaven-defying torrent. Yi Yuan roared and the torrent of the seabed actually turned the other way in an instant. At that moment, it was as if the entire ocean had become Yi Yuan's weapon. Under this torrent, Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could not stand firmly too and were directly swept away by the torrent. Only at this time did they understand what was called floodwaters surging. As the saying went, the water that could carry the boat was the same that could swallow it up. These true spirit seafolk were all kings in the water. They were like fish in the water. But now they currently felt as if they were in hell. That feeling of having no command over themselves made them feel at a loss on what to do. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. These Astonis Hi-plusing floodwaters were actually not the slightest bit inferior to his power. He understood that this was not Yi Yuan's own strength, but the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's power. Yi Yuan's move that solved a major problem with little effort was used too breathtakingly. His bloodline power was the lever while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was that fulcrum. Yi Yuan used this lever to move the power of the entire seabed. No matter how strong the Black Flood Dragon King's strength was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the entire ocean. He was insignificant in the ocean. Dragon Flame Bullet, break for me. Facing such a shocking torrent, Black Flood Dragon King did not have other methods either and could only fight power with power. Fortunately, his strength was much stronger than Yi Yuan and he still had the power to fight. It was also thanks to Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being low. If he was Jade Sovereign Heaven realm, this torrent could directly turn him into meat paste. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, the Dragon Flame Bullet collided together with this Astonis Hi-plusing torrent. Rumble. The violent explosion directly sank the seabed several hundred feet. The terrifying power directly blasted those sea race powerhouses flying. Even if they had already evaded very far away. Black Flood Dragon King spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth and was akin to being struck by lightning. How did he still have the demeanor of a king? Although Yi Yuan's complexion was a little pale too, it was not a serious problem. Clearly, Black Flood Dragon King was defeated. Is this the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? It's simply too terrifying. It's also that Yi Yuan is just limitless sublime heavenly stratum. If he reached Jade Sovereign Heaven, wouldn't he swept across the 7 great sea regions just by relying on this Emerald Sea Divine Conch? More than sweep across. Even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven runs into him, they will have to give a wide berth too, right? Even the Dragon Flame Bullet can't block the power of this torrent, it's too terrifying. The expressions of many sea race powerhouses were deathly pale too. Clearly, they were frightened by the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. They naturally would not think that this was Yi Yuan's own strength. But, similarly using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the power was completely different in the hands of Black Flood Dragon King compared to it being in the hands of Yi Yuan. This already indicated many problems to begin with. At least, the dragon might in Yi Yuan's body had obtained the true recognition of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Even if Black Flood Dragon King already refined it for 10,000 years, it was useless too. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said disdainfully, Emerald Sea Divine Conch is a high-grade Grand Mist treasure, its power being boundless. Unleash. Hi-plusing its power with your bloodline power, it doesn't even reach 10%. It's simply a bright pearl that's cast into darkness in your hand. Furthermore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch still has many brilliant uses, but you don't understand it at all. As if to confirm Yi Yuan's words, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch circled around Yi Yuan. It was as if it was a lively elf. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. Even a fool could also tell that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch really found its home now. Black Flood Dragon King's complexion was ashen, with indescribable despair on his face. He did not expect that he actually lost so thoroughly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I won't offend people unless I'm offended. Originally, I only came to Thistle South Sea region due to Jingfei's invitation. But you had impure motives. Then it can't be blamed on this Yi." Finished saying, Yi Yuan formed a seal with his hands again. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch erupted with a terrifying power once more. This time, it was the final hit. Leaving behind a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven enemy was not Yi Yuan's style. "Don't! Big brother Yi Yuan!" Right at this time, Little Dragon Girl suddenly cried. Yi Yuan's movements suddenly turned stiff and he looked toward Jingfei. Little Dragon Girl wept as she yelled, "Big brother Yi Yuan, I beg you. Please don't kill my royal father. He's the best royal father in the world." When Yi Yuan heard this, his brows could not help furrowing. Although this Lane-ss loved to play pranks, she was just not mature yet. Previously, when Black Flood Dragon King wanted to kill him, she even spoke up to stop him. It could be seen that her character was not bad. Now, Yi Yuan could not help feeling a little troubled. Chapter 2693, Returning to the Original Owner. Chapter 2693, Returning to the Original Owner. Yi Yuan was silent. Everyone looked at him with complicated expressions. Who could have thought that by making a trip to the land of dragon slumber, this measly little limitless sublime heavenly stratum could actually decide the life and death of the 7 great kings? After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said coolly, "All right, I can spare his life. But death penalty can be spared, punishment can't be escape. Black Flood Dragon King, cripple your own cultivation and then I can let you off. From now on, you'll stay in this Thistle South Sea region and be an idle Dragon King." Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed and he scolded angrily, "You might as well kill me." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you're not willing, then I can only do it myself." It was only to see him recite a spell. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch activated again. Boom! Hundreds of water dragons suddenly condensed in the deep sea. Each water dragon had the cultivation of Jade Sovereign Heaven. Hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. What kind of concept was that? Back then, when the Pill Alliance besieged the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, they merely mobilized around 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. But Yi Yuan directly summoned more than 100 water dragons. Bang! 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 100 water dragons bombarded Black Flood Dragon King wildly, making everyone's expression change from watching again. The torrent just now, versus these 100 water dragons, was 2 different kinds of impact. But without a doubt, they were both extremely strong. Furthermore, these over 100 water dragons were not completely disorderly. Their fighting method was far stronger than those that Black Flood Dragon King and Little Dragon Girl summoned. Too strong. Completely different levels. Black Flood Dragon King could only summon several water dragons of similar strength to his when he used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But Yi Yuan summoned hundreds of water dragons that's even higher realm than him in one go. This is called disparity. That's right. Yi Yuan definitely has true dragon bloodline. I didn't expect that a true dragon bloodline actually appeared in my 7 great sea regions. The heavens of the 7 great sea regions are going to change. At this time, they all realized that the appearance of Yi Yuan, this true dragon, would make the 7 great sea regions arrangement undergo massive changes. If Yi Yuan had the intention to seek hegemony, he could even dominate the 7 great sea regions now and become the king of the 7 seas. Black Flood Dragon King was severely injured in the first place. Amidst the wild bombardment, he could still barely manage to hold on at the beginning. But later on, he gave up completely. After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, Black Flood Dragon King directly became a cripple. He sank to the bottom of the sea, his aura being feeble to the extreme. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, "You only had yourself to blame for this, can't blame me." "Big brother Yi Yuan, must you do this?" Little dragon girl said in tears. It was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing years in this girl's eyes. However, he still said cruelly, "This is my bottom line. If he isn't crippled, then we can only fall out and become enemies. You should know, this incident wasn't started by me." Black Shark and the rest were all silent like cicadas in winter at this time. It was not that they did not want to take action, but that Yi Yuan was too powerful. The Yi Yuan who possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, his might was already sufficient to overthrow the entire Thistle South Royal clan. Pray tell, who could resist these hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heaven Water Dragons? Little dragon girl wept bitterly, but she nodded her head and said, "Okay." Yi Yuan also did not expect that little dragon girl actually nodded her head at this time. He even thought that he was going to fall out and become enemies with this girl because of Black Flood Dragon King. However, even if he killed Black Flood Dragon King, he would not make things difficult for little dragon girl either. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not talk rubbish either, directly going up and crippling Black Flood Dragon King's cultivation. Seeing the King of the Seven Seas become a cripple, the expressions of each and every one of the sea race powerhouses present changed slightly. That was one of the strongest 7 people in the 7 seas. But there were also some dragon sons that had a hint of smugness that flashed across their eyes. They knew that Yi Yuan's foundation was not in the sea and that he would definitely return to the Shire. Therefore, in the wake of Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, Thistle South Royal clan's decline already became inevitable. Thistle South Sea region was the closest to land. It could be said to be the most prosperous sea region. The other sea regions had the intention of encroaching on it long ago. It was just that due to Black Flood Dragon King's might, they did not dare to take action all along. But now, Black Flood Dragon King was already crippled. The chance came now. "Uncle Black Shark, carry Royal Father, let's go back." Little dragon girl already stopped crying at this time and ordered Black Shark expressionlessly. He did not see much hatred in little dragon girl's eyes. But he felt that little dragon girl seemed to have matured at this instant. Little dragon girl was playful, but she was not stupid. She knew what the Thistle South Royal clan had to face now that Black Flood Dragon King was crippled. Therefore, she had to become strong. It was not calm and tranquil in the sea. The 7 great royal clans' open and covert contentions had never ceased before. In the past, there was Black Flood Dragon King suppressing the others. Hence, little dragon girl could live a carefree life. But now, her brothers, her mothers, all needed her to protect them. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flew by. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch stopped in front of her. Little dragon girl looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise, uncertain what it meant. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly too. "Big brother Yi Yuan, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch is yours in the first place. I'm returning it to you now. With your current bloodline power, if you control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, your strength won't be weaker than half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. I've also left the method of controlling the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside. With your intelligence, you should be able to learn it very quickly." Talking until here, Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and swept across the face of the numerous powerhouses and said, "From today onward, you're the Thistle South Royal clan's new Dragon Lord." The expressions of those dragon sons concocting a scheme could not help changing drastically at this time. They looked at Yi Yuan with incomprehensible expressions, not understanding why he would do this. That was a grand missed treasure. Grand missed treasure, that was a treasure that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses use. He actually casually gave it to little dragon girl. Little dragon girl also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise, as if she did not know him. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. Before that, little dragon girl had always believed that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hers. But now, she already understood, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch simply belonged to the land of Dragon Slumber. And the land of Dragon Slumber's inheritance had already been completely acquired by Yi Yuan. Therefore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch belonged to Yi Yuan. The power that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch unleashed in Yi Yuan's hands was much greater than unleashed in her hand. Yi Yuan possessing the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was equivalent to suddenly advancing a major cultivation realm, and could even overpower Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Such a Ma's Civ lucky chance, he actually did not want it. It was impossible for this kind of thing to happen to anyone. But Yi Yuan did it. She shook her head hard and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan, this is yours." "I can't take it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Take it. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch belongs to the sea. It can only unleash its greatest power in the sea. Following me to land, it won't be able to even unleash half of its power. Therefore, it is better for it to follow you. Furthermore, without it, you won't be able to protect your royal father and royal mother, as well as your siblings. So, don't need to refuse me." Little dragon girl's eyes could not help becoming wet, nodding her head hard at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2694, Fighting the Previous Generation. Chapter 2694, Fighting the Previous Generation. "It's here." Yi Yuan looked at the two islands ahead and was absorbed in thought. Between the two islands was a glimpse of the sky. That appearance was clearly being split by someone with a sword. Currently, Yi Yuan was very far away from the island. But a sword energy that made the heart palpitate was faintly coming from there. A dragon head and human body seafolk was standing next to Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not the Black Flood Dragon King? More than a year had Pa said since the trip to the land of dragon slumber. Yi Yuan did not leave Thistle South Sea region right away, but held down the fort in the Dragon Palace for as long as a year, stabilizing the situation in Thistle South. Black Flood Dragon King hated Yi Yuan to the bones, but he had nothing to say about Yi Yuan's behavior and conduct. At present, he had already become a cripple and could only resign himself to fate. After staying for a long time, Yi Yuan's understanding of the sea race also became better. Not long ago, Yi Yuan learned from Black Shark that more than 10,000 years ago, a human powerhouse had once crossed the 7 great sea regions and set off for the south. At that time, it caused a mighty uproar in the 7 great sea regions. Actually, the 7 great sea regions back then were not like the current situation. They were under the rule of 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The appearance of that human powerhouse triggered a joint attack by the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. As a result, 4 great Saint Sovereign Heavens unfolded a grand battle in this stretch of sea region that Yi Yuan was standing at. The human powerhouse slew the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens here by himself with one sword. This island was cleaved apart by the human powerhouse's one sword slash. Plus ever since then, the 7 great sea regions had fallen into chaos. Only all the way until later 7 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens rose up did the 7 great sea regions recover to their current situation. That's right, it's here. That great battle caused a great sensation in the entire 7 great sea regions. Back then, I was just a lower limitless sublime heaven and had the fortune to witness that grand battle. That human powerhouse was too strong. Mentioning that person, Black Flood Dragon King still had lingering fear in his heart now. One had to know, a human fighting with the sea race in the ocean was a great disadvantage to begin with. But that person suppressed the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens from beginning to end. That sort of power virtually made people despair. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered indeterminately. He thought of someone. Zhuo Bufan. Calculating from the time, it seemed to be precisely what happened after Zhuo Bufan's disappearance. There was a legend at that time that Zhuo Bufan walked toward the sea and left. It was just that people did not know whether it was real or fake story. But looking at it now, perhaps this really happened. Yi Yuan could not think of anyone who had this ability apart from Zhuo Bufan, to be able to overpower 3 great sea race Saint Sovereign Heavens with his power alone. Suddenly, Yi Yuan stepped forward and walked toward the island. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said, "You can't go. That sword energy is priming with the power of Great Tao. It has stayed on this island for more than 10,000 years and still hasn't decayed too much to this date. Even us, these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, can't enter the center of the sword energy too. If you go, you'll die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan ignored him and continued advancing. The further he advanced, the more piercing cold the sword energy became. Swiss. H. Plus a wound was cut on Yi Yuan's face, fresh blood dripping down. However, Yi Yuan was oblivious and continued advancing. And the sword intent in his body actually involuntarily seeped out of his body, turning into a small seedling. When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, he could not help saying gloatingly, not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead. How can the power of a saint sovereign heaven be what you can imagine? But it's best that you get hacked into minced meat by this sword intent. Black Flood Dragon King was conflicted about Yi Yuan currently. He hoped for Yi Yuan to go and die from the bottom of his heart. But the present Thistle South Sea region situation also indeed needed him to stabilize. In his view, Yi Yuan's action was no different from seeking death. Even if he controlled the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to defeat him, under this sword intent, he was still insignificant like an ant. In his sea of consciousness, Mi Tian said, "What a domineering sword energy, you can't get in." Clearly, he also felt this asterness. I plussing sword intent and woke up from his deep sleep. "I know," Yi Yuan said coolly. "You'll die like this." Mi Tian said. "I won't. I want to see until which point I can walk," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan did not underestimate his own capability, but he was not conceited until he thought that he could compare to Zhuo Bufan currently. But, regarding this legendary figure, he indeed really wanted to broaden his knowledge. Walking until here, Yi Yuan basically already confirmed that this sword intent was indeed left behind by Zhuo Bufan. Because this sword intent was somewhat similar to Luo Yunqing. Who Luo Yunqing admired the most and held in greatest esteem in his life was Zhuo Bufan. So, he walked Zhuo Bufan's path too. It was just that Luo Yunqing's sword intent was far too lacking when compared to Zhuo Bufan. The sword energy became fiercer and fierce, and increasingly dense, virtually unavoidable. The wounds on Yi Yuan's body became more and more. He was carefully feeling the flow of the sword intent, feeling this unparalleled, domineering sword intent. Yi Yuan was greatly stirred. Zhuo Bufan was well deserving of being an existence that could overwhelm Rain-Clear Continent. Too strong. Yi Yuan's sword intent was like a firefly compared to the bright moon in front of this sword intent. This sword intent was too pure, too sublime, too powerful. This kind of strength was an unreasonable strength. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, I would cut it with one sword. For more than 10,000 years, the sword intent condensed and did not scatter. It could be seen how powerful this sword intent was. The further forward, the stronger the oppressive force. Sword intent was secondary, but Yi Yuan felt that asterness. I plussing will from the sword intent. This was the root of Zhuo Bufan's might. However, this also aroused Yi Yuan's pride. At this moment, Yi Yuan completely entered a state of selflessness. His entire being was used to feel the sword intent. This shocking sword intent dashed around on the island, seemingly disorderly and unsystematic. But Yi Yuan was similarly proficient in sword Dao. He could feel the faintly discernible rule undulation in it. This was sword Dao. This was a world of swords. How could it possibly be disorderly and unsystematic? The 8 transformed swords fully bloomed at this moment. They unfolded a frenzied exchange with Zhuo Bufan's sword intent. But Yi Yuan's hand was gripped on the branch. The 9th transformed sword. At this moment, Yi Yuan urged his sword Dao to the extreme. He was currently in a situation as if fighting with an invisible opponent, the battle situation fierce to the extreme. Far away, Black Flood Dragon King watched until his countenance changed visibly. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be strong to such an extent. Furthermore, the road that Yi Yuan covered currently already far exceeded ordinary Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This place was the 7 Great Sea Region's legendary place. Every year, there were powerhouses and geniuses that came here to challenge the sword intent. But there were very few who could survive. In these 10,000 years, many genius powerhouses had sprung up in the sea race too. There was once a genius that had extremely high hopes of reaching Saint Sovereign Heaven. When he was at peak Jade Sovereign Heaven, he came to challenge the sword intent here. In the end, He fell at a place that was still 10,000 feet away from the island. Stepping on the island and entering that fissure, that place was where the sword intent was at the height of its power. And currently, Yi Yuan was 15,000 feet away from the island. This result already made many Jade Sovereign Heavens perspire from embarrassment. Chapter 2695, Beyond the Sea. Chapter 2695, Beyond the Sea. Roughly 15,000 feet, that should be his limit. Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with certainty. Because he saw that Yi Yuan was currently already extremely strained. He practically could not advance anymore. This place was his bottleneck. Indeed, the sword intent at 15,000 feet already reached Yi Yuan's limit. But the current Yi Yuan was oblivious. The wounds on his body gradually increased, but it was as if he could not feel it. The current Yi Yuan was extremely excited. Dismantling moves on sight, it was like he was currently fighting with Zhuo Bufan. Resolving the other party's sword intent already became his joy. Even he also did not realize that he had already entered a state of sudden enlightenment. In this 1 year plus, although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, his sword Dao rule did not break through. The further behind, the more difficult it was to comprehend the power of rules. Often, when it reached the late stage, the comprehension of rules would severely lag behind cultivation realm. At that time, one's potential would also be depleted. Even wanting to break through cultivation realm a little was immensely difficult. But currently, his sword Dao rule already seemed ready to come out at his call, and was about to reach the 3rd level right away. Under the outside world's strong pressure, Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule became increasingly mellow. Boom! Suddenly, his sword Dao rule seemed to be floodwaters that broke the dam, suddenly plussing out. Sword Dao rule, 3rd level. However, the sword Dao rule that Yi Yuan comprehended was different from Zhuo Bufan's sword Dao rule. Sword was a great Dao, all-encompassing. Zhuo Bufan's sword was unparalleled and domineering. What it pursued was the extreme of strength. His sword was pure to the extreme. It was a kind of sword that forsaken everything, pressing forward in every endeavor. If Gods blocked, kill Gods. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. But what Yi Yuan comprehended was the profound meaning of the universe. Deriving heaven and earth with the sword. One sword, one world. Zhuo Bufan's sword seemed fearsome, but it had drawbacks too. Once he encountered a truly powerful individual, his extreme strength would easily suffer a plussing defeat. This was the so-called easy to break if overly tough. While Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule might not be so strong in terms of strength, but it won in being continuous without ceasing. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Just like currently, the moment Yi Yuan's opening burst, it became unstoppable. The sword energy at 15,000 feet was completely unable to stop him anymore. Swoosh. Plus his figure moved again, speeding toward between the two islands. When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, he was dumbfounded with shock. This guy actually comprehended it. This boy has such a shocking comprehension ability, what a powerful will. Virtually at the same time, Black Flood Dragon King and Mi Tian exclaimed with admiration. Gaining enlightenment on Dao at the moment between life and death, it was easy to talk about, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Since it was between life and death, a single misstep and it would be the outcome of Peries. Plussing and Dao dissipating. Furthermore, those who were able to return from that sort of extreme state were in the minority. This kind of breakthrough method was okay once in a while. But, too many attempts and it would definitely be the outcome of death. But to Yi Yuan, it was already pretty much run-of-the-mill. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's speed soared, entering 10,000 feet very quickly. 10,000 feet, this was already the limit for Jade Sovereign Heavens. Even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven like Black Flood Dragon King could at most just advance another 3,000 feet too. Yi Yuan's step was already a result that set the world on fire. But Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop. He was still advancing. 9,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 3,000 feet. 1,000 feet. Although the speed got slower and slower, Yi Yuan still rushed to the 1,000 feet place in the end. Black Flood Dragon King opened his mouth wide, having disbelief written all over his face. Just what kind of terrifying realm had this guy's sword Dao rule reached? Yi Yuan's skin was long already flayed open and his flesh torn, fresh blood dripping. But he did not care at all. He continued to move towards the fissure step by step. The piercing cold sword energy was almost pulverizing him. But he stubbornly held on. 800 feet. 700 feet. 100 feet. 90 feet. 10 feet. PFFFT. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, almost fainting away. He was already standing at the entrance of the crack. But the sword energy inside was too terrifying. One step away, but akin to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan believed that if he dared to take another step forward, he would surely be sliced into minced meat by the countless sword energy. Boy, you're already very strong. There's a gap of 2 major cultivation realms between you, Mi Tian said. Amen, I know. Yi Yuan nodded and said. You can't advance anymore. If you go further, I can't save you too. The brat who left behind this sword scar is too strong, Mi Tian said. Amen, I know. Yi Yuan nodded his head again and said very calmly. Only when he saw Yi Yuan had the intention to retreat did Mi Tian set his mind at ease. However, the astonishment in his heart was hard to describe with words. That Saint Sovereign Heaven who left behind the sword scar absolutely had a stunning apartment-itude, but this young man in front of him was not the slightest bit worse. It was just that, these were 2 geniuses of 2 eras, but they exchanged blows here in such a manner. Even he was unable to judge who was stronger and who was weaker too. However, he did not feel that Yi Yuan lost. On the contrary, Yi Yuan brought him too many pleasant surprises today. Right then, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. Very soon, he returned to the Black Flood Dragon King's side. Swallowing a heavenly pill, he said coolly, "Do you feel that he can reach the other side of the sea?" Black Flood Dragon King was taken back and shook his head and said, "He's very strong, but the 7 great sea regions are just a small plot of land. There are still countless super powerhouses ahead. There are even existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's impossible for him to reach the other side of the sea." No, he definitely can. The moment Black Flood Dragon King's voice fell, Yi Yuan immediately retorted. Black Flood Dragon King snickered and said, "You're not a sea folk. You don't know the terrors ahead. No matter how stronger you humans are, it's also impossible to cross the ocean and reach the other shore." "Oh, Ari." Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Others can't, but he definitely can. Of course, I definitely can as well. Perhaps, we'll be able to meet in the future. This guy left an awful mess behind for me. When I see him in the future, I'll definitely seek an explanation from him." Black Flood Dragon King had a dumbfounded face, not knowing where this guy's confidence came from. Saint Sovereign Heavens were indeed the kings of the sea. But the sea was too vast. Existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heavens still existed. This inexplicable confidence was really damnable. However, he also discerned that Yi Yuan also wanted to tread on the wave and leave in the future and reach the other shore. "Oh Orihu, go on. You go. Best that you die in the sea," Black Flood Dragon King said with a cold smile. He would never hide his hatred in front of Yi Yuan. He knew that hiding it was useless too. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "I'll definitely go. But I have a premonition that Jingfei, that lane SS, will leave in the future too. The 7 great sea regions are too small and can't trap her here." Yi Yuan had long discovered that Jingfei's talent flung the 7 great sea regions people off by too much. Before encountering him, Mi Tian was already planning on designating Jingfei to take him home. It was just that his sudden appearance made Mi Tian change his mind. It could be seen from this that Jingfei's worst result in the future would also be reaching the realm of a true dragon. Chapter 2696, Huge Background. Chapter 2696, Huge Background. 3 years later, little dragon girl Jingfei broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven in one stroke, shocking the 7 great sea regions. And her dragon chi also successfully evolved to 9th segment. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her strength was absolutely by no means inferior to a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, or even stronger. On this day, Yi Yuan bid farewell and left. Big brother Yi Yuan, thank you, little dragon girl said with a complicated expression. Yi Yuan garrisoned at Thistle South Sea region for 3 years, making the 6 great royal clans not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. To Yi Yuan, it was indeed doing everything that was humanly possible to help already. After all, Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, it was him who provoked Yi Yuan first to begin with. If it were somebody else, they might have directly slaughtered the entire Thistle South royal clan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't behave like a little grown-up, you're still a kid. Cultivate well. The 7 great sea regions are too small, the outside is your stage. If you feel bored, come to Heavenly South City to look for me and play." The gluttonous bug in little dragon girl's heart seemed to have been lured out all of a sudden, and she said in surprise, "Big brother Yi Yuan, is what you're saying true?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Your current strength is enough to deter other royal clans. Even if you go out and play once in a while, they won't dare to make a move without careful consideration as well. Of course, if they really dare to act rashly without careful thought, I'll follow you back to destroy them." Little dragon girl was beside herself with joy and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is the best." Yi Yuan looked at little dragon girl's appearance and nodded with a slight smile. This was how little dragon girl originally looked like. These few years had suffocated her badly. Looking at her appearance akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, Yi Yuan was rather relieved too. Returning to land, before reaching calm South City, Yi Yuan already sensed that something was not right. On the way, he had already been attacked by several waves of true spirits. Furthermore, the closer he got to calm South City, the more true spirits he encountered. Of course, these true spirits' cultivation realms were not high. They did not pose a big threat to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Could it be that some unforeseen event happened to this calm South City? In this region, they were mostly invaded by the sea race. There would rarely be true spirits that dared to come out and riot. Then where did these true spirits come from? With doubts in his mind, Yi Yuan could not help picking up the pace. Nearing calm South City, Yi Yuan could not help drawing a breath of cold air. Below the city walls, it was densely packed full of true spirits. The number was simply impossible to calculate. These true spirits surrounded calm South City tightly and launched attacks frenziedly. Calm South City's city protecting Grand Array was already in a precarious situation under the frenzied attacks. Yi Yuan could even see Su Yi pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan on top of city walls. What in the world happened? Calm South City is close to the sea, why would there be so many true spirits? Logically speaking, there's only the myriad Demons Mountain that has so many true spirit. Could it be that these true spirits all ran out of the myriad Demons Mountain? Furthermore, calm South City is in such imminent danger. Why didn't Heavenly South City and the other 8 cities rush to the rescue? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being full of doubts. Quickly look. There's a human there, kill him. He's mine. You're not allowed to S and etc. Kill. 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 Yi Yuan did not intentionally hide his figure. Very soon, he was discovered by the true spirits at the back. When they saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing delicious food, Russ. HI plussing over one after another. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and sword energy swept. More than 10 true spirits were instantly killed. Yi Yuan did not use much strength to deal with these small fries. Below limitless sublime, he could practically instantly killed them. For a moment, tragic wails were continuous. The commotion at the rear attracted the attention of the true spirit army very quickly. They were attacking the city with all their strength. There was no defense at the rear at all. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance completely disrupted the true spirit army's siege. MN. What happened? Greenrock was currently commanding the army to attack the city when he suddenly discovered that there was chaos at the rear, and his brows could not help furrowing together. He was this true spirit army's commander. His original body was a green-furred Greenrock beast. His strength already reached lower Jade Sovereign Heaven. seeing as the city protecting Grand Array was about to be breached, but then someone threw a wrench in the works halfway. It made him very angry. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, he saw that a figure was currently pressing onward crazily. His army could not stop that person at all. There were even some limitless sublime heavenly stratum commanders who were killed by him in one exchange too. Humph. Ignorant fool, just based on you alone, you want to save a city too? All generals heed my order, give up the siege, and kill that boy for me, Greenrock said with a loud roar. Roar. All true spirits got the order and immediately turned around and surrounded Yi Yuan. The sudden turn of events below the city made the expression of Su Yi, who was on top of city walls, change. What happened? MN. There are reinforcements. Why? Why is there only one person? Su Yi focused his eyes and looked, and immediately discovered clues. But very soon, he saw that there was only a single figure among the 10,000 beasts and could not help being disappointed. But very soon, his brows furrowed together and he muttered to himself, Amen? Why is this figure somewhat familiar? Boom. Suddenly, there was a huge earthquake. Hundreds of true spirits were directly crushed into meat paste. It turned out that Yi Yuan brought out the Heavenspan mountain and directly suppressed them all. In such a densely packed situation, the Heavenspan mountain was seriously too useful. Boom. There was another huge earthquake, several hundred true spirits were directly crushed again. The current Yi Yuan directly transformed into a celestial deity, lifting up the giant mountain and directly suppressing the enemies. How could those true spirits dare to approach? This giant mountain was too scary. It was just that once they retreated, they directly collided with the true spirits that rushed up from behind. The entire army immediately became a mess. However, a large empty space was immediately vacated around Yi Yuan. Su Yi's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "It's Third Hall Master. Is he going to rush in alone? Is he crazy?" When Greenrock saw the power of the Heavenspan mountain, not only was he not surprised, he had a look of wild elation instead. Heavenly spirit treasure. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, this treasure would be his. But currently, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was incredibly shocked. Boy, where did you get this thing? Mi Tian's voice practically changed pitches. The shock in his heart currently could be seen. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look and said, "This matter can't be explained in a few words. It was suppressed in the lower realm that I grew up in by some guy, but it was refined by me in the end. This item is merely a heavenly spirit treasure. You shouldn't be so surprised, right? Heavenly spirit treasures were indeed exceptional treasures when placed in Rain-Clear Continent. But Yi Yuan knew that he was unable to access Mi Tian's realm at all. Hence, Mi Tian should not have any interest in this level of treasure. But Mi Tian's reaction made Yi Yuan realize that the origin of the Heavenspan mountain seemed to be extraordinary. Merely a heavenly spirit treasure? Who? This object shocked the 33 heavens back then. Its power is unimaginable. This appearance now is merely a bright pearl that's covered in dust, that's all. Talk about this matter later. You'd best resolve the issue in front of you first. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes, his heart itching like it was scratched by a cat. Back then, he felt that this Heavenspan mountain was somewhat extraordinary. Because the wordless heavenly skills cultivation method was extremely formidable. He did not expect that it really had a huge background. But it was indeed not the time to get to the bottom of things now. Because Greenrock was already here. Chapter 2697, Knowledge is Too Shallow. Chapter 2697, Knowledge is Too Shallow. Boy, give the small mountain in your hand. I can spare your life. Greenrock looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan asked instead, "Where did you guys come from? Why did you besiege Calm South City?" Greenrock snorted coldly and said, "Right now, it's this commander who's talking to you. It's not your turn to come and ask me. Looks like I still have to make a move before I can get an answer." Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said with a sigh. Greenrock's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Reckless and blind thing. A mere lower limitless sublime heaven also dares to be presumptuous in front of this commander. Kill for me." His subordinates, more than 10 grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum generals, received the order and attacked Yi Yuan one after another. Grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum was already a feudal king of a region in the land of heavenly south. More than 10 true spirits attacking together, the commotion was extremely shocking. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, muttering under his breath. The heavenspan mountain suddenly turned into an after-image, SMARS. HI plussing towards one of them. Bang! It was only to hear a dull and loud bang. That true spirit spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth, being already seriously injured. But at this time, Yi Yuan's figure was like a ghost, and actually disappeared under the siege of the others. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could already unleash 70% to 80% of the heavenspan mountain's power. The weight of the power was extraordinary. The usage of the heavenspan mountain was just one thing: to be unreasonable. No matter how your means were exceedingly formidable, I would only smash with a mountain. Simple, crude, yet no solution. After Yi Yuan was set off, the speed of the heavenspan mountain was too fast. It was even faster than these grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum true spirit. Unless a jade sovereign heaven took action, it was virtually a fool's talk for someone in the same rank to want to deal with Yi Yuan. Go! Before everyone had time to react, Yi Yuan's figure appeared behind the few people bizarrely and launched the heavenspan mountain once again. A true spirit was caught off guard and directly took a fierce blow to the back. This true spirit immediately sprawled on the ground, vomiting blood, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. When Greenrock saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly. Bizarre movement technique coupled with the unreasonable heavenspan mountain, this simply had no solution. These grand completion limitless sublime heaven lords joined forces. Not only are they unable to deal with him, but they are also beaten by him until there's one dead and one injured. Where did this human come from? How can he be so strong? The true spirit army was all dumbfounded with amazement, being frightened by Yi Yuan's shocking strength. Those who attacked just now were all grand completion limitless sublime heavenly stratum true spirits. They actually could not even touch a single strand of hair of the other party. On top of city walls, Su Yi was dumbfounded too. How similarly was this seen to Yi Yuan single-handedly repelling the Thistle South army back then? However, what was different was that the Yi Yuan at that time was just putting on an empty fort strategy to scare the other party away. But now, Yi Yuan was relying on his own strength to forcefully resist the 10,000 beast army. Currently, Yi Yuan's image was the same as the savior in the eyes of calm South City's martial artist. Looking at the jubilant cheering happening on top of city walls, Su Yi frowned slightly. The real crux was that green-furred commander. He was a jade sovereign heaven powerhouse. Without beating him, everything was off the table. Calm South City did not have jade sovereign heaven powerhouses at all. If the city protecting Grand Array broke, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, he could not open the city gates and go out. That way, it would be equivalent to delivering the lives of the entire city into the hands of these true spirits. Still coming. Yi Yuan looked at Greenrock with strong provocation. Greenrock flew into a great rage. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he said, "All step down for this commander. This commander is going to eradicate this boy with my own hand." Only to see him extend his hand and beckon. The earth quaked. An enormous rock was actually summoned by him. Greenrock looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This commander wants to see whether it is your giant mountain that's formidable, or my giant rock roar that's powerful. Go." Greenrock was an earth attribute true spirit to begin with. He was the most adept in earth rule. Swoosh. H. Plus that chunk of giant rock that was akin to a small mountain actually smashed over toward Yi Yuan with incredible speed. This scene was unbelievably spectacular. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, muttering spells under his breath again. The heavenspan mountain immediately turned into a small mountain. Boom. Two small mountains collided, emitting an earth-shaking rumble. The giant rock that Greenrock summoned immediately shattered into countless pieces, but the heavenspan mountain was as steady as Mount Tai. The most terrifying thing about this attack was not the giant mountain, but the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan felt a tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitted over. He tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the True Spirit Army saw this scene, they immediately started howling like mountains crying out and the sea howling. Commander is mighty. Long live the commander. Commander, tear this boy to shreds and avenge the brothers. Ignorant human. To actually dare oppose the commander, courting death. When Greenrock saw the situation, he let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, punk, know my prowess yet? Strength is the kingly way. Without strength, it's useless no matter how strong your treasure is. This treasure is just a wanton waste of God's good gifts in your hands, might as well give it to me." Yi Yuan pulled back the Heavenspan mountain and said disdainfully, "Is this the strength of a Jade Sovereign Heaven? Nothing more than this. I'm just a lower limitless sublime heaven, being an entire cultivation realm lower than you. You merely hurt me a little and became so proud of yourself." Actually, it was not difficult for Yi Yuan to avoid that blow earlier. But he did not dodge it. He wanted to test how strong the strength of a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven was. Back then, Huangfu Cloud Think struck a palm on the Heavenspan mountain and failed to take his life, let alone Greenrock. The result of the test seemed to be pretty good. This bit of injury was virtually negligible to Yi Yuan. Greenrock's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, I couldn't tell if you're shamelessly boasting. Just now was just the appetizer. Now, I'll let you taste something even more formidable." Finished saying, he sucked with his palm. An even larger boulder was sucked up by him again. Giant rock roar. Go. This time, Greenrock employed 80% of his strength. It could be seen that he had become genuinely enraged. However, this time, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of using the Heavenspan mountain. When Greenrock saw this scene, he sneered even more coldly and said, "Reckless and blind thing, go and die for me." However, right at this time, a cold light flash. An incomparably sharp sword light tore across the sky and landed on the huge rock. Poochie. That enormous boulder actually broke into two and fell with a loud bang. Greenrock's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "How is that possible?" When he looked again, there was already an additional dragon-shaped long sword in Yi Yuan's hand, emitting a fleeting and ephemeral undulation. This kind of undulation gave Greenrock a feeling of heart palpitations. Greenrock's eyes went wide and he said with a look of horror, Grand Mist Treasure. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Greenrock and said with a smile, "Not bad, to actually even be able to recognize Grand Mist Treasure. Didn't you say that no matter how strong the treasure is, it's useless too? I can only say that's because your knowledge is too shallow. Or should I say, the treasures that you've encountered were not strong enough, that's all. Grand Mist Treasure, Dragon Spring Sword. It was naturally impossible for there to just be one Grand Mist Treasure in Mi Tian's hands. This Dragon Spring Sword was given to Yi Yuan by precisely Mi Tian." Chapter 2698, The Power of a Grand Mist Treasure. Chapter 2698, The Power of a Grand Mist Treasure. A Grand Mist Treasure, that was the treasure that even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses dreamed of. But now, it appeared in the hands of a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. How could he not be shocked? But very soon, his gaze changed from shock to greed. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. In Greenrock's eyes, a limitless sublime heavenly stratum holding a Grand Mist Treasure, that was delivering a treasure to him. Ha ha ha, great. Really excellent. Boy, this commander really wants to thank you, to actually deliver to me such a treasure, Greenrock said with a loud laugh. This fleeting and ephemeral aura, even the Suyi on top of city walls felt it too. This kind of aura could only be given off by Grand Mist treasures. Even if he had never seen one before, he guessed it too. Seeing his expression changed and he said, "Third Hall Master is too raz. Plus taking such a treasure out, how can that green-furred commander let him off?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you have the ability, what's the harm in taking it?" Greenrock smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you're also underestimating Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too much. Today, I'll let you experience what's called a Jade Sovereign Heaven. Roar." Greenrock suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared, his entire person turning into a four-legged green-furred beast. It was precisely the Greenrock beast. Boom. It was only to see Greenrock roar. The ground directly collapsed. Yi Yuan only felt his body suddenly plummet, as if imprisoned by something. A terrifying gravity made him virtually unable to breathe. Ha ha ha, how is it, boy? This is a 1,000-fold gravitational field. Powerhouses who are similarly Jade Sovereign Heaven can forget about escaping from my gravity cage too. Now, I want to see what use your treasure has. Meteor rain, arise. Amidst the loud laughter, the dust on the ground kicked up, condensing into rocks in the air. These rocks had all been transformed by the rule of Earth and were tough to the extreme. In the next instant, it was an earth-shattering blow. Ha ha ha, that boy thinks that Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses only have this bit of strength. 1,000-fold gravitational field, even if same-rank martial artists see Commander, they will avoid like the plague too. This boy can't even move. How will he still use the treasure? What a moron. Commander has struck rich this time. That's a legendary Grand Mist treasure. When the beasts saw Yi Yuan get caught in the gravity field, they already sentenced him to death. After all, no matter how strong the treasure was, if one could not use it, it was useless too. Even if you could use it, in this 1,000-fold gravitational field, every movement and action was slow to the extreme. By the time your move was released, you would long be deader than dead. Boy, your Grand Mist treasure, this commander will accept it. Meteor rain, fall. Greenrock made a hand gesture of pressing down, the huge boulders that covered the sky directly smashed down. That commotion felt just like the sky had fallen down. Regardless of whether or not it was the true Spirit Army or calm South City's powerhouses, each and every one of their faces changed abruptly when they saw it. For Greenrock to be able to become the commander, his strength was indeed extraordinary. He was considered an extremely strong existence among Jade Sovereign Heavens too. It was likely that he had few rivals in the same rank. When Su Yi saw this scene, he could not help sighing lightly. However, just as those huge boulders were about to fall to the ground, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Boom! Amidst the huge boulders, the phantom of an enormous dragon tore through the air, shattering the falling rocks to smithereens. And that giant dragon did not stop in the slightest, directly plussing out of the gravity field and flying straight for Greenrock. Roar! The sound of a dragon roar cut across the firmament. This giant dragon phantom even carried an astonis. Plussing sword intent. This was a huge dragon condensed out of sword energy. Boom! Greenrock was caught off guard and was directly being blasted flying out. His defense was extremely strong. But currently, his body was full of sword scars, akin to being sliced thousands of times. The power of this sword was too terrifying. It definitely reached the level of Jade Sovereign Heaven. The 1,000-fold gravity field collapsed on its own without being attacked. Greenrock looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror, full of disbelief. Not only did a limitless sublime heaven break his 1,000-fold gravity field, he even breached his defenses. How was this possible? Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the fallen rocks and looked at him as he said coolly, "I said before, your knowledge is too shallow. Grand Mist treasures are conceived in chaos, carrying the spirit of heaven and earth with boundless power. It's not what heavenly spirit treasures can compare to at all. Moreover, this Grand Mist treasure is almost tailor-made for me." One had to know, Yi Yuan could rely on the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to kill a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse like the Black Flood Dragon King in the sea. On land, although unable to borrow the power of the sea, dealing with a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven was still nothing difficult. Moreover, this Dragon Spring Sword could combine his sword energy and dragon chi together, being ever-changing and having infinite power. This move earlier, Yi Yuan used sword energy and dragon chi at the same time, condensing dragon chi with sword energy, unleash. Plussing a formidable sword. That illusion was a dragon, but it was also sword energy. Defeating Greenrock was naturally within reason too. The true Spirit Army that was still shouting just now, was dead silent at this time. Their commander was actually defeated. Even the thousandfold gravity field actually could not trap this limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Was this guy a freak? Greenrock had a shocked expression on his face. He was frightened by Yi Yuan's words. Indeed, he knew that Grand Mist treasure was a treasure superior to heavenly spirit treasures. But he had never seen before how strong Grand Mist treasures were. A treasure like a Grand Mist treasure was virtually extinct on the entire Rainclear continent. Even those few Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain did not have Grand Mist treasures too. The power of that sword just now, he finally witnessed it. Of course, Yi Yuan actually released two powers of completely different natures from his body and even fused them into one. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. Who the hell are you? Greenrock said with a solemn expression. Right now, it's me asking you. You just have to answer. Where did you all come from? Yi Yuan said coolly. Greenrock's expression flickered indeterminately, but he still answered. This commander came from the Myriad Demons Mountain and is under the command of Myriad Elephant King. Boy, if you know what's good for you, stop meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of failure. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. This bunch of guys actually came from the Myriad Demons Mountain. If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. There were seriously too many great demons in the Myriad Demons Mountain. It was rumored that there were even a number of Saint Sovereign Heaven-level overlords. Woos. H. Plus Yi Yuan waved the dragon spring sword. A ray of swordlight was released. Smars. Hi plusing Greenrock flying again. I said it before. I ask, and then you answer. So don't talk nonsense. Keep being long-winded and I can't be bothered to ask you anymore either. I think that with so many true spirits, there will always be those who are willing to answer. Yi Yuan said coolly. Greenrock's expression changed, gritting his teeth and nodding. He could tell that Yi Yuan was not joking. You came from Myriad Demons Mountain. Why would you attack Calm South City? Could it be that the northern cities have all fallen? Yi Yuan asked the thing that he was most concerned about. The great demons went all the way south and even fought to the sea already. Then the northern cities were probably in danger. The vast majority of the northern cities have already been occupied by us. Heavenly South City hasn't fallen yet, but they can't hold out for long either. This time, our 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Kings went south together. There definitely won't be a single blade of grass that grows in the land of Heavenly South, Greenrock said in a solemn voice. Chapter 2699, Myriad Realms Mountain. Chapter 2699, Myriad Realms Mountain. 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. This was a rather shocking lineup. One had to know, in the entire land of Heavenly South, there was only Meng Frostwind, this one half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. With 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining forces, one had to say that it was a miracle for Heavenly South City to not be breached up till now. The land of Heavenly South and Myriad Demons Mountain have always stayed out of each other's business. Why did you all invade Heavenly South? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Stayed out of each other's business? Who? Meng Frostwind and the 5 kings entered a mystic realm together. In the end, he scammed the 5 kings at the critical juncture and etc. hid a treasure away. Now, he's gone missing. Since we can't find him, then we came to destroy Heavenly South, Greenrock said. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded with shock when he heard it. It turned out that this was all a problem caused by Meng Frostwind. Speaking with which, Yi Yuan really had not met this city lord before. It turned out that he had been planning to enter the mystic realm all along. However, making the entire Heavenly South become the scapegoat for the trouble that he caused, it was really too much. At present, no need to look around, and Yi Yuan also knew that the land of Heavenly South would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. However, Yi Yuan guessed that what Meng Frostwind and etc. hid away must be a treasure that was related to stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Otherwise, it was impossible for these 5 kings to be so enraged. A lucky chance to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven was too precious. Yi Yuan did not believe that Meng Frostwind did not know the consequences. But he still did it anyway. This kind of character really made people despise. But right now, Being any more furious was to no avail either. It was best to resolve the problem at hand. What did Meng Frostwind snatch away? Yi Yuan asked. Greenrock was disdainful in his heart and wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, it was swallowed back. Grade 5 Heavenly Pill, Sacred Destiny Pill, Greenrock said. Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened, thinking to himself that it was indeed like so. However, he was a little surprised too. He did not expect that there were actually grade 5 heavenly pills in this mystic realm. He had seen before this sacred destiny pill in Zhong Jiancho's jade slip. It was a kind of grade 5 heavenly pill that could increase the chances of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. No wonder these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were so crazy. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was half a step away from Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with. With the help of a sacred destiny pill, their possibility of stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven would greatly increase. Yi Yuan kept the dragon spring sword and said coolly, "Come on, lead the way." Greenrock was slightly taken aback and said, "Go? Go where?" Yi Yuan said, "I want to meet the 5 kings." Greenrock was taken aback again and immediately snickered as he said, "You really want to repay Meng Frostwind's debt? Can you repay it? It's true that you're indeed formidable, but can you take out a sacred destiny pill? The 5 kings don't want anything. They just want the sacred destiny pill." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's not what you have to worry about. Just lead the way." In such a large-scale war, the transmission array must have already been broken by the true spirit army. He would definitely encounter large groups of true spirits along the way, so Yi Yuan must have a guide. Otherwise, the number of true spirits was too many to kill. Greenrock sneered and said, "Since you want to court death, then this commander will grant your wish H+. Yi Yuan did not even enter calm South City and just brought Greenrock and left. This journey took a month on foot. However, Yi Yuan urged his speed to the extreme and set off for heavenly South City. Greenrock followed behind and was struck dumb with amazement in his heart. He already urged his speed to the extreme and actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. One had to know, Yi Yuan was not making use of any treasure to make progress. He was completely relying on his own strength to march forward. He even felt that if not for Yi Yuan deliberately maintaining the distance, he would have long been shaken off. This guy was really a freak. However, along the way, Yi Yuan's heart was similarly rising and falling like waves, extremely shocked. He learned about the origin of the Heavenspan Mountain from Mi Tian. It turned out that the Heavenspan Mountain in his hands was just a part of an ultimate treasure. Furthermore, the Heavenspan Mountain was already severely damaged. That was why it dropped to a heavenly spirit treasure. This ultimate treasure was the Chaos Sacred Treasure that shocked the 33 heavens back then, the Myriad Realms Mountain. The meaning was the mountain that suppressed myriad realms. Its power could be used to access heaven and penetrate the earth. Above Heavenly Spirit Treasure was Grand Mist Treasure. And Grand Mist Treasures were divided into a total of 5 ranks. Rank 1 was the weakest, rank 5 was the strongest. The Dragon Spring Sword was just a rank 1 Grand Mist Treasure, while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was a rank 2 Grand Mist Treasure. The disparity between the two was extremely large in the first place. The power of a rank 5 Grand Mist Treasure was simply unimaginable. Above Grand Mist Treasure was Chaos Sacred Treasure. Myriad Realms Mountain was personally forged by the Lord of Chaos that awed the 33 heavens. He traveled across all the heavens and myriad worlds, searched for countless precious materials, and forged 7 huge mountains. Each of these 7 enormous mountains was rank 5 Grand Mist Treasures. Combining together, it would be a Chaos Sacred Treasure. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful Chaos Sacred Treasure. The Lord of Chaos was extremely powerful to begin with. Coupled with this Chaos Sacred Treasure, he roamed the 33 heavens unhindered with few rivals. It was just that later on, no idea why, the Lord of Chaos vanished, and the whereabouts of the Myriad Realms Mountain became a mystery. Mi Tian did not expect that one of them would actually land in Yi Yuan's hands. It was after a few twists and turns, the rank of the Heavenspan Mountain dropped again and again, becoming a heavenly spirit treasure that was less than trash. How strong the Lord of Chaos was, Yi Yuan was simply unable to imagine. To the current him, Saint Sovereign Heaven was already extremely powerful. But without a doubt, the background of the Heavenspan mountain was huge. If I can gather the 7 giant mountains, wouldn't I be able to possess a chaos sacred treasure? Yi Yuan thought about it and was a little excited too. That's easy for you to imagine. These 7 giant mountains have probably long already scattered across the heavens and myriad realms. How much ability do you have to traverse the heavens and myriad realms? Furthermore, disregarding other things, just this mountain in your hands, who knows how much Grand Mist energy is needed to restore it to a rank 5 Grand Mist treasure? Just based on your current bit of strength, don't even think about it. Mi Tian gave him a blow. However, Yi Yuan did not show signs of being discouraged and smiled instead as he said, my luck has always been very good. The two people pushed on with their journey round the clock. A normally over 1 month journey, they only used half a month and arrived. Even Greenrock, this Jade Sovereign Heaven, was dead tired too. However, luckily Yi Yuan brought Greenrock along. He encountered far too many obstacles on this journey. Looking at Heavenly South City from afar, Yi Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Outside of Heavenly South City was densely covered with a true spirit army, the numbers too many to enumerate. Compared to Heavenly South City, Calm South City was simply not worth mentioning. Terrific. These 5 guys probably moved the entire Myriad Demons Mountain over, right? However, seeing that Heavenly South City was not breached yet, Yi Yuan calmed down slightly. Stop. Greenrock, aren't you attacking Calm South City? Why did you come back? Pares sing through the army, the two were stopped by a Jade Sovereign Heaven very soon. Greenrock had a black face as he said, Zhuoqing, his Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master. He has a matter to discuss and wants to meet the 5 kings. Zhuoqing gave Yi Yuan a glance and could not help laughing as he said, a limitless sublime heavenly stratum wants to meet the 5 kings? Greenrock, you didn't eat the wrong medicine, right? 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining hands and can't breach Heavenly South City too? Yi Yuan did not get angry but asked curiously instead. Logically speaking, 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens plus this scale of an army, Heavenly South City's city protecting Grand Array could not block for such a long time either. After all, there wasn't even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven in Heavenly South City. Chapter 2700, Giving You Guys Good Fortune. Chapter 2700, Giving You Guys Good Fortune. Seeing Yi Yuan asked, Zhuoqing's face could not help turning black. Clearly, he had been brooding over this too. Humph. Meng Frostwind isn't around. Capturing Heavenly South City was an easy job originally. But who knew that 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens suddenly appeared in Heavenly South City? With their backs against the city protecting Grand Array, they fought several times with the 5 kings and actually managed to hold on. Zhuoqing said gloomily. 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens? Yi Yuan's eyebrows shot up, and he smiled knowingly and said, looks like these guys didn't disappoint me. If he didn't guess wrongly, these 3 people should be Zhao Zun, Wu Jian, as well as Song Tianyang or Yun Baiyu as one of them. It seemed like his guidance played a role at the critical moment. The moment Zhuoqing heard, he smiled coldly and said, didn't disappoint you. Brat, who the hell do you think you are? Saying it like these 3 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were groomed by you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, enough crap. I want to meet the 5 kings. Lead the way. Zhuoqing's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, a mere limitless sublime heavenly stratum, what qualification do you have to meet the 5 kings? Greenrock, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed him yet? Greenrock had a dark face and said nothing. He could not say that he was kidnapped over, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, I came to give the 5 kings good fortune. If you delay it, you won't be able to bear the crime. The moment Zhuoqing heard, he was even more disdainful and said, you? Give the 5 kings good fortune? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Greenrock not making a move doesn't mean this commander won't be making a move, go and die for me. As he said, Zhuoqing urged his palm to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly disappearing. Boom. At the same time, there was an earthquake. A giant mountain suddenly descended, directly cruise. plussing hundreds of true spirits to death. Originally, Yi Yuan's arrival was not conspicuous at all among this army of countless true spirits. But currently, everyone's eyes focused at one point. Zhuo Qing's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique was so fast that even he could not keep up. Furthermore, this guy actually still had such a treasure. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Qing and said coolly, "Still want to attack?" Zhuo Qing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, no matter how fast your movement technique is, can you charge out of the army?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I didn't come to kill in the first place. Just now, this move was just to warn you. Of course, while you're at it, tell the 5 kings that someone is looking for them. Who is it, to dare be insolent on this king's territory?" Sure enough, right at this time, an angry roar sounded out. A brawny man with a tiger face and a human body arrived with a howl. Zhuo Qing said in a solemn voice, "Wild Lion King, this human said that he has an important matter and wants to meet the 5 kings. This lowly one didn't let him meet. So he let out his treasure and killed the children. A mere lower limitless sublime heaven, what important matter can you have to come and meet this king? Just kill and be done with it." Wild Lion King was furious and was about to attack Yi Yuan. This Wild Lion King clearly had an incomparably fiery temperament. He brimmed with imposing vigor when walking, his imposing momentum billowing to the sky. Even these true spirits were quite afraid of him. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just smiled and said, "I'm Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master, Yi Yuan. I came to meet the 5 kings to give the 5 kings good fortune. Of course, if you guys don't want it, you can take action and kill me right now." Wild Lion King was taken aback and said, "Give us good fortune? Ha ha ha, what high-sounding sentiment. This king wants to hear what kind of good fortune you want to give us." "Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan spat out 3 words nonchalantly. It was as if these 3 words were not worth money at all. "TCH, a mere limitless sublime heavenly stratum, your own cultivation is 108,000 miles away and you keep harping on about Saint Sovereign Heaven. Really shameless boasting." At this time, another figure appeared. It was a man with a sharp mouth and a hawkish face. Although his aura was different from Wild Lion, it was almost on par. Clearly, it was another king. Yi Yuan did not retort and said with a smile, "The other 3 kings, why don't you show yourselves together?" The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion could not help furrowing their brows, secretly startled in their hearts. This brat was merely limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he could actually detect the 3 of them. If it were before, Yi Yuan naturally would not be able to detect it. But ever since cultivating the 1st level of divine emergence, Yi Yuan's origin divinity skyrocketed, his divine sense also became much keener. Yi Yuan's eyes glanced in 3 directions of the true spirit army respectively. The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion King no longer had doubts. At this time, the true spirit army automatically opened up a path. 3 powerful figures walked out. 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens all arrived. Wild Lion King, Myriad Elephant King, Heavenly Rat King, Bright Tiger King, as well as Giant Deer King. "Brat, this king admits that you have some capability, but, if you don't give a reason, this king is still going to kill you." Myriad Elephant King looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice. The 3 of them had actually long arrived, but they intentionally restrained their auras. They did not expect that Yi Yuan saw through it at a glance. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "5 kings, you sent a punitive expedition against Heavenly South, it's nothing more than because Meng Frostwind S&TC head away your lucky chance. But the few of you are clever people. Even if you all slaughter Heavenly South clean, Meng Frostwind won't come out either. But, if he breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, have you all thought about the consequences?" Yi Yuan's words caused some chances in the expressions of the 5 kings. The 5 people destroyed Meng Frostwind's foundation. Once Meng Frostwind broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, the first thing would definitely be finding them for revenge. Although there were Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain too, they would not act for these 5 people. In reality, it was also not calm and tranquil in the Myriad Demons Mountain. If not because of Meng Frostwind, It would be run-of-the-mill for these 5 to send punitive expeditions against each other too. As long as Meng Frostwind did not go too overboard, the Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain would not make a move. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and struck while the iron was hot and said, "So, you guys attacking Heavenly South looks to be venting your anger. Actually, apart from infuriating Meng Frostwind even more, it doesn't serve any use." Heavenly Rat King smiled coldly and said, "So what? Could it be that you can really let us break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not now, but I can in the future." "Ha! In the future? After you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and refine sacred destiny pills for us? Putting aside whether or not you can break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if you really broke through, we'd have long already become dead souls under Meng Frostwind's palm. Rather than that, better to kill to our heart's content now," Heavenly Rat King said with a sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need to wait until Saint Sovereign Heaven. As long as I break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, I'll be able to help you all step into Saint Sovereign Heaven." A doubtful expression immediately showed in the 5 people's eyes. Wasn't these words equivalent to drawing a biscuit to stave off hunger, and looking at the sea to quench one's thirst? Bright Tiger King said with a cold snort, "Brat, do you take the few of us to be fools? Your delaying tactic is a little too mediocre. Stop talking nonsense with this boy. Kill him and continue attacking the city." The other 4 people nodded in succession and were already prepared to make a move. Yi Yuan still had a calm expression as he pointed at a little tiger behind Bright Tiger King and asked, "This is your son?" Chapter 2701. Displaying Strength. Chapter 2701. Displaying Strength. There was a little tiger behind Bright Tiger King, with a tiger head. He looked really adorable. Judging from the aura, he was merely an upper greater sublime heaven. "Yes, so what?" Bright Tiger King said. Yi Yuan casually threw a heavenly pill over and said coolly, "For him to eat, just take it as a greeting gift." Bright Tiger King caught the heavenly pill, his brows furrowing slightly. This was just a grade 2 heavenly pill. However, this heavenly pill was crystal clear, pure to the extreme. He had never seen it before. This heavenly pill was precisely a true grade greater sublime creation pill. But Bright Tiger King hesitated. He was afraid that Yi Yuan did something to it. Yi Yuan saw through his concerns and could not help smiling as he said, "If you don't dare, you can find others to test it. But let me say it first. This true grade greater sublime creation pill. I only have one in hand. It's now or never. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. At that time, if it benefits your subordinate, don't blame me for not warning you." Yi Yuan was not lying. The greater sublime creation pill was a very precious heavenly pill too. Back then, he refined all of the heavenly medicines left in Heavenly South Pill Hall. There was only this one last one remaining. He was prepared to use it when he wanted to break through. In the end, he did not expect that he directly broke through to limitless sublime heaven outside of the land of dragon slumber. The little tiger said in a childish voice, "Royal Father, isn't it just a heavenly pill? If I really die from eating it, kill him and take revenge for me." Looking at this little tiger, Yi Yuan could not help recalling when White Light was little. For a moment, he actually missed him very much. After returning to the 5 great heavenly regions, he had to make a trip back to the Heavenspan world first. With his current ability, letting Leah and the others break through to Heavenly Stratum was already not a difficult thing. "Okay. Let you try it then." Bright Tiger King seemed to have made up his mind and said. The little tiger swallowed the true grade greater sublime creation pill in one gulp. His gaze suddenly turned intent, and his entire person's aura suddenly skyrocketed. When the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this scene, each and every one revealed shocked expressions. The medicinal effect of this heavenly pill was a little too strong, right? Just as when Huang Haoyan 2 people broke through, the little tiger's aura soared, directly reaching grand completion greater sublime heavenly stratum. Following that, it rushed up towards limitless sublime heavenly stratum. This honorable nephew doesn't have the slightest intention to stop at all. Could it be that he's going to directly break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum? Myriad Elephant King said in surprise. He had never seen before that a heavenly pill could have such a vigorous effect. In reality, on the entire rain-clear continent, powerhouses who knew that true grade existed were extremely few. If not for the Pill Alliance's appearance, even Yi Yuan would not have been able to touch this threshold. Therefore, the Five Kings' shock could be imagined. When the little tiger's realm directly broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, the five people were completely dumbfounded with shock. What a powerful heavenly pill, to actually directly let honorable nephew break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, Wild Lion King said with shock all over his face. The five people looked at Yi Yuan and were collectively speechless. Bright Tiger King was concerned about his son and asked, Shuoyan, do you feel any discomfort anywhere? The little tiger's body already puffed up by one size, looking like a half-grown tiger. He shook his head and said, there's no discomfort. I feel unprecedentedly good. I even feel that the medicinal effect hasn't been used finish yet. It's just that my foundation isn't stable now and can't break through anymore. This big brother, thank you. The five people exchanged glances, shocked to the extreme. At this moment, they finally understood that Yi Yuan was not joking. This guy's methods were simply fantastical. Yi Yuan looked at Shuoyan and said with a smile, don't mention it. I already said just now, this is a greeting gift. Bright Tiger took a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, boy, what you're giving us is this kind of heavenly pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pill, Precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pill, presumably in my hands, as long as it's successfully refined, the medicinal effect will be 100 times stronger than the Sacred Destiny Pill. At that time, even if you guys don't want to break through, it probably won't do either. Hiss. 100 times. Wild Lion King drew a breath of cold air, feeling his head become somewhat dazed. Sacred Destiny Pill, that was a grade 5 heavenly pill. A grade 4 heavenly pill actually had 100 times stronger medicinal effect than a grade 5 heavenly pill. This was simply unimaginable. Sacred Destiny Pill was only able to increase the probability of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. But even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven had the possibility of failure too. Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint Sovereign Heaven, this step was far too difficult. Otherwise, why were there only so scanty few who could break through to this realm out of the rain-clear continent's millions upon millions of life forms? But from Yi Yuan's mouth, Saint Sovereign Heaven became like cabbages. Humph. Brat, do you really think that us true spirits don't know alchemy and is easy to hoodwink? At this time, Heavenly Rat King suddenly said, the higher the level of Heavenly Imperial Pill, the greater the difficulty of refining. Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pills and Grade 2 Heavenly Imperial Pills, the difficulty can't be mentioned in the same breath at all. In fact, it's even harder than Grade 5 Heavenly Pills. You want to make us withdraw the troops by using an empty promise now? Heavenly Rat King's words made the four people's expressions change. They secretly thought what a close shave, almost fell for it. Indeed, that scene earlier was too shocking. Got to admit, what Heavenly Rat King said made a lot of sense. The higher the rank of a heavenly pill, the more difficult it was to refine the Heavenly Imperial Pills. In the entire land of Heavenly South, only Zhao Zun and Wu Jian were able to refine Heavenly Imperial Pills. Furthermore, what they refined was Heavenly Imperial Pills of the worst quality. Wanting to refine Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pills to the level of true grade, that difficulty was simply unimaginable. The five people all looked at Yi Yuan, their expressions being unfriendly. Yi Yuan smiled and suddenly said in a loud voice, Two Hall Masters, I'm Yi Yuan. I'm currently negotiating with the five kings right now. The two of you please come down and chat. This voice spread extremely far. The expressions of Zhao Zun and Wu Jian, who were waiting in full battle array on top of city walls, changed drastically when they heard that. Zhao Zun suddenly stood up and said to Wu Jian, It's really Yi Yuan. He came back. Wu Jian was wildly ecstatic as he said, That giant mountain just now should have been released by him. He said that he's currently negotiating with the five great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. There wouldn't be a trick, right? Zhao Zun's expression changed, but he quickly shook his head and said, There won't. He did not stint to risk his life for a Huang Haoyan back then and faced the entire sea army. If he was captured, even if they killed him, he wouldn't say such a thing either. Wu Jian fell into thought as well and nodded slightly. At this time, Song Tianyang also said, I agree with head hall master's idea. Yi Yuan suddenly speaking up, he might need our help. Moreover, it was all thanks to his credit that the three of us were able to break through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. If not for him, Heavenly South City would have long perished. Zhao Zun nodded and said, okay. I'll go down with Song Tianyang. Jian, you guard the city, just in case. Wu Jian nodded and said, yes. Over there, the few people did not know what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. Heavenly Rat King said in a solemn voice, boy, you dare to play tricks, this king will kill you now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 5 kings, relax a little. If I'm really playing any tricks, I also wouldn't have called them out. Isn't this sending the sheep into the tiger's mouth? Don't you guys agree? The few people exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it was true. Zhao Zun saw Yi Yuan and was immediately overjoyed and said, fine lad, you're back. This time, if not for your guidance, it would also have been impossible for this hall master to break through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, and Heavenly South City would have long been destroyed. Song Tianyang even gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, Song Tianyang thanks Third Hall Master for your guidance. The expressions of the 5 kings changed, nearly biting their own tongues.